Chapter 741. Fang Yai took out an arrow stained with blood and handed it to Li Wangyu. Brother Chumo was injured by this arrow. Zio, take a look at this arrow. Li Wangyu, who was lying on the hospital bed, took the arrow with one hand and looked at it carefully. He didn't feel anything special about it. He didn't understand why Fang Yai showed him this arrow. However, when his eyes fell on the back of the arrow, his pupils suddenly shrank. At the end of the arrow there was a character Chung engraved on it. This is Brother Chumo's own arrow? Li Wangyu asked in disbelief. Fang Yai and the other playboys nodded. Yes, it is Brother Chumo's own arrow. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Chung Chumo had injured himself with his own arrow? Could it be that the arrow could automatically turn? Chung Chumo was injured by an arrow. The arrow directly penetrated his abdomen. Before Li Wangyu traveled to the Tang dynasty, he always had a misconception that the power of a bow and arrow was far inferior to bullets. This was actually not correct. In the TV series of later generations, there were often fierce generals who could continue to fight after being hit by more than 10 arrows. In fact, compared with bullets within 100 steps, the power of a bow and arrow was stronger than the pistol and rifle bullets of later generations. If the bullet was fast, it could only cause a penetrating wound. If it didn't hit the vital parts, it wouldn't cause serious sequelae. But a bow and arrow was different. The arrowhead of an arrow was much larger than a bullet. The arrowheads had different shapes. There were two-winged arrows with ridges, three-pronged arrows, flying arrows. These arrows were designed to kill the enemy with the greatest power. Take the two-winged arrow for example. The two sides of the arrowhead were ridges with sharp edges. Once it was shot into a person's body, not only would it cause a penetrating wound, but the sharp edges of the wings would also cut open the blood vessels. It was extremely fierce. Chung Chumo was hit by this two-winged arrow. The sharp arrowhead directly cut open the blood vessels in his abdomen, causing a lot of bleeding. If it weren't for Li Wangyu's blood transfusion, perhaps Duke Lu's mansion would have already started the funeral. Fortunately, both Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei had grasped the technique of suturing wounds. Otherwise, even if Li Wangyu could think of a way to give Chung Chumo a blood transfusion, Chung Chumo wouldn't be able to last until Li Wangyu rushed over. Li Wangyu looked at the arrow in his hand, and then turned to look at the unconscious Chung Chumo lying beside him. With a puzzled expression he asked, "What is going on here? Didn't you say that it was the Gogrian envoy who shot Brother Chumo? Why did Brother Chumo's arrow hit him?" The silk pants looked at each other, and it was Fang Ai who spoke. "AI, this is a long story. Since we have nothing to do today, we decided to hunt outside the city to pass the time." However, he didn't expect to meet the Gogrian envoys outside the city. They were also out hunting today. Zio, you also know that the skulls of the Sui dynasty's soldiers were piled up by the Gogurians and erected to the east of the Liao River. This is the humiliation of the Sui dynasty, but isn't it also the humiliation of our Tang dynasty? The reason why the Gogrian envoys came to Chang was because the sage wrote a letter to the Gogrian king, requesting them to tear down the Jingguan and return the skulls. The Gogrian envoys came because of this. Li Wangyu nodded slightly. Of course I know about this. Emperor Yang of Sui mobilized an army of 1 million and failed to conquer Goguryeo. Millions of people died in Liaodong. The Gogurians used the skulls of the corpses to build a Jingguan to display their military might. The so-called Jingguan was actually a mound of the corpses of the soldiers who died in battle. Li Wangyu still vaguely remembered that in history, Pai Lupi negotiated with the Gogrian king during the 2nd or 3rd year of the Jingguan and sent officials to Liaodong to destroy the Jingguan built by the Gogurians. Thinking about it, the Gogrian envoys came to Chang and to discuss this matter with Pai Lupi. But how could the Gogrian envoys be so daring as to shoot Chung Chumo? Why did the two sides clash? Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to think about it, so he asked directly, "Brothers, why did you clash with the Gogrian envoys?" Fang Yai glanced at him. "This matter has something to do with Zio." Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. "Something to do with me? What does this have to do with me? I'm at the Imperial College today, recruiting teachers for the school. How can I be related to the debauches going out of Chang'an?" Seeing Li Wangyu's confusion, Fang Yai explained, "Zio, do you still remember how you killed 3 Dongying people in the prison?" Of course, Li Wangyu couldn't forget the fact that he had killed 3 people. Even now, he still felt nauseous whenever he thought about it. Hearing Fang Yai's words, he recalled that the debauches had helped him beat up the Dongying envoys in the prison, after which the Dongying people in the envoys kidnapped Perrin, forcing him to kill them. Only then did he manage to save Perrin. But he still couldn't understand what this had to do with the Gogurians. Fang Yai continued. The Dongying envoys haven't returned yet. It's said that the sage is still considering whether to accept their request. On the other hand, the Dongying people were inextricably linked to the Gogurians. Today we didn't just meet the Gogurian envoys. The Dongying people whom we beat up were also with them. Naturally, those Dongying people recognized us. Zio, you should know that we didn't have the patience to bring our men with us when we went out. Those Dongying people didn't seem to know who we were, and they mocked us loudly. How could we tolerate this? So we got into a fight with them. Li Wangyu was stunned. He recalled that back then in the prison, in order to persuade Pai Lupi not to accept the Dongying envoys, or at least not to let them learn the advanced techniques of the Tang dynasty, he dragged the Dongying people and the Gogurians together, saying that they were of the same race and shared the same language. He didn't expect his words to come true. The Gogurians and the Dongying envoys really colluded with one another. He turned to look at the debauches. In his panic earlier, he didn't notice that these debauches were covered in blood, and their clothes were in a mess. Some of them even had wounds on their faces. Clearly, they were beaten up by the Gogurians and the Dongying people. Li Wangyu asked in confusion. Even if you fought, it wasn't a big deal. Did you use your weapons? We didn't. Our brothers know that very well. Even if they were envoys, it wasn't a big deal to fight with them. But if they used their weapons and killed a few of them, it would be a huge problem. Do you think we're you? Damn it, you killed 3 members of the Dongying envoys in the prison back then, and you got away scot-free. We brothers really admire you, Zio. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose awkwardly. Cut the crap and speak clearly. Since it was just a fight, why did Brother Imo get hit by an arrow? He almost went to meet the King of Hell. Zio, this matter is still your fault. Fang Yai said. The surrounding debauches nodded their heads in agreement. Li Wangyu felt that he was in deep sh*t. How did it have anything to do with him again? He really wanted to see if he was carrying a big pot on his back today, with the word scapegoat written on it. Chapter 742. Li Wangyu couldn't even be bothered to raise his middle finger at them. He laughed and scolded. What does this have to do with me? Of course it's because of your romance of the 3 kingdoms. Fang Ai replied. Li Wangyu was speechless. What does this have to do with the 3 kingdoms? Ziyu, who is the best archer in the 3 kingdoms? It should be Huang Zhong. Li Wangyu didn't understand why Fang Ai asked this question. However, everyone knew that Huang Zhong was good at archery. In the later 3 kingdoms games, Huang Zhong was also a godly archer. Fang Ai slapped his thigh and said, That's right. Huang Zhong's coolest and most handsome move was his horse return arrow. There was a saying in the 3 kingdoms. Yun Chang fought with Huang Zhong for 2 days, but Huang Zhong didn't give up. After 30 rounds, Huang Zhong faked defeat and Yun Chang rushed over. Remembering the kindness of not killing him the day before, Zhong Yu could not bear to shoot. Carrying his saber, he feigned pulling the bowstring. Yun Chang hastily dodged, but did not see the arrow. Yun Chang rushed, Zhong Yu feigned pulling the bowstring. Yun Chang hastily dodged, but did not see the arrow. When he got close to the suspension bridge, Huang Zhong knocked an arrow on the bridge. The arrow arrived and hit Yun Chang's helmet. Yun Chang was startled and brought the arrow back to the camp. Only then did he know that Huang Zhong had the ability to shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. Today he only shot the helmet tassel to repay the kindness of not killing him yesterday. Chumo Xiong admires Huang Zhong the most. His favorite skill is the return arrow. After spending so much time with Li Wangyu, these foppish kids had learned the 2 words cool and handsome. However, Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. How obsessed were these foppish kids with the romance of the 3 kingdoms? If he didn't copy the content on his phone, he wouldn't have been able to memorize it. However, Fang Ai was able to recite it without missing a word. Actually, this was normal. To these playboys, the romance of the 3 kingdoms was like the 80s, where a bunch of students were obsessed with Jin Yong and Gulong's wuxia novels. Might even be worse. In the past, Many ignorant teenagers went to Shaolin Temple and Wudong Mountain to learn martial arts after reading the wuxia novels written by the old masters. There were plenty of people like Fang Yai and the others who could recite the contents of the book backwards, so it wasn't rare. But Li Wangyu still did not understand. What did this have to do with Cheng Chumo being shot by his own arrow? What does this have to do with Chumo's injury? Don't worry, I'll tell you slowly. Fang Yai had a talent for storytelling. He didn't keep Li Wangyu in suspense and recounted everything that had happened outside the city. However, Li Wangyu's jaw dropped. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. Cheng Chumo and his group of silk pants had gone hunting out of boredom today, but it wasn't a big deal that they encountered the Goguryeo and Dongying envoys. The group of profligates didn't think much of the Goguryans and Dongying people, so naturally they couldn't be bothered with them. After all, in the eyes of the Tang people, whether it was Goguryeo or Dongying, they were just barbarians. As for beating up the Dongying people in the prison, the profligates didn't think much of it. A bunch of barbarian envoys, so what if they were beaten up? It wasn't a big deal. As long as they didn't kill them like Li Wangyu, even a saint wouldn't care if the Dongying envoys were beaten up. The profligates felt that the Dongying people were like weeds and didn't think much of them. But the Dongying people didn't think that way. The Dongying envoys had 3 of their men killed by Li Wangyu in the prison that day, and they felt extremely sullen. But they couldn't do anything about it. These Dongying people weren't stupid. They naturally went around asking around to find out who had killed their companions in the prison. When they found out that the culprit was Li Wangyu Li Zio, the nephew of the emperor of the Great Tang, the founding county count of the Huxian County, the Dongying envoys immediately became obedient. Just like the analysis in the book Chrysanthemum and Blade, the Dongying people were used to submitting to the strong. Hence, after Li Wangyu killed 3 of their companions, after these Japanese learned of Li Wangyu's identity, not only did they not dare to harbor any resentment, they even respectfully prepared a generous gift and sent it to Li Wangyu's residence as an apology. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't be bothered to interact with these Dongying people. He didn't even meet them, and directly sent the old butler Li Heng to send them away. Logically speaking, since these Dongying people knew about Li Wangyu's identity, they should be able to guess that he wasn't an ordinary person even if they didn't find out that he had beaten them up together with Li Wangyu in the prison that day. However, this was what normal people would think. The Dongying envoys' thoughts were clearly different. There was clearly something wrong with their brain circuits. After they found out about Li Wangyu's identity, they actually forgot about the Dongying people who had beaten them up in the prison, as if they were just a group of passers-by. In the Dongying people's minds, they directly thought of the Dongying people as people who were flattering Li Wangyu. After all, in their minds, if they had known about Li Wangyu's identity back then, they would probably have knelt on the ground and licked his boots. It was precisely because of this thought that when the Dongying people saw the Dongying people today, they remembered how they had been beaten up by them in the prison that day. They actually began to mock and ridicule the Dongying people. The Dongying people were used to being unscrupulous in Chang'an City. How could they endure such humiliation? Without hesitation, they jumped off their horses and attacked. On the other hand, the Goguryeo envoys at the side could tell at a glance that the Dongying people were not ordinary people. This group of well-dressed young people was definitely not ordinary people. Therefore, they didn't choose to help. They just watched coldly from the side, allowing the Dongying people to beat up the Dongying envoys again. When the Dongying people had vented their anger and were about to leave, a young man in the Goguryeo envoy suddenly said, "You must all be nobles of the Tang dynasty. Although our small country isn't as famous as the Tang dynasty in terms of martial arts, we won't allow you to humiliate us so wantonly. Regarding the Dongying envoys being beaten up today, we will naturally ask for an explanation from the Tang dynasty's Honglu Temple." The Dongying people didn't take these envoys seriously at all. When they heard him say this, they laughed even more proudly. Cheng Chumo suddenly lowered his voice and said to the Dongying people, "Haha, watch this big brother's method. Learn from Huang Zhong and scare them a little." Then Cheng Chumo took a bow and arrow from his horse. Without knocking an arrow, he drew the bow and released it into the air. The sound of the bowstring naturally startled the Dongying envoys and they all hurriedly dodged. Their wretched appearance caused the other profligate sons to burst into laughter again. Cheng Chumo pulled the bowstring again, and the sound of the bowstring being released caused the Dongying envoys to dodge again. The Dongying people laughed even louder. At this time Chang Chumo took out his own arrow and knocked it on the bowstring. He laughed and said, "Watch me shoot that Dongying person's crown." The two sides were only 20 steps away from each other. With Chang Chumo's archery skills at this distance, he could shoot wherever he wanted without the slightest hesitation. After all, he was the eldest son of Chang Yaojin. He had learned martial arts from his father and was skilled in archery and horse riding. The reason he wanted to shoot that Dongying envoy's crown was because he wanted to imitate Huang Zhong's shooting of Guan Yu's helmet tassel to show off. Chang Chumo also didn't want to hurt anyone, so he didn't fully pull the bowstring. The arrow flew out lightly and went straight for the crown of one of the Dongying envoys. But no one expected an accident to happen. Chapter 743. Chang Chumo didn't have a target, so he simply chose one of the Japanese ambassadors and shot an arrow at his head. No one noticed that the Goguryeo youngster who had spoken earlier was standing right next to the Japanese ambassador, whom Chang Chumo wanted to scare. When Chang Chumo's arrow left the bowstring and flew toward the Japanese ambassador's head, the Goguryeo youngster's first reaction was that the Tang wanted to kill him. He subconsciously waved the long saber in his hand, preparing to block the arrow that was flying towards him. In truth, if Chang Chumo really wanted to kill someone with a stone bow in his hand, an arrow shot from such a close distance wouldn't have much of a difference in speed from a bullet. The so-called stone bow referred to fixing the bow with a heavy object hanging from the bowstring until the bowstring was fully drawn. The weight of the object hanging from the bowstring was the strength of the bow. In the Tang era, a stone bow was equivalent to about 100 jin. Scientists in the later generations had verified that a stone bow with 100 jin draw weight would have a speed of about 40 meters per second. At a distance of 20 to 30 meters, if Chang Chumo shot this arrow with all his strength, the other party naturally wouldn't be able to dodge, much less block it. But the bad thing was that Chang Chumo only wanted to show off and scare the Japanese. He didn't even use any strength when he shot the arrow. The arrow flew out lightly. The Goguryeo youngster swung his saber and struck the center of the arrow, knocking it away. The wastrels also didn't expect that someone would be able to use a weapon to block Chang Chumo's arrow, and they couldn't help but be stunned. Yuchi Baolin laughed heartily. "Haha, Brother Chumo, your arrow isn't good enough. Huang Zhong's returning horse arrow isn't shot like this." The wastrels also laughed, mocking Chang Chumo for being timid and making a fool of himself. No one noticed that Chang Chumo didn't say a word, as if he didn't hear the wastrels laughing at him. Then, everyone heard a plop behind them. The wastrels turned around curiously, and their faces paled. The sound came from Chang Chumo as he rolled down from the horse's back, and in his abdomen there was a quivering arrow. The arrow that was knocked away by the Goguryeo youngster had somehow been deflected back, striking Chang Chumo in the abdomen. "Elder brother!" The two brothers, Chang Chuliang and Chang Chubi, immediately cried out in alarm. They jumped off their horses and rushed towards Chang Chumo. The group of debauches were also frightened by this unforeseen event. When they gathered around Chang Chumo to check his condition, they saw that his abdomen was bleeding profusely from the wound. Dark red blood gushed out of the wound like a gurgling spring. It was a very frightening sight. Today they went out of the city to hunt. The arrows they had prepared were the most lethal two-wing arrows. This kind of arrowhead would directly cut open the muscles and blood vessels of the abdomen, causing the wound to bleed profusely. When Chang Chuliang and Chang Chubi saw their elder brother in such a state, their eyes immediately turned red. Chong Lang, they drew their sabers and prepared to charge forward to fight the Goguryeo. On the other hand, Fang Yai, Chai Linggu, and the others remained calm and held back the two brothers. Chuliang Chubi, saving Brother Chumo is more important. Let's go back to Chang'an and to Union Hospital. We need to find Mr. Treasure and Zio to save him. That's right, these people won't be able to escape. Saving Brother Chumo is more important. Hurry up and stop the bleeding from Brother Chumo's wound. Bring the horse over. I'll carry Brother Chumo. Let's go, let's go. The debauches hurriedly carried the injured Chang Chumo onto the back of the horse, and after saying those words, they galloped back to Chang'an City. Goguryeo envoy, good, very good. If anything happens to the eldest son of Duke Lu, you can wash your necks clean and be buried with him. When the Goguryeo and Dongying envoys heard those words, they felt as though they were struck by lightning. The person who was accidentally injured was the eldest son of the founding Duke of the Tang dynasty, Chang Yaojin? No matter how idiotic those Dongying people were, they knew that they had caused a huge disaster today. On the other hand, the Goguryans were even more shocked. They turned their gazes to the young man who had caused the trouble. The young man also frowned. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's go back to the Chamberlain of Dependencies. Today's incident was just an accident. Besides, that arrow was shot by the eldest son of Duke Lu. No matter how domineering the Tang people are, they can't be unreasonable." Despite his words, the Goguryan envoy was still worried. Naturally, the hunt couldn't be carried out, so they hurriedly rode back to Chang'an City. After returning to Chang'an, the debauches headed straight for Union Hospital to seek Zhang Baozong's help. Zhang Baozong could treat Chang Chumo's wound, but he was helpless against Chang Chumo, who was on the verge of death due to excessive blood loss. In a moment of desperation, Chang Chuliang and Chang Chubi rushed back to the Duke Lu residence to report to their father, while the rest of the debauches went to seek help from Li Wangyu. They knew that Li Wangyu would be recruiting academicians and teaching assistants at the Imperial College today. The debauches rushed to the Imperial College, but there was nothing there. Li Wangyu had already gone to Peace Lane with Pai Lupi, and the others to drink with prostitutes. Notice Peace Lane was filled with hundreds of brothels. Where could they find Li Wangyu and the others? Just as the debauches were frantically searching Peace Lane, Fang Yai's sharp eyes caught sight of Niu Wu and the others waiting for his Lang Jun outside the brothel. Only then did he find Li Wangyu and rush to Union Hospital to save Chang Chumo's life. Listening to Fang Yai's narration of the entire incident, Li Wangyu was at a loss for words. Brother Chumo is really unlucky. Chang Chumo had almost died from his injuries. This was truly a case of failing to act cool. He was truly at a loss for words. Li Wangyu also understood that this matter was an accident, and it would be a little unreasonable to blame the Goguryo envoy for it. After all, Chang Chumo was the one who shot the arrow. After it was knocked away, he actually injured himself. There was no way he could explain this matter. However, Li Wangyu was a person who would side with those close to him. Since the one who was injured was Chang Chumo, the Goguryans were naturally the ones at fault. This matter had to be settled. Isn't that so? Brother Chumo is truly unlucky to the extreme. But if there's anyone to blame, it should be that Goguryan. If not for him being so meddlesome, Brother Chumo wouldn't have suffered such injuries, Fang Yai said furiously. Chai Lingwu said sinisterly, "No matter what, we've lost today. But this matter isn't over yet." That's only natural. Those Goguryans and those damn Dongying people don't even think about escaping. The silk pants looked as though they were about to swallow someone whole. To them, today's matter was a complete loss of face. How could they possibly be willing to let this matter rest? Li Wangyu nodded as he pondered over how he should resolve this matter. If he were to bring this matter out in the open, Chang Chumo and the other silk pants might not be able to vent their anger. After all, Pai Lupi still cared about his face. Some things could be done in private, but they couldn't be brought out in the open. And Pai Lupi couldn't possibly issue an edict to arrest the Goguryan envoy just because Chang Chumo was injured. Just as he was pondering over the matter, Lu Shunwei suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "The little duke is awake." Chapter 744. Lu Shunwei's words made everyone overjoyed. They looked up and saw Chang Chumo lying on the emergency bed. His eyelids were trembling slightly, and it seemed that he was about to wake up. "Brother Chumo, you're awake. You scared us to death." Although Chang Chumo had woken up, his face was pale, his hands and feet were cold, and his breathing was rapid. These were all common symptoms of hemorrhagic shock. However, this fellow had the appearance of Chang Yaojin, and his body was unbelievably strong. Even after waking up, his voice was still full of energy. When Chang Chumo was first sent to Union Hospital, he was still conscious and knew that he was in the hospital. He opened his eyes and looked at the group of playboys. He grinned and said, "I thought I was going to die. Wahaha, it seems that I'm still alive. Even the king of hell won't accept me." "Bah, you're still alive, my ass. If Zio didn't come in time and pull you back from the king of hell, I'm afraid that we would have to hold a funeral for you today." This was Yuchi Baolin's big mouth. She didn't hide her blabbering. Everyone was speechless. How could this child not know how to speak human language? Chang Chumo turned his head in surprise and noticed Li Wangyu lying next to him. He looked down at the chicken intestine used for blood transfusion and asked in confusion, "Zio, what are you doing? You're injured too? Why are you lying next to me?" Before Li Wangyu could answer, the other hedonistic sons beside him started to explain. "Zio is giving you a blood transfusion. Brother Chumo, you have lost too much blood. Both Mr. Treasure and Lu Fingyu were helpless. But Zio said that he would give his blood to you to save your life. I did not expect that he really pulled Brother Chumo back from the gates of hell." "Yes, Madame Su said that Brother Chumo and Zio have the same hunting blood type. His blood can be given to you to prolong your life." TSK, I really opened my eyes today. It turns out that blood can be given to others. Brother Chumo, you have to thank Zio properly. Chang Chumo heard this and carefully looked at the chicken intestine that was still bleeding between the two of them. He couldn't help but be moved. "Ziyu, how do you want me to repay you for saving my life?" Chang Chumo's eyes reddened and his voice choked with sobs. Li Wangyu laughed and said, "Chumo-gu, you and I call each other brothers. You are treating me like an outsider. If little brother is in trouble, would elder brothers leave little brother in the lurch? It's just giving some blood to Chumo-gu, it's nothing." This was not Li Wangyu being modest. To him and his beautiful boss, donating blood to save people was not a big deal at all. Voluntary blood donation, the selfless contribution of one's own blood to social welfare, had long been commonplace in the later generations. But in the eyes of the Tang, passing one's blood into another's body to save one's life was the same as passing over one's vitality and lifespan. This was no longer as simple as saving his life. In the eyes of Chang Chumo and the others, Li Wangyu's blood flowed in Chang Chumo's body, which was equivalent to giving him a new lease on life. The body, hair, and skin were all given to one's parents. But now that Chang Chumo's body had Li Wangyu's blood, it went without saying what this meant. "Ziyu, I can't thank you enough. Big brother won't say anything more. In short, big brother's life belongs to you, there is no objection. In the future, if Zio needs my life, just take it. If I, Chang Chumo, hesitate in the slightest, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Chang Chumo gnashed his teeth and swore. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Chang Chumo's solemn expression, but the foppish sons Zhang Baozong, Lu Shunwei, and the others all nodded, as if it was only natural. "Chumo-gu, you are too serious. There is no need to." Li Wangyu waved his hand and was about to say something when the door of the emergency room was suddenly pushed open. "What's serious? This father Chuemo, this bastard is right about this. Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuliang, Cheng Chubi. Remember this, Li Wangyu is our Cheng family's benefactor from now on. His words are my words. If any of you three brothers dare to disobey, don't blame me for beating you to death." The one who spoke was the old bastard Chang Yaojin. Behind him were the two brothers, Chang Chuliang and Cheng Chubi, who looked very excited. Obviously, Chang Yaojin had heard what everyone had said in the emergency room. Chang Yaojin strode into the emergency room. He didn't even bother to look at his son. His eyes fell on the chicken intestine used for the blood transfusion. "Ziyu, I won't waste words. Just as this bastard Cheng Chumo said, his life is yours from now on. This brat is lucky. If it weren't for you giving your life to him, my Duke Lu's mansion would have to hold a funeral for this bastard." Chang Yaojin scolded Cheng Chumo as a bastard, making Li Wangyu grin. If Cheng Chumo was a bastard, then wouldn't Cheng Yaojin be a bastard? There was no one else who could scold themselves so loudly. Su Chongqing found it funny. She looked at the bucket used to calculate the amount of blood transfusion. She estimated that there was almost a bottle of mineral water in it. She said, "Wangyu, it's about time. There's about 500 milliliters of water in this bucket." Li Wangyu nodded and motioned for Lu Xinwei to help him, and Chang Chumo removed the blood transfusion needles. Chai Linggu and the others quickly came forward and asked, "Ziyu, do you still need us to continue transfusing blood for Brother Chumo?" Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and shook his head. "It's too risky for others to transfuse blood. Since Brother Chumo has already woken up and is not in danger for the time being, it's better to observe him first. Let Mr. Treasure and Mr. Shunwei prescribe some medicine to restore blood and slowly recuperate. Direct blood transfusion without any treatment could only be used as a last resort for emergency treatment. After all, the risk was too high. If there was a hemolytic reaction, then it would be over. Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei also nodded. That's right. The young duke's pulse is stable. The previous wound has already been sutured and stopped bleeding. Li Wangyu had just sat up from the hospital bed. Before he could get off the bed, Chang Yaojin's large palm slapped him hard on the shoulder. Wahahaha, Ziyu, you little brat are really the reincarnation of an ancient almighty. You even know how to use blood transfusion to save lives. I've really opened my eyes. Come, let's go to P Square. I'll treat you to a drink. We won't go back until we're drunk. Li Wangyu was almost slapped back to the hospital bed. This old hooligan was simply biting the hand that fed him. Still want to drink? Drink your sister. I just gave 500 milliliters of blood to your son, and you actually want to drag me to a drink? Are you afraid that I won't die quickly enough? I'm offering my blood to your son, not wine. Uncle Chang, there's no need to drink. This nephew has given his blood, so I can't drink wine during this period of time. Cheng Yevden glared. Can't drink wine? Very well, Cheng Chuliang, Cheng Chubi. Come over and help your elder brother. Kowtow to Ziyu and thank him for saving your lives. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi didn't say anything else and knelt down with a plop. They wanted to kowtow to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was so scared that he quickly jumped off the hospital bed and tried to pull the two brothers up. Chuliang, Chubi, what are you doing? Quickly get up. Don't listen to Uncle Cheng's nonsense. However, Li Wangyu's small body couldn't pull Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi up. These two brothers were as strong as calves. They didn't care what Li Wangyu said. They very happily kowtowed 3 times to Li Wangyu, knocking their heads against the floor. Chapter 745. Li Wangyu could not stop the two brothers, Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi, so he could only accept the big gift from them for his elder brother. In the emergency room, after a lot of noise, Zhang Baozong was ready to arrange for someone to send Chang Chumo to the ward and ask someone to get the medicine for him. Brother Chumo, you can rest assured and stay in the hospital for a while. With Mr. Baozong's treatment, I think you will recover soon. Union Hospital naturally had a special ward for hospitalization. Li Wangyu considered the needs of the officials and nobles in Chang'an City, so he specially arranged for a VIP ward. The furnishings and nurses serving the patients were carefully selected. Chang Chumo waved his hand casually and said, "It's just a small injury. I was accidentally bitten by an arrow in my stomach. It's nothing. It's no big deal. I'm not used to living in this hospital. The smell of medicine makes me uncomfortable. I better go back to my mansion. There are maids to serve me. Zio, you don't need to worry." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the emergency room was pushed open. Several young and beautiful women in white nurse uniforms came in and bowed to everyone. "Greetings, County Earl Quan, High Duke Lu, and all the young dukes. I'm a nurse of the hospital. Mr. Baozong ordered us to send young Duke Chang to the ward to take care of him." These young ladies were the nurses of Union Medical College Hospital. Of course, there was no nurse profession in the Tang dynasty. Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong were very surprised and puzzled when Li Wangyu proposed to have nurses to take care of the patients' families in the Union Hospital. Although there were many female doctors in the various TV series of later generations, in fact, there were more records of women practicing medicine until the Song dynasty. Before that, they were rare and very rare. As for women taking care of patients' families, it was even more impossible. Even though Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong were both national medical masters, they did not know about nursing patients' families at all. Huaxia had limited medical resources since ancient times, so they naturally did not know much about nursing. Doctors had always been responsible for seeing patients, and the responsibility of taking care of patients was done by the patients' families. "Zio, what's a nurse?" Sun Simiao asked in confusion. Rubbing his nose, Li Wangyu embarrassedly smiled. "A nurse is someone who specializes in taking care of patients." "Then why are you recruiting women? Wouldn't that be inconvenient?" In response to Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong's doubts, Li Wangyu could only explain that the hospital also needed to receive female patients. It would be more convenient to recruit some women to learn some basic nursing knowledge. Moreover, women were naturally more attentive than men. They were patient and caring, so it was only natural that they would be more meticulous in taking care of their patients. Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong felt that Li Wangyu's explanation made some sense, so they nodded in agreement. Actually, Li Wangyu's idea of hiring nurses was just his bad taste acting up again. In his mind, if there were no beautiful and cute nurses in the hospital, how could it be called a hospital? Of course, in the Tang dynasty, it was unrealistic to recruit decent women to be nurses in the hospital. Therefore, Li Wangyu simply spent money to buy a batch of beautiful maidservants from Chang'an West City. He threw them into the hospital and asked Zhang Baozong to find someone to teach them basic nursing knowledge, so that they could pretend to be nurses. He also specially ordered a batch of clothes according to the nurse uniforms in the future for these women to wear. In his words, they were angels in white. Naturally, they had to wear white nurse uniforms to show their status. In fact, only Li Wangyu himself knew whether it was because of the temptation of uniforms or some other reason. In short, he dared to swear to the candle that it had nothing to do with the nurse series. AVI files hidden in his computer's hard drive, an F drive in the future. His beautiful superior saw through Li Wangyu's thoughts, but she was too lazy to expose him. These nurses in Union Medical Hospital were specially selected by Li Wangyu, and their appearances were the best. After putting on the white nurse uniform, she looked even prettier. After all, as the old saying went, a woman must be beautiful and filial. It meant that if a woman wanted to be beautiful, she had to wear white. White looked clean and pure, and it also set off these women's delicateness. The group of foppish young masters stared blankly at the nurses. Their gazes kept shifting back and forth between the nurses. Chang Chumo was even more unbearable. His mouth was wide open for a long time. Now, he didn't say anything about going back home, or that he disliked the smell of the hospital's medicine. He nodded cooperatively and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to take care of me these days." After Chang Chumo was sent to the ward, the nurses in white nurse uniforms tidied up his bed, changed his clothes, served him tea and water, wiped his face with a hot towel, and asked about his well-being gently, which made the foppish men stare. After seeing Chang Chumo being served by the beautiful nurses, Fang Yai said with envy, "Damn it, if I knew that the person injured today was me, how good would it be?" His words almost caused Li Wangyu to stumble, and the other fops at the side all nodded their heads in agreement. Brother Yai is right. Brother Chumo is really lucky to have these young ladies serving him. Chai Lingwu directly asked Li Wangyu, "Zio, I also feel a little uncomfortable today. I wonder if I can stay in the hospital for a while?" These young ladies, oh no, nurses. If these nurses serve me for a while, I'm sure I can recover. Li Wangyu was so angry that he didn't even have the strength to scold them. These bastards, what did they think the hospital was? Was it a brothel in Pingkongfang or a wine shop in Shi City? Damn it, men really like the temptation of uniforms. No wonder the Japanese in the future like to film those nurse series. Chang Chumo, who was lying on the bed, didn't seem to feel the pain of his wound at all. He grinned foolishly and let the nurses handle him. After a while, Chang Chumo turned his head to Li Wangyu and said, "Zio-sai, my injury is too serious. I'm afraid I'll have to stay in the hospital for a few months." Chang Chumo's words made Li Wangyu raise his middle finger at him. "Damn it, you want to stay for a few months? Do you have any shame? This group of bastards. None of them are good people." In fact, Chang Chumo's injury wasn't serious. It was just that the arrow had pierced his abdomen. Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei had examined him and found that his abdomen wasn't injured. After the wound was sutured, he would be able to jump around again after a few days of rest. This guy's body was already ridiculously strong. Previously in the emergency room, he was still yelling about going back home. He actually had the nerve to say that he wanted to stay for a few months. Bah, I despise this kind of scum. Li Wang, you couldn't be bothered to talk to these lustful fellows. He turned his head to look at Chang Yaojin. "Uncle Chang, what do you plan to do about Brother Chumo's injury?" Hearing him mention this matter, Chang Yaojin was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table in the ward, causing the teacups to clatter. "Just now, I led my troops to surround the Honglu Temple and forced the Goguryeo diplomatic mission to hand over the culprit. Who knew that the sage would suddenly appear, and not only did he not allow me to capture the culprit, he even scolded me. Zio, you sure have a lot of ideas. Help me think of a solution. We can't let those bastards off." Chapter 746. When Li Wangyu and the other scions heard Chang Yaojin's words, black lines appeared on their foreheads. The heck? No wonder they didn't see Cheng Yaojin coming to the hospital. It turned out that this old hooligan had brought his troops to the Chamberlain of Dependencies to take down the culprit and avenge Chang Chumo. It was no wonder Pai Lupi scolded him. Even if Goguryeo and the Tang dynasty weren't on friendly terms, the Goguryeo envoy was still a foreign subject. If Cheng Yaojin were to charge into the Chamberlain of Dependencies and take away the envoy, how could the royal court preserve its face? Besides, Pai Lupi had also received a detailed report from the 100 Horsemen Department, so he knew exactly how Chang Chumo had been injured. Other than lamenting that Chang Chumo's luck was too bad, what else could Pai Lupi say? To think that the arrow he shot out would be blocked by the other party and then fly back to stab him. This was simply an unheard of miracle. Even though Pai Lupi didn't feel comfortable with this matter, he couldn't ignore it. He could only step forward to scold Cheng Yaojin and chase him away. Fortunately, Chang Chumo was saved by Li Wangyu. When the news reached the Chamberlain of Dependencies, everyone, including Pai Lupi, heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, given Cheng Yaojin's personality, if his eldest son had really died, he would have charged into the Chamberlain of Dependencies and cut off the head of the Goguryeo envoy. At that time, what could Pai Lupi do? Could he have Cheng Yaojin pay for the Goguryeo envoy's life? After pondering for a moment, Li Wangyu felt that it would be a little tricky to avenge Chang Chumo. It was difficult to bring this matter to the table. After all, it was just an accident. He and the other scions knew that Chang Chumo's arrow was aimed at the crown of the Eastern Continent's envoy, but others didn't know. In the eyes of the officials, Chang Chumo wanted to injure someone but was stopped by the Goguryeo envoy, resulting in an accident that injured himself. Under such circumstances, if the royal court still had to punish the Goguryeo envoy, where would they put their face? Does Pai Lupi not want the Khan's face anymore? Li Wangyu asked, Uncle Chang, have you found out who the person who injured Brother Chumo is? I reckon that it would be very difficult for the saint to pass down a decree to punish him. I can only find trouble with that person in private. Cheng Yaojin nodded. Even though the Goguryeo envoy is currently holed up in the Chamberlain of Dependencies, I had the head of the Chamberlain of Dependencies investigate the matter. The brat who had injured Chumo was called Yun Gaesaman, the deputy envoy of Goguryeo. His father, Yuan Taizwa, is the Eastern Lord of Goguryeo. It will be troublesome to deal with this lad. Yun Gaesaman? It was actually him. Li Wangyu's pupils constricted upon hearing this. This name was too familiar. An influential official of Goguryeo, a famous general. Later on, Yun Gaesaman had brutally killed the king of Goguryeo and usurped Goguryeo's authority as regent. More importantly, when Pai Lupi attacked Goguryeo 10 some years later, he was the one who led the troops to resist, causing Pai Lupi to suffer defeat in Liaodong. Li Wangyu narrowed his eyes as he recalled. In the 3rd year of Zhengguan, Yun Gaesaman should have been 26 years old. His father, Yuan Taizwa, was the Eastern Lord of Goguryeo, the Prime Minister of Goguryeo. He was in charge of Goguryeo's military and political affairs, wielding immense power in Goguryeo. After Yuan Taizwa's death, Yun Gaesaman took over his father's position. In the 16th year of Zhengguan, Goguryeo's king Ronglio wanted to kill Yun Gaesaman, but Yun Gaesaman lured him into killing him. Afterwards, Yun Gaesaman supported King Ronglio's nephew, Gao Zong, as the puppet king while he acted as regent. Although Yun Gaesaman had become Cao Cao, he was truly a formidable character. During his reign, the Tang dynasty had never been able to swallow up Goguryeo. It was only in the 1st year of Qianfeng, when Yun Gaesaman died and his 3 sons rebelled, allowing the Tang dynasty to finally conquer Goguryeo. Thinking back to Yun Gaesaman's life, Li Wangyu's eyes flashed. Since Yun Gaesaman had come to Chang'an, shouldn't he think of a way to get rid of him? In history, the record of Pai Lupi's conquest of Goguryeo was not very clear. In the unofficial records, it was even said that Pai Lupi had suffered an injury to his eye while conquering Goguryeo, resulting in Pai Lupi's death at the age of 50. The truth of this matter was unknown, but the failure of the conquest of Liaodong was one of the greatest failures in the life of Pai Lupi. Although Li Ji had destroyed Goguryeo and taken revenge for Pai Lupi, if Pai Lupi had personally conquered Goguryeo, would history have been different? Li Wangyu was a staunch Chinese nationalist. He believed that countries like Goguryeo had been Chinese lands since ancient times, and should naturally be conquered by the Tang dynasty. If he could get rid of Yun Gaesaman in advance, the conquest of Goguryeo would be much smoother. Perhaps in the 19th year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi might have personally conquered Liaodong and brought it under the Tang dynasty's control. Li Wangyu also had another reason for disliking Goguryeo. The Koreans of the later generations actually claimed that Goguryeo was a country established by the Koreans in history. Although Goguryeo and Goryeo only differed by a single word, they were completely unrelated. It was just that Goguryeo had once ruled the Korean peninsula. The Koreans of the later generations stubbornly believed that Goguryeo was a part of their history. Li Wangyu was naturally displeased by this. This included Yun Gaesaman, who had been hailed as a national hero by the Koreans and had even acted in a TV series. Moreover, Li Wangyu was a narrow-minded, protective, and cynical man. He didn't care if Yun Gaesaman had intentionally caused Chang Chumo's injury. In this matter, he would side with his family and not with reason, so he naturally had to help Chang Chumo vent his anger. These various reasons for his dissatisfaction naturally made Li Wangyu want to kill Yun Gaesaman. He wanted to kill this ambitious and ruthless character while he was still young in Chang'an. But although he wanted to do so, it was not easy to do so. No matter what, Yun Gaesaman was now an envoy of Goguryeo, and he couldn't just get Chang Chumo to kill him. If he really did that, Goguryeo and the Tang dynasty would immediately start fighting. But killing Yun Gaesaman in a justifiable manner seemed even more difficult. Li Wangyu thought for a long time, but he couldn't think of anything, and he couldn't help but feel rather annoyed. It wasn't like he could run to Taiji Palace and tell Pai Lupi, "Uncle, this person will be your greatest enemy in the future, so hurry and kill him." It would be strange if Pai Lupi didn't treat him like a fool. Even if Pai Lupi believed him, how could he have a justifiable reason to kill a deputy envoy of the Goguryeo diplomatic mission? This was simply impossible. Li Wangyu was even considering whether he should have Niu Yong and Niu Wu lead their troops to assassinate Yun Gaesaman in Chang'an. This idea was very tempting, but it also seemed unrealistic. After all, Yun Gaesaman had died in the Tang dynasty in Chang'an. There was no way to explain this, and Goguryeo might not let the matter go. After all, Yun Gaesaman was no ordinary person. His father was a major figure in Goguryeo's military. Since he couldn't think of anything for the time being, Li Wangyu decided to put the matter aside for now. In any case, the Goguryeo diplomatic mission would remain in Chang'an, and for several more months, so he could slowly think of a way to kill Yun Gaesaman. "Uncle Chang, this matter is truly difficult. Give your little nephew a few days to think about it." Chang Chumo nodded. After learning of Yun Gaesaman's identity, he also found this matter troublesome, so he did not force Li Wangyu to immediately think of a solution. Chang Chumo stayed in Union Hospital to recover from his injuries. Li Wangyu had given Chang Chumo quite a bit of blood today and felt rather tired, so he bid farewell and returned to his residence to rest. Today's matter quickly spread throughout Chang'an, and Li Wangyu became famous once more. Chapter 747. There was almost no secret in Chang'an. Even though the transmission of information in this era was shockingly slow, it did not affect the spread of gossip at the speed of light. Whether it was Lu Guogong's eldest son who was accidentally injured and dying, or Li Wangyu, the Count of Huxian, who used the magic to save people through blood transfusion, it was enough to make the officials and the common people in Chang'an and talk about it for a long time. As for Chang Chumo's injury, no one cared. At most, they sighed at his bad luck. However, the more the news about Li Wangyu's blood transfusion, the more mysterious it became. After all, whether it was cutting open Crown Prince Li Chengqian's abdomen to treat intestinal congestion or performing a cesarean section on a pregnant woman, it was not as mysterious as before because of the Union Hospital. Now both Zhang Baozong and Lu Shunwei, under the guidance of Sun Simiao, had mastered the medical skill of cutting open a patient's abdomen. Since the establishment of the Union Hospital, it had treated many patients with appendicitis and dystocia, so it was not as magical as before. At least, it was not regarded as a magic. However, although the doctors of the Tang dynasty did not know how to save people through blood transfusion, at least it was recorded in the ancient books. Bianc even did a craniotomy for Chow Chow. But it was different this time. Saving people through blood transfusion was not heard of in the ancient books of the medical school. In the eyes of the Tang people, it was not in the category of medical skills. It was completely a magic. Not to mention how the illiterate common people on the street believed in Li Wangyu. Even the officials in the imperial court and the aristocratic families were not shocked. After the people confirmed the authenticity of the blood transfusion, they also regarded Li Wangyu as a god. Even Wang Renyu Zhengyuanshou, and the others who had retired but still lived in Chang, and began to regret it when they learned about this. They should not have made their relationship with Li Wangyu so bad. After all, even if they were the heads of the 5 families and still had noble status after retirement, they were still human. Human beings ate grains and human beings died of old age. If they were on good terms with that county count Li Wangyu, when they fell seriously ill in the future, wouldn't they be able to go to Li Wangyu's house to seek medical treatment? Wouldn't they be able to ask Li Wangyu for help and save their lives? Compared to their lives, it was unwise to offend Li Wangyu for the sake of personal feelings. Speaking of Huaxia, the rich and powerful had always been conflicted. On one hand, they were afraid of death and wanted to live forever. On the other hand, they had also degraded the status of doctors. Other than famous doctors like Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong, ordinary doctors were considered low-class in ancient China. Han Yu wrote in Shishua, "Shamans and musicians are masters of 100 arts. Gentlemen despise them. Now their wisdom is beyond our reach." How strange. Doctors were classified as workers, and their status was much lower than that of the scholar officials. They were people that were despised by the noblemen. From this, one could see the social atmosphere at that time. Sun Simiao was not only a doctor, but also a Taoist priest. That was why Pai Lupi valued him so much that he wanted to invite him to Chang, and confer him the title of nobility. Zhang Baozong was not only a famous doctor, but also a man who was well-read. It could be said that most of the famous doctors in Huaxia were not ordinary people, so they were respected. Those ordinary doctors, on the other hand, had low status and were not valued. They were lowly people. Wang Renyu and the others could look down on doctors. After all, even if they looked down on these doctors, once they fell ill, these doctors would not dare to not treat them seriously. But Li Wangyu was different. He was the county magistrate who founded the country, the nephew of the sage, and the imperial tutor of the crown prince. Who would dare to force him to treat their own illness? Not to mention how regretful Wang Renyu and the others were when they learned of this matter. Even Empress Zhongsun and Pai Lupi in Taiji Palace were shocked when they learned of this matter. In Li Main Hall, Empress Zhongsun teased the swaddled Li Ji while saying to Pai Lupi, "Erlang, did Zio really use his own blood to save Cheng Chumo?" Pai Lupi nodded. "That's right. Not only did the 100 Horsemen Department report this matter in detail, I also asked Jijia. He saw this matter with his own eyes. Lu Fingyu also reported this matter to me. Cheng Chumo, that bastard, was shot in the abdomen by his own arrow. When he was sent to Union Hospital, he was already bleeding profusely. Zhang Baozong and Lu Fingyu were helpless. After Zio left, he gave his own blood to Cheng Chumo and saved that kid's life." Speaking of which, Cheng Chumo's life was really good. Not only did he manage to keep his life, but from now on Zio's blood flows in his body. Guanyin maid, think about it, who is Zio? He is the blood of our Li Tang clan. Humph, Cheng Chumo, that bastard got lucky. After Empress Zhongsun heard this, she sucked in a breath of cold air. "Erlang, everyone says that Zio is the reincarnation of a celestial being. Seems that this is true. Otherwise, how could he know the method of blood transfer?" She lowered her head to look at Li Ji in her arms and couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, Erlang had a way to make Chang Qian and Qin Ke take Zio as their master. When Ji Nu is a bit older, Erlang should also have Zio take him in and teach him well. Aha, that's natural. Speaking of which, Zio, Chang Qian, Qin Ke, and Ji Nu are all brothers who haven't gone beyond 5 generations. If he doesn't pass on his skills to Chang Qian and the others, how can it be justified? I also plan to have Li Ku, Li Yu, and the others go to the academy to study. The task of teaching the crown prince and the princes will all be given to Zio. I want to see if this kid dares to not do his best. Pai Lupi laughed loudly. Empress Zhongsun covered her mouth and laughed lightly. How can there be an uncle like you, wholeheartedly scheming against your own nephew? Guanyin maid, it's not like you don't know. That kid is very tired. If I didn't force him, he would definitely be happy to hide in that Dingzhou village and be the Xiaoyao County Count. This kid has so much skill and talent, but he is willing to waste it like this. How can I do as he wishes? As an emperor, Pai Lupi was naturally wary of his subjects. After all, the throne moved people's hearts. Back then, in order to sit on the throne, he had viciously and mercilessly killed his brother and father before ascending to the throne. Among the Li Tang clan relatives, those who had some ability all obediently handed over their military power in order to avoid being targeted by Pai Lupi. They didn't dare to interfere with government affairs. Zhao County Prince Li Shaogong had the title of Minister of the Imperial Clan Temple, but he could only indulge in the singing and dancing of beauties. He was afraid that Pai Lupi would be wary of him. However, Pai Lupi was not afraid of Li Wangyu at all. Not only was he not afraid, but he also wanted Li Wangyu to become an official and serve the court. Pai Lupi's eyes were quite sharp when it came to judging people. He had already completely seen through Li Wangyu's character. This was a tired person. Not to mention that it was impossible for him to usurp power. Even if he abdicated the throne to him, he would probably find it troublesome and run as far away as possible. Pai Lupi naturally liked this kind of capable and unambitious subject the most. Therefore, the more Li Wangyu didn't want to become an official, the more Pai Lupi wanted to force him to become an official and serve the court in the Tang dynasty. When Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun were scheming against Li Wangyu in Taiji Palace, they didn't know that Li Wangyu had caused trouble again. Chapter 748. Chang Chumo was injured and hospitalized. Li Wangyu and the other playboys naturally went to the hospital to accompany him every day. Li Wangyu didn't know what these playboys were thinking. He was afraid that if he didn't go, this bastard would really treat the hospital as a brothel. She bought those beautiful maidservants and spent a lot of effort to train them into nurses who knew how to take care of people. She didn't want them to be defiled by these filthy rich men. Chang Chumo stayed in the hospital for 3 days. After Zhang Baozong examined him, he felt that he was fine and could be discharged home. However, this guy didn't seem to want to leave at all. He still shamelessly stayed in the hospital. Li Wangyu was so angry that he wanted to kick this scourge out of the hospital. D*MN. Not only did he not receive any hospitalization fee, but he also had to eat and drink well. When he was bored, he had to come to the hospital to accompany him to play. Li Wangyu felt that saving a life was better than building a 7-floor pagoda. He simply saved an ancestor. A group of playboys gathered in the ward, playing mahjong and playing cards. It was very lively. Li Wangyu, Chang Chumo, and Fang Yai were playing cards on the hospital bed. A beautiful nurse, no more than 14 or 15 years old, pushed the door and came in to give Chang Chumo a bowl of medicine. "Young master, here is your medicine." "Pair of 5, okay, I'll drink it right away." After Chang Chumo threw out his cards, he didn't care what cards Li Wangyu played. He reached out and took the bowl of medicine. Li Wangyu's eyes were sharp. He immediately saw that this guy was using the opportunity of reaching out to take the medicine to touch the nurse's soft body. The nurse's cheeks suddenly turned red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. D*MN, he really thought that he didn't exist. He actually took advantage of the nurse's tofu. If it was in the future, Chang Chumo, this bastard, dared to take advantage of the nurse's tofu, he would have been splashed with a bowl of medicine and slapped in the face. But this was the great Tang, and these maidservants had no human rights to speak of. Not to mention just touching her little hand. Even if Chang Chumo wanted her to serve him in bed, this little nurse would not dare to say no. Fortunately, although Chang Chumo and his group were lecherous, they were not bastards. As for these servant girls, he would only tease them verbally and take advantage of them. He would not force them to do anything against their will. Chang Chumo raised his head to finish the medicine and reluctantly watched the shy nurse leave. He then sighed to Li Wang. "Zio, the nurses in your hospital are all beautiful. Why don't you give me a few?" Feng Ai nodded as well. Daki 1-7. "I also think that these nurses are much better than the concubines in the mansion." Li Wangyu's face twitched a few times. Suppressing the urge to beat these 2 bastards to death, he glanced at the nurse who closed the door and left. He didn't understand what was so attractive about this immature girl with no breasts or buttocks. Speaking of which, the Tang people were a little lolicon. Most of their wives were women of this age. When they were over 20 years old, they would despise others for being old. "A pair of A's, I can't afford it." Li Wangyu glanced at the nurse's chest and couldn't help but blurt out. What pair of A's? I gave a pair of 7. Zio, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Feng Ai was puzzled. Li Wangyu snickered. This was a joke that even the veterans in the future knew, but Chang Chumo and his group naturally didn't. He didn't explain either. He still wanted to maintain his image. He couldn't explain to this group of foppish men what a cup size was and what a ABCDF size was. Nothing, I'm wrong. A pair of 10. The nurses in this hospital, you perverts, don't even think about it. Go as far away as you can. Chang Chumo, Feng Ai, Chai Linggu, and the others were not angry. Instead, they laughed. Zio, I didn't know that you were quite affectionate. You're so protective of these young ladies. Aren't you afraid that Lady Su will be jealous? Feng Ai teased. Ever since Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing broke through the last line of defense on New Year's Eve of the second year of Zhengguan, even a blind person could see the intimacy between the two, let alone the foppish men close to him. Towards Lady Su, the foppish men now admired her. Originally, the foppish men thought that Lady Su wasn't suitable to marry Li Wangyu as a wife. At most, she could be a concubine. After all, everyone knew that her so-called identity as Li Wangyu's cousin was fake. What kind of identity did Li Wangyu have? He was the founding county earl of the current dynasty, the nephew of a saint, and the imperial tutor of the crown prince. How could he marry a woman with an unknown identity? With Li Wangyu's identity and status, if he wanted to marry, he would naturally marry a princess of the imperial family, a princess of the imperial family, a daughter of the first wife of a duke, or a daughter of the first wife of a noble family, or a daughter of the first wife of a noble family. These foppish men also had many sisters in their families. Originally, they also thought about marrying their sisters to Li Wangyu, so that the relationship between the two sides would be closer. Not only did their families have such thoughts, but the foppish men also knew that Her Highness the Empress in the palace seemed to want to arrange a marriage for Li Wangyu. However, the foppish men had been in contact with Su Chongqing for a long time, so they knew how powerful Lady Su was. Whether it was Lady Su's way of dealing with people or managing the family's finances, her methods were not comparable to that of an ordinary noble lady. Lai Hot's profitable businesses were all in Lady Su's hands. This was not something that anyone could do. After the foppish men secretly compared their sisters with Lady Su, they did not hesitate to kill the idea of marrying Li Wangyu. Not to mention whether Li Wangyu was willing or not, even if their sisters married into the Li family, they were afraid that they would be played to death by Lady Su. The two sides were not at the same level at all. In the past, when Li Wangyu was building toilets, Lady Su could silently kidnap all the noble ladies in Chang'an City, from Empress Zhongsun to the young ladies in the noble mansions, to Dingzhou village. This made Pai Lupi and the other officials and nobles feel very embarrassed. From this, one could see how powerful this woman was. Therefore, the foppish men also believed that Lady Su would definitely be the official wife of the county earl, and no one could take her away. They were also rather respectful towards Su Chongqing on normal days. In the eyes of the foppish men, Lady Su's only shortcoming was that she was a bit older and had no background to rely on. However, marrying a woman who was so good at managing the household would bring prosperity to the family. This was the principle of marrying a virtuous wife and marrying a concubine. Moreover, Lady Su's appearance was so outstanding. The foppish men also knew that Li Wangyu was a bit of a henpecked, so they often teased him about it. Li Wangyu could only raise his middle finger at the foppish men's teasing to show his disdain. These bastards, how could they know the pain in the hearts of men in the future? That was an era when men had to think of all kinds of ways to hide their money. Compared to those men in the future, he was already so fortunate. Chapter 749. Li Wangyu's disdain made the foppish young masters laugh even louder. Cheng Chumo guffawed. Zio, you're really a disgrace to the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Being so henpecked when you're not even married isn't what a man should do. Feng Yai also teased. That's right, that's the case. No matter how powerful Madame Su is, she can't make you so afraid of her, can she? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes so hard that they almost reached the sky. It's fine if others say this, but Feng Yai, you have the nerve to say it? Bah, shameless. Everyone knows that the word jealousy was coined by your old Feng. Needless to say, Feng Yai is a cuckold. Princess Gaoyang is having an affair with Bianji, and he's still helping to keep a lookout for her. He glanced sideways at Fang Yai. In a few more years, this guy will probably be able to graze flocks of cattle and sheep on the grassland. However, these were things that had yet to happen, so Li Wangyu naturally couldn't use this to attack Fang Yai. He could only pretend that he didn't hear him. In any case, Li Wangyu was already thanking the heavens that his beautiful boss could tolerate Aphrodite's existence. Moreover, his beautiful boss also seemed to tacitly approve of that lowly parent. Although he hadn't gotten a taste of her yet, what more could he ask for as a white-collar loser of the modern era? In his opinion, this was already an impossible miracle. How could he dare to ask for more when he had already gotten such a huge advantage? Although this matter was really embarrassing in the eyes of Chang Chumo and the other hedonists, the Tang dynasty was a true patriarchal society, and Li Wangyu's henpecked behavior was simply a joke. Although these hedonists weren't married yet, they had several concubines serving them in their manners, and each of them was a veteran in the field of flowers. Compared to them, Li Wangyu was as pure as a little white flower. However, this bastard Chang Chumo mocked him. That was simply intolerable. This guy was eating and drinking his own food, yet he didn't pay his hospitalization fees. Now he even dared to mock him. How hateful. Brother Chumo, don't laugh at me. The news that you failed to act tough and got raped has spread all over Chang'an. Young Duke of Duke Lu's mansion, Tefese, you've lost all face this time, and you still have the nerve to criticize me? The matter of an accidental injury was now Chang Chumo's reverse scale, and could not be touched lightly. With Li Wangyu's ridicule, Chang Chumo was naturally annoyed. He stopped playing cards and threw away the cards in his hand. With a strange cry, he pounced on Li Wangyu and pressed him down on the hospital bed, ravaging him for a while. Of course, Chang Chumo wasn't really angry. It was just that Li Wangyu had exposed his shortcomings and he wanted to vent his anger. Not only did Fang Yai and the others not help Li Wangyu out of this predicament, but they were also laughing and joking on the side, encouraging Chang Chumo to teach this kid a lesson. Li Wangyu immediately regretted it. He should not have provoked Chang Chumo, this animal. With his small body, how could he be a match for a beast like Chang Chumo? He couldn't run away even if he wanted to, so he could only beg for mercy. However, he was still ravaged by Chang Chumo for a long time. His clothes and hair were ruined before he was released. Looking at his messy hair, Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. He could only call a nurse to comb his hair. The thing he hated the most was combing his hair every day. Fortunately, Perrin and Aphrodite were taking care of him. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to take care of his long hair. It was really a pain in the ass for a grown man to have long hair. Moreover, there was no floating sea hair or conditioner in the Tang dynasty. Long hair was not only difficult to wash but also difficult to take care of. It had been more than a year since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, but Li Wangyu still didn't know how to comb his hair. It was really a pain in the ass. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of being too unconventional, he really wanted to cut his hair and relax. The nurse shyly combed Li Wangyu's hair and stole glances at Li Wangyu's face from time to time. Her face blushed and she looked shy and lovely, ready to be picked by anyone. Seeing the young lady like this, the wastrel smiled even more wretchedly and kept winking at Li Wangyu. Naturally, they were telling him that the young lady had fallen for him. Li Wangyu didn't care about these bastards at all. He sat there motionlessly and let the nurse comb his hair again. Then he immediately sent her away. Seeing Li Wangyu so unromantic, the wastrel smiled even more brilliantly and mischievously. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with them. He turned to Chang Chumo and said, "Brother Chumo, speaking of which, that young Gaisaman isn't bad. He was actually able to deflect your arrow." When Chang Chumo heard this, he was filled with anger. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph, that Gogrian brat was just lucky. This daddy only wanted to scare those Dongying people, and didn't even pull the bowstring. Otherwise, how could he have deflected my arrow? When this daddy recovers, I'll go look for that Gogrian brat." Hee brother Chumo, it won't be easy for you to take revenge. Yun Gaisaman is the deputy envoy of the Gogrian diplomatic mission, and His Majesty has also spoken. This matter can't be blamed on him. Let alone you, even Uncle Chang can't do anything to that Yun Gaisaman. What can you do? Li Wangyu shrugged. Chang Chumo glared at him. This daddy doesn't care. In any case, I have to take revenge. Zio, you can't just sit by and watch, right? Big Brother has made a huge mistake this time. If I don't take revenge, how will Big Brother continue to live in Chang'an City? The other wastrels also began to clamor. Right, Zio, we can't just let this matter go. Big Brother will have to rely on you. No matter what, you have to think of a way to help Brother Chumo vent his anger. Li Wangyu opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Why would he bring up Yan Geisaman for no reason? Wasn't he just making trouble for himself? He had been racking his brains over the last few days, but he still couldn't think of a way to justifiably kill Yan Geisaman. Killing Yan Geisaman was easy, but not provoking a backlash from Goguryeo was extremely difficult. Li Wangyu could only try to change the topic. Let this little brother think about this matter. In any case, I won't let Brother Chumo get injured for nothing. Right, after Brother Chumo recovers, how about we go hunting? As soon as the topic of fun was brought up, the Silk Pants immediately became interested. Hunting is fine, but Zio, forget it. Haha, with your archery skills, I'm afraid you'll shoot a hole in Brother Chumo's stomach, Fang Yai said with a smile. Chai Lingwu also laughed and patted Li Wangyu on the shoulder. Little brother Yai is right. Zio, you can go hunting, but you shouldn't use your bow. Your archery skills are truly unfathomable. Zio's archery skills are truly unfathomable. In Chang'an, everyone says that Uncle Zhao's archery skills are poor, but they don't know that Zio's archery skills are truly world-shaking. Haha. That's exactly how it is. Last time I taught this kid how to shoot, he was only 50 paces away from the target. Quite a few girls in Chang'an can hit him at this distance. But Zio shot 10 arrows and guess what happened? That target is actually very clean, not even a single arrow. Li Wangyu's face instantly darkened. Fuck, wasn't it just that his archery skills were a little lacking? To think that these bastards would laugh at him like this. Uncle could tolerate this, but not Aunt. He straightened his neck and boasted shamelessly. Isn't it just archery? That's nothing at all. It was just that this little brother was too lazy to hit the target. Chapter 750. Li Wangyu said that he was too lazy to hit the target, but that was pure bragging. In fact, he simply had no fate with archery. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to learn it. The main problem was that his body was too thin and weak. Even though Li Wangyu had been consciously exercising for a year after he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he was still weak. He couldn't even pull a bow that was half a stone long, let alone a bow that was 1 stone long. If he could not draw the bow, he naturally could not stably aim at the target. Therefore, the arrows he shot were all crooked and unpredictable. As for where he would hit, it was really unpredictable. Originally, he had asked Niu Wu to teach him how to shoot, and the other playboys had also taught him, but they all failed. Li Wangyu had already given up on shooting. In any case, he had made up his mind to not participate in anything related to archery in the future. Just now he had casually said that he was going to hunt, but the playboys kept laughing at him. Therefore, he stubbornly said that he was too lazy to hit the target. But who didn't know his background? Listening to his bragging, everyone laughed even louder. Li Wangyu's face twitched a few times. If it was not for the fact that he could not beat this group of playboys, he really wanted to beat them up to vent his anger. Haha, what a good too lazy to hit the target. Ziyu, do you want to make a bet? The next time you go hunting, if you can hit a prey with an arrow, we will do whatever you want us to do. But if you can't hit the target, we brothers don't want any more. In this hospital, we will give each of us a nurse, okay? Chung Chumo rolled his eyes and said. When the group of playboys heard this, they all applauded and cheered. Yes, that's right. Since you are so confident in your archery skills, how about you make a bet with us brothers? Hey, Brother Chumo's suggestion is very good. Ziyu, don't say that we are bullying you. This is what you said, do you dare to make a bet? When Li Wangyu heard this, his face immediately darkened. F*ck, this group of immoral things, don't they know that when you hit someone, don't hit their face, and when you scold someone, don't expose their shortcomings? I'm just bragging. Do you have to be so serious? However, Li Wangyu did not intend to admit defeat. After pondering for a while, he asked, is it enough to shoot the prey with an arrow? Can I use a crossbow? In Li Wangyu's opinion, aiming with a crossbow was much simpler. After all, the bowstring of the crossbow did not need to be strung after it was drawn, so he could calmly focus on aiming. No matter how powerful the crossbow was, As long as the trigger was pulled, it would immediately fire. This was similar to the shooting method of firearms. Li Wangyu still had some confidence in this. After all, although he hadn't touched a real gun many times in the future, at least he had used an air gun to shoot balloons in the park. The accuracy was still passable. Li Wangyu didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to hit his prey after trying a few more times with the crossbow. His words caused the foppish sons to hesitate. Everyone knew that a crossbow was easier to aim than a bow. If he used a crossbow, perhaps this kid would really be able to hit his prey. Chang Chumo hesitated, not knowing whether to agree or not. However, Fang Yai immediately replied, "Of course you can use a crossbow, but there is a condition. You have to string it yourself. If Niu Wu helps you string it, it won't count." Chai Lingwu gave Fang Yai a thumbs up. "Brother Yai, good, really good. Haha, won't your words anger Zio to death? He can't even draw a half-stone bow. How can he have the strength to string a crossbow?" "Haha, that's right. Zio, if you can string the crossbow by yourself and don't need anyone's help, it will count." Chang Chumo laughed evilly. The foppish sons laughed again. Of course, they were laughing at Li Wangyu's pitiful strength. In the Tang dynasty army, there were a total of 7 types of military crossbows. They were the Jianzhong crossbow, the horn crossbow, the wooden crossbow, the large wooden crossbow, the bamboo crossbow, and the Fuyuan crossbow. Of these 7 types of crossbows, only the first 2, the Jianzhong crossbow and the horn crossbow, were individual crossbows. The Jianzhong crossbow was used by infantry, and the horn crossbow was used by cavalry. In the era of cold weapons, the Tang dynasty was probably the dynasty that paid the least attention to crossbows. The ratio of crossbowmen to soldiers was the lowest, less than 10%. Moreover, these crossbowmen also had to fight in close quarters. For example, the invincible Mo swordsmen were also crossbowmen. When facing an enemy, after 2 rounds of crossbow arrows, they would have to abandon the crossbow and switch to swords to fight in close quarters. The main reason for this was that crossbows had a low firing rate and high manufacturing cost. Although crossbowmen's training was simple and their accuracy was higher than that of bows and arrows, the requirements for pulling the string were higher. It took a longer time, so the firing rate was naturally lower. Moreover, the structure of crossbows was complicated, and the technical content and manufacturing costs were higher. Compared to bows and arrows, the advantages of crossbows were not that great. The Tang dynasty did not lack war horses. In a situation where a large number of cavalry were equipped, bows were naturally better than crossbows. However, crossbows were also very powerful. Even in the Tang dynasty, which paid the least attention to crossbows, there were famous Huainan crossbowmen, Zhanghuai crossbowmen, and Zhujiang crossbowmen. Among them, the Zhanghuai crossbowmen were the most famous. In the history of the Tang dynasty, there were once 500 Zhanghuai crossbowmen guarding a city. They were fearless in the face of 50,000 enemy troops. According to the history books, bandits of Jidin drove brave soldiers up the city walls. The hidden crossbows in the city were fired, and all of them were killed. In the end, they forced the tens of thousands of enemy troops to retreat. They were regarded as the elite troops of the Tang dynasty. Although crossbows were good, the pulling force required to pull the string was even higher than that of bows and arrows. For example, the crossbows used by the Tang soldiers could not be pulled without the strength of 2 stones. Although it was possible to pull the string with one's feet and use the strength of one's whole body to pull the string, it was impossible. However, the debauches were certain that even if Li Wangyu used all of his strength, he wouldn't be able to string the crossbow with his small body. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was also in a difficult position. His original plan was to let Niu Wu or Fu Zhongchu help him pull the string. He only needed to aim and shoot. However, he did not expect Fang Yai to block this loophole. "Ziyu, aren't your brothers loyal enough? We even agreed to let you use the crossbow. Even if Ziyu shot a rabbit, it would be your win. How about it?" Chang Chumo continued to laugh. He was certain that Li Wangyu would not dare to make this bet with them, so he deliberately said this. The playboys all knew that Li Wangyu was good at everything except for his weak body. It was rare to have a chance to ridicule this kid. How could they not seize the opportunity? Chai Lingwu, Fang Yai, and the others also chimed in one after another, opening their mouths to mock Li Wangyu, making Li Wangyu extremely depressed. Just as he did not know how to answer, The door of the ward was pushed open again. A nurse came in with a basin of water. "Young Duke, Mr. Treasure ordered this servant to help you clean your wounds." Chang Chumo didn't continue to taunt Li Wangyu, and ran up to the nurse with a cheeky smile on his face. He took the opportunity to help the nurse with the basin and deliberately took advantage of the nurse. "Aya, how can a weak little girl like you do such a strenuous job? Put it aside, I'll do it myself. The next time you go to the well to draw water, remember to call me. The wheels of the well are heavy. I don't want to tire you little girls out." Chang Chumo's words made Li Wangyu stare and slap his thigh. "Wahahaha. I'll make this bet with you." Chapter 751. Li Wangyu's sudden words stunned all the wastrels. Chang Chumo turned his head and asked, "Ziyu, what did you say?" Li Wangyu had a mysterious smile on his face. I said I'll take this bet. Give me 10 days, then we'll go into the mountains to hunt. I'll use a crossbow and don't need anyone's help. I'll string the bow myself. If I can hit the prey, you'll have to listen to my orders and do one thing for me. How about it? Do you want to bet or not?" His confident words made Chang Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others hesitate. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu was planning. They were sure that Li Wangyu couldn't string the crossbow with his own strength. It was a military crossbow from the Tang dynasty. If the tension of the crossbow was reduced, then the arrow would be light and powerless. It would be impossible to hit the prey. Could it be that Li Wangyu was up to something again? The wastrels had never won a bet with Li Wangyu. They couldn't help but be suspicious. They suspected that Li Wangyu was up to something when he suddenly agreed to the bet. Originally, the wastrels thought that Li Wangyu wouldn't dare to agree to the bet. That was why they laughed at him. But when Li Wangyu really nodded in agreement, they couldn't help but hesitate. The group of wastrels huddled together and discussed in low voices. "Ziyu isn't bluffing, is he? Is he trying to scare us? I think it's possible. A crossbow needs a lot more strength to string than a bow. Even if he can use his feet to kick, this kid can't possibly have the strength of 2 stones. This kid must be bluffing. He's using Zhuge Kongming's empty fort stratagem. That's right, it must be the empty fort stratagem. He's trying to scare us. Let's bet with him. I don't believe that Zio, with his small body, can draw the bowstring of a crossbow by himself." After some discussion, they all felt that Li Wangyu was just bluffing to scare them. Chang Chumo said, "Let's bet then. Zio, if we go hunting after 10 days and you can't catch anything, these little nurses, hey, we won't be polite." Li Wangyu simply nodded. "All right, let's do that. A gentleman keeps his word. If all of you lose, then you have to listen to my instructions and do something. When the time comes, you can't go back on your words." Chang Chumo, Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu and the others looked at each other and nodded their heads firmly. Everyone clapped their hands to make an oath and set the bet. Li Wangyu laughed sinisterly as he rubbed his chin. He began to think about how he should tease this group of silk pants after he won. Naturally, he didn't have anything for the silk pants to do. The reason he made this bet was because he was bored out of his mind and wanted to amuse the silk pants. When the time came, Li Wangyu hadn't decided whether to let this group of silk pants do a striptease on the Vermilion Bird Avenue or run naked outside the Imperial City. As for this bet, Li Wangyu naturally had the confidence to win. He really didn't have the strength to string the crossbow, but the conversation between Chang Chumo and the little nurse just now reminded him. The wheel used to draw water from the well was a kind of winch pulley. In order to save energy, the simplest way was naturally the principle of pulley sets that he learned in junior high school physics. As long as 2 pulleys were used to wrap the crossbow string around the crossbow arm, it could be guaranteed that only 1/8 of the original strength would be needed to quickly draw the bowstring. The reason why he knew so clearly was that he was also a military fan who had been browsing various military forums for a long time. Crossbows were weapons that were still used even by the special forces of the later generations. The sound of the crossbow being loaded and fired was very low. It was suitable for silent sniping and killing, and its accuracy was also quite high. It was the standard equipment of the special forces. As for why silencers weren't used, it was because real firearms, even if silencers were used, the sound was actually not low. It was simply not as silent as it was in the movies. Although Li Wangyu had never played with a real crossbow, even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. In the military forms of the later generations, He had seen a lot of photos and drawings of various crossbows, and he had a very deep impression of the pulley sets. The pulley sets of the later generations' crossbows used eccentric wheels. When the eccentric wheels rotated, the radius of movement was different. When the eccentric wheels moved from a short radius to a long radius, the tension generated changed from a labor-intensive lever to a labor-saving lever. The data that could save 1/8 of the strength to string the crossbow was also something he saw in the forums. The range of a crossbow was actually greater than that of a bow. Using the Tang dynasty as an example, the range of a bow was usually 1 stone 2 to 1 stone 4, while a crossbow was around 2 stones to 2 stones 4. Even a 2-stone crossbow would require a pulling force of more than 200 pounds to string the bowstring. This was naturally something Li Wangyu couldn't do no matter what. But if he used a pulley set, he would only need 20 to 30 pounds of strength to string the bowstring. Even if Li Wangyu was thin and weak, he still had a pulling force of 50 to 60 pounds. Naturally, he would be able to string the bowstring. Moreover, even if this data was wrong, it wouldn't be so labor-saving. He still had other ways to string the bowstring, and that was the principle of leverage. Combining the pulley set and the principle of leverage, he didn't believe that he couldn't string the crossbow. It was because he thought of a way that Li Wangyu had made a bet with the playboys. But this kind of crossbow wasn't available in the Tang dynasty. Although Li Wangyu knew the general principle, he still needed some time to make it. Therefore, he made an agreement with the playboys to go hunting in the mountains in 10 days. Seeing Li Wangyu smile so wretchedly, the playboys couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. They felt that they had been played by this kid again. But no matter how they thought about it, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. They were a group of illiterates, so of course they didn't understand the principles of physics, let alone the principles of pulleys and leverage. It was reasonable that they would be played by Li Wangyu. After the two sides agreed on the bet, Li Wangyu didn't feel like staying in the hospital to accompany Chang Chumo any longer. He took Niu Wu and left in a hurry. He was going to Zuowei Palace to find Yen Libin in the weapon workshop. Whether or not the new crossbow could be made would all depend on Yen Libin's ability. Li Wangyu was actually looking forward to hunting. Li Wangyu often saw photos and videos of Europeans and Americans hunting with hunting rifles and crossbows. But in the Huaxia of the future, where would there be wild animals for people to hunt? Those that could survive were all protected animals. After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu originally wanted to try hunting in the mountains with the playboys. He thought that it would be very enjoyable. But with his terrible archery skills, he couldn't even hit a rabbit, let alone now in the forests of the Tang dynasty. Wolves, tigers, leopards, and bears could be seen everywhere. Without good archery skills, rashly going hunting was simply sending warmth to the wild beasts. However, the reason why humans were high-level creatures and could occupy the top of the food chain was not because of their strong bodies, but because of their brains and tools. When the new crossbow was made, Li Wangyu, a person without the strength to truss a chicken, could also go hunting in the mountains with the playboys and enjoy the pleasure of hunting with his own hands. Chapter 752. Li Wangyu was extremely excited at the thought of being able to kill everyone after making the improved crossbow. He led Niu Wu and the others out of Chang'an City and went straight to the valley where the Zuowei Palace was located. When Yen Libin heard his subordinate report that his teacher had come, he hurriedly came out to greet him. Disciple Libin greets teacher. How come teacher has time to come to the weapon workshop today? Yen Libin couldn't be blamed for asking this. Li Wangyu was a complete lazy person. He had a lot of strange ideas, but he basically didn't want to do those trivial things. The valley where the Zuowei Palace was located had almost become the first industrial base of the Tang dynasty. Black smoke billowed every day, and the sound of hydraulic forging hammers could be heard incessantly. However, Li Wangyu rarely came here. If there was anything, Yen Libin would go to him to ask for advice. Therefore, when Yen Libin saw Li Wangyu suddenly appear, he was curious and asked. Li Wangyu said, "Libin, you don't need to be so polite. I'm here today to ask for your help." "What do you need, teacher?" "Just instruct me." Yen Libin replied respectfully. "I need you to ask the craftsman of the General Works Supervisor to help me make a crossbow." Yen Libin was a little confused. If his teacher needed a crossbow, he could just ask the military bigwigs. Why did he need to make a new one? Although the Tang dynasty forbade the use of crossbows, Li Wangyu was an exception. If he wanted to play with crossbows, who could say no? Teacher, do you need a crossbow or a horn crossbow? I'll have someone send it to you. There's no need to make a new one. Li Wangyu shook his head. No. The crossbow that your master wants is not one of those two standard military crossbows, but a new type of crossbow that your master has designed. Yin Libin was immediately interested when he heard this. As the junior supervisor of the general works supervisor besides painting, he was most interested in making these mechanisms. When he heard that his teacher wanted to make a new crossbow, he hurriedly asked, Teacher, do you have the blueprint? Have someone bring me a brush and paper. I'll draw it for you. Li Wangyu had someone bring over a brush and paper. He then began to draw the crossbow in his imagination for Yin Libin. The crossbows of the modern era were much more powerful than the crossbows of the ancient era. Even if it was a civilian-grade crossbow, the initial speed of the arrow would still be 100 meters per second. Modern composite crossbows had a more scientific design. Not only were they similar in appearance to firearms, but most of them were also equipped with scopes. The aiming equipment was perfect, and the experience was better. Naturally, the shooting accuracy was also quite high. Li Wangyu had seen information on the internet. Many well-made modern composite crossbows could accurately hit a coin at a distance of 200 meters. Its accuracy was almost comparable to a sniper rifle. Nowadays, the bows and crossbows of the Tang dynasty were mostly made of natural materials such as bamboo and wood. The energy conversion efficiency of the arrows was low. Compared to the modern composite crossbows of the later generations, they were completely incomparable. Of course, it was impossible for Li Wangyu to create composite crossbows in the Tang dynasty. Those composite crossbows could not be made just by knowing the appearance. It involved many modern subjects such as material science, ergonomics, mechanics, and so on. It was far from what a second-tier electronic commerce major like him could understand. However, Li Wangyu could find a way to improve the accuracy of the crossbow and reduce the tension of the crossbow string. It was possible. At the very least, he planned to use steel instead of wood to make crossbows. Now, with the use of hydraulic forging hammers, the ordnance workshop in the valley of the Tsui Palace could forge a lot of well-tempered steel every day. Li Wangyu felt that these well-tempered steel should be able to be used to make crossbows. As for the appearance of the crossbow, he directly copied the appearance of the crossbow of the later generations. If the crossbow arm and bowstring were removed, the crossbow's appearance would not be much different from a sniper rifle. Li Wangyu even planned to fix the monocular that he had asked the supervising craftsman to make on the crossbow as a scope. He did not believe that when this new crossbow was made, he would not be able to catch prey. The more Yin Libin looked at the drawings drawn by Li Wangyu, the more surprised he was. He could not help but ask, Sir, the crossbow arm of your crossbow is so thin. It seems that there is no wood that can make it like this without breaking. Li Wangyu shook his head. Wrong, Libin. The crossbow arm I drew is not made of wood, but of steel. Steel? How is this possible? How can steel be bent like this? Li Wangyu's words stunned Yin Libin. In his knowledge, steel could not be bent like this. Li Wangyu did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. He answered matter-of-factly, Naturally, the crossbow arm is made of spring steel. Halfway through his words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Damn, there was no spring steel in the Tang dynasty, right? Since ancient times, there seemed to be no metal springs unearthed in Huaxia. The soft sword that could be wrapped around the waist as a belt was just a fiction in wuxia novels. There was no such soft metal sword in reality. Yin Libin certainly did not know what spring steel was. But the key was that he did not know either. Li Wangyu knew that the spring steel of the later generations was used to maintain its elasticity under quenching and tempering conditions. It was a steel that was specially used to make springs and elastic components. As for how spring steel was made, he knew nothing. Li Wangyu remembered that he once visited the terracotta army in Xin. There was a bronze sword of the Qin dynasty displayed in the museum. He clearly remembered that the museum's explanation once said that when the bronze sword was unearthed, it was pressed by the terracotta and bent at a 45-degree angle. But when the archaeologists carefully removed the terracotta and took out the sword, the bronze sword quickly bounced back and became straight again. Since the Qin dynasty could do it, there was no reason that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty could not do it. He scratched his head angrily and asked, Libin, don't you know what kind of steel can be elastic? Is there no steel that can be restored after being bent? Teacher, I really don't know. Why don't I find a few craftsmen who specialize in making weapons and ask them if they know? Soon, a few craftsmen in the military equipment workshop who specialized in making weapons were found. In response to Li Wangyu's question, the craftsmen looked at each other and did not know how to answer. When they made weapons, they required the steel to be hard and resistant to wear. They had never thought of using steel to make crossbows. Although China had iron bows, they did not use steel to make the body of the bow. Instead, they used a mixture of metal, bamboo, wood, and tendons to inlay iron bars on the back of the bow. As for the bending of the bow, it was still made of bamboo, wood, and tendons. Seeing the craftsmen shake their heads, Li Wangyu was naturally disappointed. If the new crossbow was made of bamboo or wood, it was not impossible. But obviously, the power of the crossbow would be far inferior to the crossbow made of spring steel. Moreover, if the crossbow was made of bamboo or wood, it would be much heavier. With his small arms and legs, how could he be willing to carry a heavy crossbow to hunt? However, since he could not use metal spring steel, he could only settle for the next best thing. He would first make the other parts of the crossbow. At the very least, he had to make a crossbow that he could pull and shoot prey from a distance. Otherwise, after 10 days, he would definitely lose the bet with those wastrels. Li Wang, you could not bear to let those young nurses in the hospital be defiled by Chang Chumo and those other perverts. Just as he was feeling depressed, an old craftsman carefully rubbed his hands and said with some apprehension, "County Count who this lowly one once accidentally made a broken sword. The sword body could be bent." Chapter 753. The old craftsman's words immediately energized Li Wangyu. The fact that the blade could bend meant that the metal used to forge the sword had a very high degree of toughness and elasticity. Otherwise, it would have easily snapped. "Oh? Really? Where's the sword you forged? Let me see it," Li Wangyu hurriedly asked. The old craftsman was somewhat troubled. He uneasily rubbed his calloused palms together. "That sword is a useless sword. Because it didn't meet the standards, it was sent back to the forge to be reforged. However, this lowly one does remember that this lowly one made a mistake during the tempering and quenching process, resulting in a problem with the body of the sword. If County Count Huxian requires this lowly one to reforge it, this lowly one is willing to try. However, this lowly one fears that this lowly one won't be able to meet County Count Huxian's requirements." Li Wangyu was overjoyed. As far as he knew, spring steel truly was different from ordinary steel through tempering and quenching. Mo Fei, this craftsman, had accidentally created spring steel with elasticity? If this was true, then there was even more hope for his new crossbow. He hurriedly said, Okay. Immediately go and try again. I need a crossbow arm made from refined steel. If you can make it, I will reward you with 100 taels of gold." Upon hearing that County Count Huxian was willing to reward him with 100 taels of gold, the eyes of the other craftsmen immediately turned red, and they looked enviously at the craftsman who had just spoken. They all knew that the old craftsman had forged a useless sword. This was because the sword he had forged had a mistake during the tempering process, causing the body of the sword to distort when it was swung. In the eyes of the Tang, this was naturally a useless sword. For this reason, the old craftsman had even been harshly punished by the manager of the workshop. Who would have thought that this old craftsman would profit from this disaster? It was clearly a mistake, but he had caught the eye of a noble like County Count Huxian. This was no small sum of money, so how could they not be envious? The old craftsman was even more excited, and he repeatedly bowed to Li Wangyu. "County Count Huxian, be at ease. This lowly one wouldn't dare to be careless. This lowly one will definitely forge that crossbow arm." "Good. If there's anything you need, just tell Junior Supervisor Yan. How long will it take you to forge this refined steel crossbow arm?" 5 days, no 3 days. I will definitely be able to forge it." With the stimulation of gold, the old craftsman was ready to go all out. Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. "All right, in that case I'll wait for your good news. If the metal crossbow arm could be dealt with, the rest would be easy." Although Yen Liben had never seen the modern composite crossbow before, it wasn't complicated. It could be made in a day by a skilled craftsman. Yen Liben, on the other hand, did not understand the use of the eccentric wheel set and the lever-assisted winding device. He could only ask Li Wangyu about their usage and structure. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, Yan Libin's head shook like a rattle when he heard that with the structure of the mechanism, he could only use a small amount of strength to wind the crossbow. Teacher, how is this possible? If the crossbow you design was made of steel, the pulling force would be astonishing. Nowadays, the military's crossbows have a flux energy of 2 to 4 stones, but this crossbow has at least 3 stones worth of flux energy, maybe even higher. How could such a powerful crossbow be strung by human strength alone? Disciple reckons that such a powerful crossbow cannot be used by a single person. Li Wangyu could only patiently explain to Yan Libin what a pulley set was, what an eccentric wheel was, and what the lever-assisted principle was. Fortunately, although he was a slacker, he still remembered most of the junior high school physics knowledge and was barely able to cope with Yan Libin's questions. As for the things he couldn't remember clearly, he could only gloss over them and let Yan Libin think of a way to experiment. Yan Libin was a junior supervisor. Although he didn't learn much about physics and chemistry, he was proficient in mechanism construction. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, he understood some of the wonders of the crossbow's design. After pondering over Li Wangyu's intention to forge a crossbow, Yan Libin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Teacher, if such a powerful crossbow could be forged, then it would be an extraordinary divine weapon. Disciple reckons that even if it was fired in a straight line, it could easily hit a target 100 steps away. The Tang dynasty had several types of military crossbows. The Fuyuan crossbow had a range of 300 steps, the Zhangzhang crossbow had a range of 230 steps, and the Horn crossbow had a range of 200 steps. It must be known that a single step in the Tang dynasty was about 1.5 meters in the modern era. In other words, even the Horn crossbow, which had the shortest range, had a range of 300 meters. The modern era's assault rifles usually had an effective range of 200 meters. Naturally, this wasn't because the Tang dynasty's crossbows were more powerful than the modern era's firearms, but because the range referred to projectile shooting. Regardless of whether it was a crossbow or a crossbow, the main method of combat in war was not direct shooting but projectile shooting. Shooting a crossbow arrow into the sky at a certain angle, using gravity, acceleration, and the principle of parabola to increase the crossbow arrow's range and killing power. The principle was similar to the modern era's cannons. The angle at which the arrow was fired and where the arrow would land were all calculated long ago. During battle, the crossbowman would listen to orders and shoot at the enemy from different angles, covering a large area and at different distances. Therefore, the ancient Chinese crossbows often had a range of several hundred steps, referring to the projectile shooting distance. However, if they were used to hunt or kill individual targets, they could only shoot directly, and their effective killing range would be quite short. For example, the crossbows used by the Tang dynasty's infantrymen could shoot up to 230 steps when projectile shooting. However, if they wanted to maintain their killing power when shooting directly, they could only shoot up to 70 steps, which was about 100 meters. Any further, and even if they hit the target, they wouldn't have much killing power. Li Wangyu believed that the new crossbow he asked Yan Libin to help him build, even if its direct shooting range couldn't reach the 200 meters of the modern composite crossbows of the modern era, it shouldn't be a problem for it to reach 150 meters. It could be called the strongest crossbow in the world. At this moment, Yan Libin treated the crossbow blueprint drawn by Li Wangyu as if he had obtained a treasure and carefully put it away in his bosom. Don't worry, master. This disciple will definitely make this crossbow. Haha, that's good. Master has made a bet with Cheng Chumo and the others. 10 days later, I'll take this crossbow and go hunting with them. Libin, you'll have to work hard. You must help Master make this crossbow within 10 days. Wait until Master wins the bet. I'll definitely teach those bastards a lesson. When Yan Libin heard this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. His master was really too unreliable. He actually didn't use such a divine weapon to equip the imperial army of the Tang dynasty, but to make a bet with those rich playboys. If not for the fact that Li Wangyu was his master, he probably would have exploded on the spot. How could such a divine weapon be used as a child's play? Yan Libin's face flushed red, but he really didn't know what to say. He could only bow to Li Wangyu. Out of sight, out of mind, out of mind. He hurriedly left to find a craftsman to start making the crossbow. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, didn't notice his disciple's expression. After leaving the task of crafting the crossbow to Yen Liben, he began to let his imagination run wild again. Since he was going to hunt, shouldn't he craft a more impressive set of armor? Chapter 754. In Li Wangyu's opinion, although the armor of the Tang dynasty had outstanding defensive power, it was not very good-looking. There were 13 types of armor in the Tang dynasty. Among them the Mingguang armor, Guangyao armor, Shilin armor, Shanwen armor, Wuchue armor, and chainmail were all iron armors. But even the highest-level Mingguang armor was made of small pieces of iron armor, similar to the scales of a pangolin. What made Li Wangyu unable to look directly at was the shiny heart-protecting mirror on the chest of the Mingguang armor. Most of these round heart-protecting mirrors were polished extremely brightly, just like a bronze mirror. It was said that on the battlefield, wearing the Mingguang armor would emit a dazzling bright light, due to the sun's illumination, hence the name. But in Li Wangyu's opinion, the two round heart-protecting mirrors on the chest of the Mingguang armor looked really funny. It was just like wearing a female metal bra on the outside of the armor, making people unable to look directly at it. Every time he saw Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and other burly generals wearing the Mingguang armor, he had the urge to vomit blood. It was really too out of place. Since ancient times, Huaxia rarely used armor made of whole sheets of iron like those in Europe. The reason was that European plate armor did not have a good defense against weapons like bows and arrows. Since ancient times, Huaxia had attached great importance to long-range weapons like bows and arrows. They also attached great importance to the defense of bows and arrows. That kind of layered scale armor was far stronger than European plate armor in terms of defense against long-range weapons like bows and arrows. Moreover, before Li Wangyu came up with the hydraulic forging machine, the cost of manually making plate armor was too high. European plate armor was actually a special model in Europe. Those rich knights and nobles spent a lot of money to make a pile of full-body plate armor that was comparable to works of art. It was impossible to popularize it on a large-scale battlefield. Of course, there were no large-scale wars in ancient Europe. The so-called wars between nobles were usually just a few hundred people or at most a few thousand people fighting. As for the knights who could wear full-body plate armor, there were only a few of them. Li Wangyu naturally did not know anything about armor design, but he knew how to plagiarize. Anyway, the armor he made was not for fighting on the battlefield. It was purely for showing off and acting cool. Although he didn't like Japan very much, he liked Japanese manga and action movies. In Li Wangyu's opinion, the most handsome armors were naturally the holy garments in the cartoon Saint Seiya, that had left a deep impression on him when he was young. Especially Xing Shi's set of Pegasus constellation sacred clothes. It was definitely an existence that was off the charts. Now that he had the hydraulic forging hammer, it shouldn't be difficult to use it to forge armors. He should also be able to forge the Saint Seiya's saint clothes. Of course, the so-called holy garment Li Wangyu was preparing to create could not even be considered armor. He was only going to use thin iron sheets to make something that looked good. To put it bluntly, it was just a cosplay prop. There was no such thing as defense. It was just to show off. Li Wangyu couldn't help but smirk at the thought of the Saint Seiya's saint cloth. He suddenly thought of something that he should get the playboys to do. It just so happens that I'm bored. It should be interesting to let these playboys play cosplay with me, right? There were exactly 10 playboys. When the time came, he could add Niu Yong and Niu Wu to form a gold Saint Seiya of the 12 zodiac temples. It would be very interesting. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu was instantly interested. He immediately started to draw the blueprint of the Saint Seiya's saint cloth. Luckily, he loved to read the Saint Seiya comic book the most when he was young. He roughly remembered the style of the saint cloth, so it wasn't a problem to draw it out. After drawing the Saint Seiya's saint cloth and the gold saint cloth of the 12 zodiac temples in one go, Li Wangyu sent someone to find Yen Liben. Liben, help me find a few craftsmen to forge the armor on this blueprint. Yen Liben reached out to take the blueprint. After taking a look, his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Mas, teacher, you're drawing armor? Li Wangyu nodded as if it was a matter of course. Of course it's armor. How is it? Isn't it cool? Yen Liben swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Teacher, these armors can be forged. Now, with the help of the hydraulic forging machine designed by teacher, this kind of plate armor is naturally very easy to forge. But are these armors really useful? This kind of full-body armor, ordinary people probably can't wear it, right? How are they going to march and fight? Most of the armor of the Tang dynasty wasn't full-body armor. Even so, it was made of thousands of pieces of armor that were connected together with ropes in an extremely complicated way. The total weight of the armor reached more than 25 kilograms. Moreover, the thickness of the pieces of armor was only 1 to 2 millimeters. Based on Yin Libin's experience, if he were to forge the armor on Li Wangyu's blueprint, the weight would probably reach more than 50 kilograms. How could such heavy armor be practical? Even famous generals like Chang Yaojin and Yu Qijingde would find it difficult to fight while wearing armor that weighed more than 50 kilograms. Li Wangyu smiled and shook his head. Libin, you're wrong. This armor is only made of thin iron sheets. It's light and portable. Then how does it defend against arrows and weapons? Yin Libin asked, puzzled. Li Wang smiled and rubbed his nose. You can just treat it as a costume. It's not for battle. Oh right, remember to plate this set of armor with silver. As for the other 12 sets, let me plate them with gold. You must make them look beautiful. Costume? You still need to plate them with gold? Yin Libin felt that his worldview was about to collapse today. Was Teacher Li messing with him? He looked at the stack of blueprints in his hand again. Every set of armor on it was of a style that Yin Libin had never seen before. Moreover, they looked rather awkward. Although in the future, the saints' holy clothes had countless fans, in the eyes of the Tang people, these holy clothes could be considered strange. One must know that since ancient times, the design and decorations of armor were not randomly done. There was a meaning behind them. For example, the top of the copper helmet was often inserted with the feathers of a colorful bird. Because the bird was ferocious and aggressive, it was used to symbolize bravery even in death. The ferocious copper shoulder guards and buckles in the shape of a beast's head were not only for decoration, but also to deter the enemy. However, it was not as if the Tang dynasty did not have armor that was purely for decoration. For example, the shining armor worn by the imperial guards of Taiji Palace was basically just for aesthetic appearance, and to show off the majesty of the imperial family. However, it had no practical meaning for defense. Yin Li originally thought that Li Wang, you wanted to forge a suit of armor for the same reason. He nodded helplessly. Alright, I understand. It's not difficult to make these armors, but it will cost a lot to plate them with gold and silver. Li Wangyu spoke like a nouveau riche. Don't worry, I'll ask Niu Wu to send the gold over later. Don't be stingy about the expenses, wages, and rewards for the craftsmen. I only have one request, and that is to be fast. Help me make them within 10 days. With his current wealth, spending a few hundred taels of gold just to be happy was not a big deal. Being rich was just that willful. Yes, I understand. Yin Libin only felt that his head was hurting. Chapter 755. After Li Wangyu returned to his mansion in Dingzhou village, he couldn't wait to tell his beautiful boss about the bet he made with the playboys today. Only his beautiful boss could understand the fun in such a fun thing. Sure enough, after hearing Li Wangyu say that he had ordered people to make the Saint Seiya 12 golden palaces Saint Seiya and was going to let Chang Chumo and the others cosplay as Saint Seiya, the beautiful boss couldn't help laughing. She gently hammered Li Wangyu's chest with her pink fist, covered her mouth and laughed. You can tease Chang Chumo and the others, but it's still very interesting when you think about it. Speaking of which, I also liked to read comics when I was a child. I also read Saint Seiya Starshot. Li Wangyu laughed and said, "Ha, since I have nothing to do anyway, I'll tease them a bit. Whenever I think of Chang Chumo and the others wearing the dazzling and flashy Saint Seiya golden palaces, I want to laugh. When the time comes, I'll make these bastards walk back and forth on Vermilion Bird Avenue several times, and let all the people in Chang'an City have a good look." The beautiful boss blinked and suddenly said, "It doesn't seem interesting to just let them wear the Saint Seiya golden palaces Saint Seiya Starshot. Since it's cosplay, why don't you let them cosplay as Saint Seiya Starshot? Wouldn't that be more interesting?" Li Wangyu was stunned. Why did it seem that his beautiful boss was more two-faced than he was? "Chongqing, you mean? Since there are no movies to watch in the Tang dynasty, why don't you make a stage play and let Chang Chumo and the others perform? The theatrical version of Saint Seiya Starshot should be very popular, right?" The beautiful boss snickered. Li Wangyu was speechless. Who was the one who said that he was teasing Chang Chumo and the others? It seems that your idea is even worse, right? In a trance, he seemed to see a foxtail wagging behind his beautiful boss. In fact, Su Chongqing couldn't be blamed for coming up with such a bad idea. She was also bored in the Tang dynasty. Although there was no shortage of gold and copper coins in the mansion, Su Chongqing often felt bored in the Tang dynasty without TV, movies, games, or internet. She had read the novels in her phone several times and was already sick of them. She had never liked to play mahjong, but now she had become a frequent guest at the mahjong table. She would often drag Niu Yong and Niu Wu's wives to build the Great Wall to pass the time. Therefore, when he heard Li Wangyu mention letting the hedonistic sons cosplay as Saint Seiya, Su Chongqing suddenly thought that it would be more interesting to let the hedonistic sons perform on stage. After being stunned, Li Wangyu also laughed. The proposal of his beautiful boss was really to his liking. There was no such thing as a stage play in the Tang dynasty. If he could create one with his beautiful boss, it should be very popular, right? Chongqing, that's a good idea. Sounds interesting. Why don't we play a little bigger? Why don't we buy a piece of land in Chang'an City and build a theater there? Then we can show all kinds of programs in the theater every day. Like The Legend of the White Snake, a Chinese ghost story, Romeo and Juliet. We can adapt them and perform them. Opera, stage plays, and plays will do. You and I have a lot of these stories in our heads. His beautiful boss naturally clapped her hands and applauded his proposal. That's a good idea. The Tangs will definitely like it. The last time Empress Zhangsun brought those noblewomen to the mansion, they just watched those dancers and dancers with great interest. If there is really such a stage play, won't those noblewomen in Chang'an City go crazy? I think this theater will be a profitable business. That's a must. The tickets for this theater can't be sold cheaply. This is an elegant art. Haha, the cheapest price should be 1 copper coin per person, right? The box fees will be calculated separately. Well, we can also sell drinks and snacks. We can't sell them cheaply. It should be at least 2 or 3 times more expensive than outside, right? Oh right, there are no such things as loudspeakers now. The theater can't be too big. It should be able to seat 200 or 300 people. Well, the theater should be smaller. A semicircular theater seems to be able to amplify sound, right? When the time comes, we can ask someone to build some copper loudspeakers to amplify the sound. It should be able to solve this problem. We can find a painter to draw the background of the stage curtain. We can also use the fireworks you made before as special effects on the stage. We can find a musician to play the music live. As for the actors, let's just buy some dancers and dancers. The more they talked, the more excited they became. They took a pen and paper and began to record the venue and personnel needed to set up a theater, what the theater should be like, and so on. It was no wonder that Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing were so diligent. The cultural entertainment of the Tang dynasty was really boring. Even opera had not appeared at this time. There were only vaudeville artists performing in the streets. It was not until Li Longji ascended the throne that the dancers and dancers in the palace were gathered in the Pear Garden to learn singing, dancing, and opera. This was also the reason why the opera industry was called the Pear Garden in later generations, and Li Longji was also called the founder of the opera industry. But even if there were opera in the Tang dynasty at this time, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing would not like it. In later generations, Peking opera and other operas were already very mature. They could not attract young audiences, let alone the two of them, who would like to listen to the operas of the Tang dynasty. However, it was not easy to rehearse this stage play. Saint Seiya Starshot's 12 Golden Palaces. Whether it was a comic or an animated film, the two of them had no experience in adapting it into a stage play. Just thinking about it gave them a headache. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and said, "Chongqing, I don't know how to rehearse this stage play. I don't know any music, dancing, lines, or acting. I'll have to trouble you, Chongqing." His words made the beautiful boss stunned. Then she immediately reacted. How could this guy not know anything? He was obviously trying to slack off. Indeed, neither she nor Li Wangyu were actors or directors with professional training. It was naturally unrealistic to say that they knew how to rehearse a stage play. If it were in later generations, the works that the two of them rehearsed would probably make the audience laugh their heads off. However, this was the Tang dynasty. Who would dare to say that the stage play that they randomly came up with was not professional or good? In fact, Li Wangyu just thought that it was troublesome and wanted to throw this matter to her. Su Chongqing naturally would not fall for his trick. He rolled his eyes flirtatiously and said, "Humph, I don't know how to either." "No, you do." "No, I don't." The two of them stared at each other for a long time, neither of them willing to give in. Watching a performance below the stage was a relaxing and enjoyable thing. However, it was very troublesome to go to the director to rehearse the show, arrange the costumes, props, music, dance, lines, actors, and so on. Husband. The beautiful boss simply used her trump card. She pulled Li Wangyu's arm and began to act coquettishly. It was rare to see this side of his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu was so excited that goosebumps appeared all over his body. What else could he say when his beautiful boss was like this? Just as he was about to nod in agreement, he saw Aphrodite humming a song from her hometown and swaying her hips as she walked into the room. "Lang Jun, Sister Chongqing, the cook has prepared dinner. We're having hot pot tonight." Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing looked at each other, and a strange smile appeared on their faces. Chapter 756. Li Wangyu blinked at his beautiful boss before turning to Aphrodite. "You came just in time, Aphrodite. Come, let me tell you a story." He beckoned to Aphrodite in a tone that was clearly that of a weird uncle who was trying to kidnap a little loli to look at goldfish. The beautiful boss covered her mouth and snickered. She naturally knew what Li Wangyu was up to. She stood up and said, "I'll go take a look in the kitchen. You tell Aphrodite the story." These two in-laws had a tacit understanding when it came to scamming and pushing the blame to others. After Su Chongqing got up and left, Aphrodite blinked her blue eyes and asked in confusion, "Lang Jun, what story are you going to tell me?" Li Wangyu reached out and pulled Aphrodite over to sit her down on his lap. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist and sniffed the fragrance of her blonde hair. With a beauty in his arms, he was a little distracted and his hands subconsciously slid up Afro's waist to her soft mounds and began to play with them. Aphrodite's pretty face turned red and her body went limp as she thought that Li Wangyu was going to do something naughty. She couldn't help but whisper in Li Wangyu's ear, "Lang Jun, don't. Sister Chongqing doesn't allow me to serve you now. Besides, it's not dark yet." Li Wangyu had long lusted after this blonde beauty, but Su Chongqing didn't allow him to eat Aphrodite because Aphrodite wasn't 16 yet. Although Su Chongqing had tacitly approved of Li Wangyu taking Aphrodite and Perrin in the future, Su Chongqing felt that Aphrodite was still a minor, so how could she allow Li Wangyu to do such a beastly thing? Li Wangyu was also full of complaints about this, but he didn't dare to object and could only take advantage of her occasionally when his beautiful boss wasn't around. He even secretly cursed in his heart. His beautiful boss was probably jealous, wasn't she? Avro was only 15 years old, but she was already developing better than her. This feeling tsk, it was impossible to control it with one hand. Li Wangyu finally managed to control his urge. He coughed and said, "Cough, cough. What are you thinking, Aphrodite? I'm only telling you a story about the goddess Athena. Do you want to hear it?" Aphrodite's full name was Aphrodite. Like Athena, she was a goddess in ancient Greek mythology. Hearing that Li Wangyu was going to tell her a story about ancient Greek mythology, Aphrodite forgot about her shyness and hurriedly urged Li Wangyu to hurry up. "Lang Jun, you know the story of Athena? Tell me about it." The story goes like this. A long, long time ago, there was a group of warriors who protected justice and peace. They protected the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena. Their fists could cut through the sky and their feet could crack the earth. They were the Saint Seias. The Saint Seiya has the saint garments corresponding to the constellations in the sky. There are a total of 88 Saint Seias that have been passed down since the mythological era. Saint Seias? Why have I never heard of the existence of the Saint Seias in ancient Greek mythology? Aphrodite was puzzled as she interrupted Li Wangyu's narration. Li Wangyu thought to himself, of course you haven't heard of it. It's just a story made up by Akita Masami. It's just based on ancient Greek mythology, mixed with Egyptian mythology, Indian mythology, ancient China legends, and so on. It can be said to be a hodgepodge of everything you want. Are you going to listen or not? If you want to listen, don't interrupt. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to explain, and deliberately said with a straight face. Aphrodite naturally wanted to continue listening. She could only grunt in grievance and didn't dare to continue asking. She snuggled up in Li Wangyou's arms and listened to him continue telling the story of the Saint Seiya's. Although Li Wangyou's narration of the Saint Seiya was completely different from the ancient Greek mythology that Aphrodite knew, the story had ups and downs, and Aphrodite was soon fascinated by it. She even ignored the thief who had been playing with the pair of weapons in front of her chest. 13 years ago, the Saint Seiya of Gemini, who had both good and evil sides, was instigated by others. After struggling in his heart, his evil side finally won over his good nature, and he killed Pope Xian and pretended to be the Pope. 13 years later, Seiya and the others returned from their respective training grounds and became Saint Seiyas. Athena issued a challenge to the Holy Realm in the name of the goddess to prove her identity as the goddess and expose Saga's lies. Unexpectedly, the goddess was injured by the golden arrow as soon as she arrived in the Holy Realm. Seiya and the others had to pass through the 12 zodiacs to reach the goddess shrine, and use the statue of the goddess to save the goddess' life. After 12 hours of bloody battle, Seiya finally reached the goddess shrine and saved Athena's life. In the end, the Golden Saint Seiya understood the truth and acknowledged her identity as the goddess. Saga's good side finally won over his evil side, and he committed suicide in front of the goddess to atone for his actions 13 years ago. Seiya and the others are truly formidable. They were only bronze saints, but they were able to defeat gold saints. Lang Jun, is there more to this story? I want to hear more. Aphrodite was still unsatisfied after listening to the simplified version of the story of the Saint Seiya. Of course there's more to the story, but Aphrodite, do you want to let more people know about this story? This is the story of the goddess Athena, from your distant homeland. Wouldn't it be interesting to let the Tangs know about this story? Li Wangyu asked. Aphrodite nodded and asked, Lang Jun, are you planning to write these stories and print them into books? Li Wangyu smiled mischievously. Books are boring. I was thinking that it would be more fun if I could put these stories on a stage and perform them. Stage? Perform? Aphrodite couldn't keep up with Li Wangyou's thoughts at all, and didn't understand what he meant by stage and performance. It's a stage in a house. I'll present these stories in the same way as Zaju and new operas, Li Wangyu explained. Although there were no operas in the Tang dynasty, there were Zaju and Nua operas. Zaju included all kinds of operas, mixed music, singing and dancing operas, and puppet operas. Most of them were Zaju performances to worship gods and Buddhas. Moreover, the Zaju performances in the Tang dynasty weren't sung like operas, but recited in reciting. They were mainly recited in prose and had a bit of a stage play feel to them. Aphrodite still didn't fully understand his explanation, and still didn't understand how Li Wangyou's story could be performed on a stage. Seeing that Aphrodite was looking at him in confusion, Li Wangyu felt a headache coming on. How was he supposed to explain to this blonde girl what a stage play was? If he didn't let Aphrodite understand what he and his beautiful boss were thinking, how was she going to take the blame? As soon as Aphrodite entered the room, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, who were trying to push the blame to each other, both thought of the person who would take their place and manage the theater. That was Aphrodite, the blonde girl from Europe. Aphrodite was good at singing and dancing, and it would be too much of a waste if she was just kept as a canary in the residence. Since he and his beautiful boss wanted to slack off, they naturally had to groom Aphrodite and let her take over the theater. But how to make Aphrodite, who had never seen stage plays in the future, understand what he and his beautiful boss were thinking was a big problem. Li Wangyu frowned and pondered for a while before coming up with a solution that wasn't really a solution. Since he couldn't explain it clearly to Aphrodite after so much effort, he might as well let her experience it firsthand. Chapter 757. Since there were no entertainment facilities such as televisions in the Tang dynasty, people usually had to go to bed early after lighting up. Work at sunrise and rest at sunset was the daily routine of the Tangs. Sleeping, daydreaming, drinking, playing chess, visiting friends, weaving, admiring the moon, and stealing. These were probably the daily routines of the Tangs at night. People like Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss, who were used to the nightlife of the future, were also very helpless about this. However, ever since he pushed down his beautiful boss on New Year's Eve, Li Wangyu no longer had the mood to sleep at night. At least, it was still very exciting to sneak into his beautiful boss's room every night and clap for love. Of course, the so-called clapping was actually just a cover-up. Unless the maids in the county magistrate's residence were all blind and deaf, How could they not notice such a thing? However, they also knew what to say and what not to say, so they all cooperated with their Lang Jun and Mrs. Su to put on an act. That night, Li Wangyu sneaked into his beautiful boss's room again. After a round of passion, Li Wangyu turned on his sage mode and hugged his beautiful woman. Stroking Su Chongqing's smooth back, he talked about the theater. Chongqing, I don't think there'll be a problem if you leave the theater to Aphrodite. It's just that this girl doesn't understand what a stage play is. I'm thinking, why don't you show her your phone? This was the solution that Li Wangyu had come up with after thinking for a long time. There were still some short videos saved in his beautiful boss's phone. Li Wangyu had seen that his beautiful boss, the white bone spirit, actually had a very artistic side. The videos in her phone actually included operas like Turandot and Romeo and Juliet. Although they were only clips of the climax, it was enough for Aphrodite to understand what a stage performance was. He was just a little hesitant about whether or not he should show Aphrodite the videos on his phone. After all, this was the secret between him and his beautiful boss. Even though Aphrodite would never guess that they were transmigrators, even if she saw the video, it was still a problem. Lying on Li Wangyu's body, Su Chongqing casually drew circles on his chest with her slender fingers as she casually replied, "It's not like you can't show it to Avro. She won't reveal anything anyway. At most she'll just think that you're a god. But I can't show it to her now. I have to wait until..." Halfway through her sentence she suddenly stopped. "Wait for what?" Li Wangyu asked, puzzled. Su Chongqing didn't answer directly. Instead, he suddenly stretched out his finger and pinched Li Wangyu's arm. "You're lucky. Humph. Pig trotter." Li Wangyu groaned in pain. He didn't understand what was wrong with the beauty in his arms. Why was she pulling his hair? "What did I say wrong? Chongqing, why are you pulling me? What do you mean I'm lucky?" Li Wangyu rubbed his arm and cried out in grievance. This woman was really ruthless. Even his skin had turned red. "Humph. Forget it if you don't understand." Su Chongqing snorted coldly. Seemingly in a bad mood, she turned her back to Li Wangyu and didn't explain her actions just now. Li Wangyu was stunned. What was going on? Why was she angry all of a sudden? A woman's heart was indeed like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Why was it so hard to guess? Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful boss's smooth back and beautiful curves, and a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. Damn it, he really was a pig. Wasn't his beautiful boss's words very obvious? She naturally meant that he should show the video to her after he had taken Aphrodite as his concubine. This was actually also to keep the secret. In any case, a high-tech product like a mobile phone shouldn't be revealed to the Tangs of this era. If it wasn't a family member whom he could completely trust, such a secret should never be revealed. Since he had to show the video to Aphrodite, he naturally had to take her into his concubine first and make her his woman. At the thought of his beautiful boss actually nodding her head in acquiescence, and Aphrodite's looks that resembled Angelina Jolie's, as well as her voluptuous figure, Li Wangyu, who had just entered sage mode, felt his lower abdomen heat up. He hurriedly stopped his wild thoughts and secretly cursed himself for being a scumbag. It was really too much of a hooligan to fantasize about Aphrodite when his beautiful boss was lying next to him. At this thought, Li Wangyu finally understood why his beautiful boss suddenly threw a tantrum. She was obviously jealous. Li Wangyu hurriedly reached out and hugged his beautiful boss. "Chongqing, it's been hard on you." "Humph, go tell Aphrodite." "I don't want to hear it." "Go flirt with her." "I won't get in your way," Su Chongqing said coldly. She was indeed feeling very uncomfortable. Although she was mentally prepared for this to happen sooner or later, as a modern woman she still felt very stifled. Of course, Li Wangyu knew that he had to put on a good performance now and coax his beautiful boss. Chongqing, what are you talking about? Only children flirt with each other. In the adult world we flirt with each other." His words made Su Chongqing, who was sulking, burst into laughter. She turned around and pushed Li Wangyu away. "Bah, shameless. Who's flirting with you?" Li Wangyu directly hugged the beauty in his arms and blocked her words with his mouth as his hands skillfully climbed up. At a time like this, even a fool would know that it was useless to say anything. It was better to speak with actions. Half an hour later, Li Wangyu collapsed on the bed, panting heavily. He was so tired that he didn't even want to move his toes. This second time was indeed not something a human could do. Those 7 times in one night were all King Bullsh T. Sure enough, monogamy in the modern world was what protected men. Li Wangyu stared at the ceiling in silence, wondering if his small body could take it if he took that vixen Aphrodite as his wife. Damn it, don't tell me that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, I'll be tortured to death after just a few days of living a carefree life, right? If that really happened, wouldn't he cry himself to death? Li Wangyu felt that he had to make a trip to the Xianwei temple as soon as possible and find old immortal Sun to prescribe some medicine to nurse his body. It would be best if he could learn from Sun Simiao's method of nourishing his body. He didn't want to live a long life, but he couldn't die young either. Having finally realized the importance of his body, Li Wangyu didn't dare to continue like this. After all, the body was the capital of revolution. For the sake of a better future, he still had to control himself. He didn't dare to take Aphrodite into his room right away. Instead, he obediently ran to the valley where the Jade Star Palace was located every day to study the crafting of crossbows and holy armor. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the day that he had agreed to go hunting with the fops. Chapter 758. Northwest of Chang'an was the Imperial Forbidden Park. The Forbidden Park was north of the Wei River, south of the Imperial City, and east of the Chan River and Ba River. The Forbidden Park was 27 li from east to west and 23 li from north to south. The Forbidden Park was surrounded by walls, with 2 gates on the east and west and 3 gates on the north and south. This was the place where the imperial family of the Tang dynasty and the nobles played and hunted. Li Wangyu made a bet with the Silk Pants and decided to meet in the Imperial Forbidden Park. When Li Wangyu rushed to the Forbidden Park in his hunting attire, the playboys were already waiting there. Ziyu, we've been waiting for you for a while. Let's make it clear first, if you lose the bet today you can't go back on your word. You're just a nurse from the Union Medical Hospital, so we won't be polite. Cheng Chumo laughed when he saw Li Wangyu. This guy's injury was completely healed. With his physical fitness, that little injury was nothing. Fang Yai also laughed and said, Brother Chumo's words are reasonable. If Ziyu can't hunt with your own hands today, then don't blame us for not being polite. Li Wangyu's face darkened. F*ck, this group of hooligans, I curse them to die early. He was too lazy to pay attention to this group of shameless people. After all, he would definitely not lose today's hunt. Li Wangyu was secretly happy when he thought of winning the bet and seeing Cheng Chumo and Fang Yai's dumbfounded faces. Let these bastards laugh. The happier they laugh now, the more they will cry later. Chai Lingwu looked at Li Wangyu and Yo Wu behind him and asked curiously, Ziyu, where is your hunting crossbow? Why don't I see it? Hearing his words, the foppish lords noticed that Li Wangyu didn't have a crossbow on his back, only a strange-looking wooden stick. It looked like a crossbow, but it didn't have a crossbow arm or a bowstring. As for Nyo Wu and the dozen or so troops, except for the Shi at their waist, each of them carried a large wooden box, but there was no crossbow. Looking at the size of the wooden box, there was no way it could fit a crossbow. How could he hunt without a crossbow? Fang Yai was stunned for a moment before he clapped his hands and laughed. Zio, you admit defeat so easily. Knowing that you can't win, you didn't even bring your crossbow. Haha, don't worry. Big Brother will hunt a few more game today, and send them to your residence later. As for the nurses in the hospital, I will gladly accept them. Hihi. Zio is indeed smart and knows your place. That way you won't show any signs of cowardice and be mocked by us. Seeing that you're so tactful, we won't laugh at you today. Ziyu, what are your troops carrying? Is it cooking utensils? It must be the cooking utensils. Zio, you're so thoughtful. Haha, now that we've caught some prey, we can immediately slaughter it and have a picnic in the Forbidden Garden. That's quite interesting. Li Wangyu couldn't help but smirk as the foppish young masters talked. The large wooden box on the backs of Nyo Wu and the others was naturally not the cooking utensils, but the 13 sets of armor that Yen Liban had ordered the supervising craftsman to make. Li Wangyu was also very playful in his cosplay. Not only did he make the holy garment, he even found the craftsman to make the box to hold the holy garment out of wood. The reason why he had Nyo Wu and the others bring it here today was naturally because he planned to force the foppish young masters to wear the holy garment and swagger back to Chang'an City after the hunt. As for the composite crossbow that he had ordered Yen Liban to make, It was also successfully made. The wooden stick on his back that looked strange to the foppish young masters was the body of the composite crossbow. As for the crossbow arm and string, because they were made of fine steel, they were easy to disassemble. At the moment, they were still in the wooden box on Yo Wu's back and had not been taken out for assembly. It was normal that the foppish young masters couldn't recognize the crossbow on his back. After all, he had copied the design of the composite crossbow in the future. The crossbow looked more like a sniper rifle in the future. Of course, Chang Chumo and the others couldn't recognize what it was. Li Wangyu chuckled. Just as he was about to show off his divine weapon, he heard the sound of hooves coming from not far away. Looking up, he saw a large group of knights galloping in their direction. Because of the distance, Li Wangyu couldn't see clearly who was coming. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Brothers, who else wants to come to the Forbidden Garden to hunt today?" The Forbidden Garden of the imperial family of the Tang dynasty was not only accessible to the royal family, but it had to be at least a duke or a first or second class big shot in the imperial court. Even the aristocratic families, including the 5 surnames and 7 nobles, couldn't enter to hunt without the permission of Pai Lupi. If they were serious, Li Wangyu and the foppish young masters were also not qualified to enter the Forbidden Garden to hunt. But how could the imperial guards guarding the Forbidden Garden be so blind? Naturally, they didn't dare to make things difficult for them. Letting them enter the Forbidden Garden to hunt was not a big deal. Chang Chumo and the others looked at each other and shook their heads. Today is not a holiday. Why would anyone come to the Forbidden Garden to hunt? And at this time the imperial court hasn't ended yet. There shouldn't be anyone coming to the Forbidden Garden. Everyone was confused. Seeing that the group of people was coming quickly, they simply stopped and wanted to see what was going on. But when they saw the group of people, Li Wangyu and the foppish young masters' faces darkened. Damn, this didn't make sense. Today wasn't a break, and looking at the color of the sky, it should be the time for the regular court. Why would Li Er lead Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingda, these big shots to appear in the Forbidden Garden? Could it be that Pai Lupi took the lead to skip work? Li Wangyu couldn't help but think of this ridiculous idea. And Chang Chumo, Yuqi Baolin and the others suddenly saw their lord and the sage appear together. They felt that something was wrong. Could it be that they came to the Forbidden Garden to hunt today and cause some trouble? Looking at the posture of Pai Lupi and the others, it was obvious that they were coming straight for them. Li Wangyu and the foppish young masters didn't have time to think. They hurriedly dismounted and bowed to Pai Lupi and the other big shots. "Greetings to uncle, greetings to everyone. Greetings to your majesty, greetings to everyone. No need for formalities, all rise." Pai Lupi sat on the back of his horse and casually waved his hand. Then he stared at Li Wangyu. "Ziyu, you scoundrel, why didn't you report such an important matter to me?" "What?" Li Wangyu was confused. What was Pai Lupi talking about? What was there to report? Did he have to report to Pai Lupi when he came to the Forbidden Garden to hunt? Just for such a trivial matter, Pai Lupi wouldn't have to go to court and lead Cheng Yaojin and the other old hooligans here. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to react, Cheng Yaojin jumped off his horse and strode towards him while cursing. "Your Majesty, this old man thinks that this kid is itching for a beating. He dares to hide such an important military matter and not report it. Let this old man beat him up first." Li Wangyu was so scared that cold sweat was about to drip down. He quickly hid behind Cheng Chumo. "Uncle Cheng, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. What are you talking about? This little nephew really doesn't understand. Even if you want to beat this little nephew, at least let this little nephew know before he dies, right?" Cheng Yaojin laughed and scolded. "You scoundrel, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and take out those armors." Li Wangyu was stunned. Pai Lupi led a group of dukes and generals to the Forbidden Garden just for the holy robes he used for cosplay? Was he crazy? Chapter 759. Li Wangyu didn't know that the reason why Pai Lupi had hurriedly led Cheng Yaojin and the other military bigwigs to the Forbidden Garden to see the saint garments was actually because his disciple, Yan Liben, had betrayed him. A few days ago, Li Wangyu had spent every day in the weapons workshop in the Valley of the Jade Star Palace, supervising the craftsmen to make composite crossbows and saint garments. This had caused Yan Liben to silently criticize him. Making composite crossbows was one thing, After all, Yen Libin knew that if this crossbow could really be made, it would be extremely powerful and could be called a divine weapon. In Yen Libin's opinion, although the new crossbow designed by his teacher was expensive and difficult to be used on a large scale in the military, it was still a powerful weapon. However, when Yen Libin learned that Li Wangyu wanted to use those strange-looking armors as costumes, he really didn't know how to ridicule him. However, his teacher had ordered him to do so. Even if he was unwilling as a disciple, he could only do as he was told. However, what Yen Libin couldn't stand was that Li Wangyu had changed his mind and insisted that he use the hard-won well-tempered steel to make the armor. This caused Yen Libin to be so aggrieved that he almost vomited blood. 100-tempered steel, how precious was it before Li Wangyu came up with the hydraulic forging hammer? As long as it was a weapon made of well-tempered steel, all of them were famous divine weapons. Although the production of 100-tempered steel had increased with the help of the hydraulic forging hammer, Yen Libin felt that using such good steel to make costume armor was a waste of natural resources. In his opinion, even if Li Wangyu used pure gold to make these armors, it would still be better than wasting the hard-won well-tempered steel. For this reason, Yen Libin mustered up his courage and found Li Wangyu, wanting to persuade his little teacher not to be so wasteful. "Teacher, since these armors are just costumes, why don't we do as teacher said and make them with thin iron sheets? These 100-tempered steel are really difficult to obtain." Li Wangyu shook his head with a smile. "Libin, don't you want to try and see how strong an armor made from well-tempered steel is?" The reason why he suddenly changed his mind was because he wanted to see if a plate armor made from well-tempered steel could surpass the radiant armor in terms of defense. China's plate armor was not used on a large scale, mainly because the steel production and quality were not up to standard. After all, the bigger the steel plate, the more brittle it would be. This problem could only be solved through repeated forging. Therefore, in order to solve the problem of cost, Huaxia had since ancient times chosen to mass-produce small steel armor plates and string them together to form armor. Not only would this save manpower, but it would also be easier to repair the armor if it was damaged. Its defense against arrows was also stronger than that of plate armor. However, in Li Wangyu's opinion, this was only because the quality of the steel used to make the armor was not up to standard. He remembered that some military enthusiasts in the future had done experiments. The plate armor of the Middle Ages was almost pierced by arrows. However, the plate armor made from steel in the future was very difficult to be pierced by arrows. This was the difference between steel and armor. When Li Wangyu asked the blacksmith to make the Saint garment, he thought of this point and began to ponder. If he used the 100-tempered steel to make the armor, with the hardness of the 100-tempered steel, would it be able to effectively defend against the attack of cold weapons? Although making the Saint garment was just his bad taste, if this armor really had the ability to defend, it would not be a bad thing. Although the 100-tempered steel was expensive, this small amount of money was not in Li Wangyu's eyes. He was also not like Yen Libin, who was like a miser, holding on to the 100-tempered steel and not willing to use it. In his opinion, the so-called 100-tempered steel was just the result of the blacksmith repeatedly folding, forging, heating, carburizing, and forging to increase the toughness of the steel. With the hydraulic forging hammer forging 24/7, Li Wangyu did not think that the 100-tempered steel was rare. Yen Libin did not know how to respond to Li Wangyu's words. Using the 100-tempered steel to make armor? In his opinion, this was as extravagant as comparing the wealth of the West Jin dynasty Shechong and Wang Kai. "Teacher, if this 100-tempered steel is used to make weapons, it will naturally be successful. But if it is used to make armor, it may not be comparable to the standard armor in the military. I feel that it is better not to waste it like this." Li Wangyu did not know whether to laugh or cry at Yen Libin's miser personality. Wasn't it just some 100-tempered steel? How big of a deal was it? A set of armor only used 40 to 50 caddies of steel, and 13 sets of Saint garments only used 400 to 500 caddies of material. This guy looked as if he wanted to kill him. However, Li Wangyu really did not know how strong the defense of the armor would be if it was made of 100-tempered steel. Since Yen Libin was so reluctant, then let's try an experiment. "Libin, what you said makes sense. In that case, let's do an experiment and see how strong the defense of this 100-tempered steel is." Experiment? Yen Libin was puzzled. Li Wangyu nodded matter-of-factly. Let the craftsman use the 100-tempered steel to make an armor. We will know once we try it. Yes, I understand. I will do it now. Yen Libin wanted to persuade him, but seeing Li Wangyu's insistence, he could only nod and agree helplessly. With the help of the hydraulic forging hammer, an armor the size of a breastplate was quickly made. Li Wangyu looked at the armor. It was only about 1 millimeter thick and did not feel heavy when he held it in his hand. When he watched TV shows in his past life, he always had the misconception that ancient armor was very heavy. In fact, this was not the case. Most of the armor unearthed in his past life were between 1 to 3 millimeters thick. If it was any thicker, the armor would be too heavy to wear in battle. The heavy armor of the European knights looked like tin cans, but it was only 40 to 50 caddies. Most of them were between 1.5 to 2 millimeters thick. However, it was obvious that the quality of the steel used in the armor of the European knights could not be compared to the 100-tempered steel in front of him. Because of the repeated folding and hammering, the breastplate made of 100-tempered steel had fine lines formed by the hammering. The lines on the famous Damascus knife in his past life were also like this. They were all formed by the repeated hammering of steel. Yen Libin stroked the newly forged armor with a reluctant look on his face. Li Wangyu felt as if his teeth were about to fall off. Alright, don't be so stingy. Hurry up and find an archery target to fix the armor plate. I'll let Niu Wu shoot a few arrows to see the effect. Li Wangyu shouted in annoyance. Lang Jun, this breastplate will definitely not be able to block my arrows. Niu Wu walked forward and knocked on the armor with his knuckles and said disdainfully. Niu Wu's bow was a two-pickle bow. Against the standard armor of the Great Tang, even the highest quality Mingguang armor within 100 paces, it would be pierced through by an arrow. There was no doubt about this. Li Wangyu was also a little uncertain. Could this 100-tempered steel plate really be able to block an arrow? Many people in his past life had a misconception that the penetrative power of a bullet was definitely stronger than that of a bow. After all, with the advent of firearms had eliminated cold weapons such as bows and arrows. However, Li Wangyu knew that this was not the case. He had seen a video on a military forum. The video was about a test conducted by the U.S. military in 1961. The target of the test was a 30-centimeter thick wooden box filled with sand. In order to test the penetration depth of the bullet, 2 partitions were used to divide the sand into 3 layers. After that, the military used M1 Garand rifles, M1 carbines, and M1911 pistols to shoot at the wooden box. The result of the test was that the M1 Garand rifle, which had the strongest penetrative power, only pierced through 2 partitions. It did not penetrate the entire sandbox. The M1 carbine rifle only pierced through 1 partition. As for the pistols, they did not even penetrate the first partition. They were blocked by the sand. After that, the bow and arrow, which had a pull force of about 50 pounds, directly penetrated the entire sandbox. It should be known that a bow and arrow of about 50 pounds was only equivalent to a 1-pickle strong bow in the Tang dynasty. Chapter 760. Li Wangyu also knew that it was not that the power of a bow and arrow was greater than that of a bullet, but the penetrative power of a bow and arrow. Especially for targets like sand, the resistance of an arrow was much lower than that of a bullet. However, when facing a hard target, the penetrative power of a bow and arrow was far inferior to that of a bullet. At the very least, when facing a target like a brick wall, a bullet could easily penetrate it. For a bow and arrow to be able to penetrate it was already very powerful. As for a steel plate, if it was thick enough, a bow and arrow would not be able to penetrate it. However, due to the limitations of the human body's ability to carry weight, the armor could only be made as light as possible. Otherwise, if a set of armor that weighed 1 or 200 jin was made, although a bow and arrow could defend against it, no one had the ability to wear such heavy armor in battle. Li Wangyu now only hoped that the armor made of well-tempered steel would be tough enough. After all, compared to ordinary steel, well-tempered steel that was repeatedly forged was far stronger. As for the specific effects, he would only know after trying it out. However, Li Wangyu could at least be sure that the armor in front of him was not like the standard armor of the Tang dynasty, which could be easily penetrated by arrows. In response to Niu Wu's words, Li Wangyu only smiled and said, "Niu Wu, this is an armor made of well-tempered steel. It is not certain whether your bow and arrow can penetrate it." Niu Wu did not believe him. He took down the bow on his back and pulled the bowstring. The sound of the bow tearing through the air could be heard. Lang Jun in the past at Yanmen Pass. The arrows in my hand pierced through the armor of many Turkic cavalry. I am not bragging, but with this thickness of armor, my two-sure bow can definitely penetrate it within 100 steps. Yin Libin also nodded and said, Teacher, Niu Wu is right. With a two-sure bow and an armor-piercing arrow, I estimate that the armor will not be able to block it within 100 steps. Then let's give it a try. Li Wangyu shrugged and was too lazy to say more. After the armor was fixed on the target, everyone retreated. 100 steps, 150 meters. In Li Wangyu's sight, the armor fixed on the target was only the size of a fingernail. Without another word, Niu Wu knocked an arrow on his bow. With a whoosh, the arrow flew towards the target. In order to test the defensive power of the armor, Yin Libin had someone send Niu Wu an armor-piercing arrow specially used by the army. This type of arrow was specially made to break through the enemy's armor, and its penetrative power was extremely strong. The arrowhead of an armor-piercing arrow was more slender than an ordinary cone-shaped arrow. It was in the shape of a cross blade, so it had very little resistance when piercing through armor. Coupled with a powerful crossbow, it could easily pierce through armor. In a battle formation, if it was used against infantrymen who were not wearing thick armor, it could even pierce through 3 people with one arrow. In the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. It was the sound of the armor-piercing arrow hitting the iron armor. In Niu Wu's imagination, his arrow should be able to pierce through the armor, and even the target behind it. However, something that surprised him happened. After the armor-piercing arrow accurately hit the iron armor, not only did it not penetrate it, it even bounced off after a crisp sound. Yin Libin was also stunned. He asked in disbelief, It bounced off? It didn't penetrate? How is this possible? Niu Wu is using a two-pickle bow. Niu Wu's old face also turned red. Perhaps the arrow just now was too sharp. Let me shoot another arrow. Without waiting for Li Wangyu to speak, Niu Wu knocked another arrow on his bow. This time the bow was pulled into a full moon, and the armor-piercing arrow left the bowstring even faster. Li Wangyu could almost hear the sound of the arrow piercing through the air. The inconceivable happened again. With a clang, the armor-piercing arrow was once again bounced off by the iron armor. Niu Wu's gaze was somewhat sluggish. He put down the bow and turned to look at Yin Libin, who was also stupefied. He then looked at his Lang Jun, unable to understand what had happened. Whether it was the armor-piercing arrow or the power of the bow in his hand, Niu Wu was very clear about it. When he was outside Yanmen Pass at a distance of 150 paces, he had consecutively shot down several Turkic armored cavalry. It must be known that the Turkic armored cavalry were equipped with circular armor, and its defensive power was not at all inferior to the standard armor of the Tang dynasty. But even so, at a distance of 150 paces, the most elite armored cavalry of the Turkic people still could not block Niu Wu's two-pickle bow and armor-piercing arrow. But today he had really seen a ghost. At a distance of only 100 paces, 2 arrows in a row were unable to penetrate the iron armor. Seeing that he really could not penetrate the iron armor at a distance of 100 paces, Niu Wu did not believe in heresy. He walked a few steps toward the target and knocked another arrow on his bow. With a clang, the armor-piercing arrow was once again bounced off. Niu Wu continued to shorten the distance between him and the iron armor. 90 paces, 80 paces, 70 paces, until he was 50 paces away. Finally, the armor-piercing arrow was no longer bounced off the iron armor. Instead, it pierced into the iron armor, causing the arrow feathers to tremble. Niu Wu put down the bow and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Even for someone as strong as him, shooting the two-pickle bow 7 or 8 times in a row still caused his arms to feel somewhat sore. Li Wangyu also did not expect that the iron armor forged with well-tempered steel would have such great defensive power. At a distance of 50 paces, or more than 70 meters, the armor-piercing arrow had only pierced into the iron armor. Yin Libin was even more shocked. The defensive power of this iron armor was completely beyond his imagination. Everyone quickly walked to the target and saw that there were only 7 or 8 dents on the iron armor. It was obvious that these were the marks left behind by the armor-piercing arrow just now. As for the arrow that was hanging on the iron armor, Li Wangyu lightly touched it and it fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the arrowhead of the armor-piercing arrow only made a small hole in the iron armor. It did not penetrate it at all. Niu Wu was now speechless. At a distance of 50 paces, the two-pickle bow and the armor-piercing arrow could not penetrate this iron armor. If this kind of steel was forged into armor, wouldn't it be equivalent to being invulnerable? Lang Jun, this iron armor is very hard. I estimate that it would take at least 20 to 30 paces to penetrate this iron armor. TSK, if I had this kind of armor when I went to the battlefield with my elder brother, he would not have lost an arm. Li Wangyu nodded. In the era of cold weapons, if there was a good set of armor, it could indeed effectively reduce the probability of injury. He pondered for a moment and then said to Yen Liben, "Liben, let the craftsman line the back of this iron armor with a few more layers of silk, and then line it with tanned cowhide. In this way, I estimate that even at a distance of 20 to 30 paces, Niu Wu would not be able to penetrate this iron armor." Li Wangyu's method was naturally the compound defense of the bulletproof vests of the later generations. The iron armor absorbed and reduced the kinetic energy of the arrowhead, and the silk was made of raw silk. It had good elasticity and tensile strength, which could further reduce the kinetic energy of the bow and arrow. The innermost layer of cowhide itself had very strong tenacity and could defend against the arrowhead. With 3 layers of compound defense, Li Wangyu did not believe that any bow and arrow could penetrate this kind of armor. However, Niu Wu did not believe his words. This iron armor made of well-tempered steel was indeed incomparably strong. At a distance of 50 paces, he could only make a small hole. But to say that this iron armor could not be penetrated by a few layers of thin silk and a layer of cowhide, no matter how one looked at it, this sounded like a fantasy story. "Lang Jun, I don't believe your words," Niu Wu said in a low muffled voice. Yen Liben also shook his head. He naturally did not believe Li Wangyu's words. Seeing that the two did not believe his words, Li Wangyu was happy. "Liben, how about you make a bet with your master? According to what your master said, Niu Wu's arrow cannot penetrate this armor. Then you will make all 13 sets of armor out of well-tempered steel. How about it? If the arrow penetrates, you can use any pig iron to make this armor for your master. How about it? Do you dare to make a bet?" Chapter 761. Li Wangyu felt that ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, this sentence had almost become his catchphrase. However, this matter could not be blamed on him. Who asked the Tang people to be so fond of gambling? Furthermore, his words were often doubted by others. Therefore, Li Wangyu did not mind using this kind of thing to obtain some benefits for himself. For example, using 100 refinement steel to make armor. Although he could force Yen Liben to take out 100 refinement steel to make the armor, Yen Liben did not believe him. But since Yen Liben didn't believe him, then why not make a bet with him? If he could make Yen Liben willingly take out the 100 tempered steel to forge these 13 sets of armor for him, why not? For Li Wangyu to propose such a bet, he was naturally confident. Firstly, the toughness of the armor made from 100 refinement steel exceeded his expectations. The armor, which was only 1 millimeter thick, was actually able to cause Niu Wu's bow to fail at 50 steps. This was enough to show the toughness of the armor. Secondly, Li Wangyu was confident in the concept of composite protection for bulletproof vests in the future. Although the Tang dynasty could not make the Kevlar fiber used in the future bulletproof armor, silk could have a similar effect. When the Mongol cavalry swept across Europe and Asia, their suicide squad, the Balu Battalion, would use many layers of silk to tightly wrap their bodies before every battle. They would use layers of silk to wrap it up and use it as a soft armor to reduce the damage caused by the arrows. The world's first bulletproof armor was invented by a tailor in England after the Industrial Revolution. It was made from coated silk. Coupled with the cowhide lining, Li Wangyu didn't believe that Niu Wu's arrow could pierce through the 3 layers of armor that were hard, soft and tough together. However, Yen Liben and Niu Wu didn't see it that way. Yen Liben carefully looked at the armor that Niu Wu's bow had made a small hole in. Niu Wu was able to make a hole in the armor when he was 50 steps away. If he was 20 to 30 steps away, how could the armor not be pierced? So what if he added leather to the lining? The Tang army's 13 sets of armor included leather armor. The leather armor of the Tang dynasty was made of many layers of leather, mostly made of rhinoceros, shark, and other leather. The advantage of leather armor over metal armor was that it was lighter and cheaper. However, it wasn't very effective against archers. Even the many layers of leather could not block the arrows. What use would the silk and cowhide that his teacher had mentioned be against the arrows shot from the two-pickle bow? As for the silk cloth that Li Wangyu mentioned, what the hell was that? Among the Tang 13 armors, there was a silk cloth armor. Armor made of silk cloth had a beautiful appearance, but it had no defensive function. It was merely the clothing of a general or a ceremonial attire. Therefore, Yen Libin naturally did not think that the silk and cowhide behind the iron armor could withstand the arrows. Wasn't that a pure joke? Although Yen Libin had to admit that the armor made of well-tempered steel was much harder than the armor of the Tang army, when he thought about the dozens of kilograms of well-tempered steel used to make the armor, Yen Libin felt his heart ache. Furthermore, his teacher didn't make these armors to kill enemies on the battlefield, but to use them as costumes. He naturally couldn't bear such an extravagant act. If he could use the opportunity of making a bet with his teacher to save this batch of well-tempered steel, that would be a good thing. Thinking of this, Yen Libin nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, I will make this bet with my teacher. Teacher, you have to keep your word." Niu Wu shook his head at the side. He felt that his Lang Jun was too confident and would probably lose the bet with Yen Libin. Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "Libin, you will lose for sure. Prepare the well-tempered steel to make my armor." Yen Libin didn't reply and immediately ordered people to call the craftsmen over. They began to modify the armor according to Li Wangyu's instructions. The craftsmen tightly layered layers of silk cloth on the back of the armor. Between each layer of silk cloth, they painted a layer of tung oil paint according to Li Wangyu's instructions. After that, they found a hard cowhide and wrapped it in silk cloth and used rivets to tightly weld the cowhide and the armor together. After the modification, the thickness of the armor increased by a lot. However, neither Niu Wu nor Yen Libin felt that this would cause any trouble. "Teacher, the armor is done according to your instructions. Shall we try it now?" Yen Libin was already a little impatient. He was very happy to see his teacher suffer a setback. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and decided to add insurance to his bet. "Okay, Libin. Get someone to find a pig." "Pig?" Yen Libin didn't understand Li Wangyu's meaning. Li Wangyu nodded as if it was a matter of course. "Tie this armor to the pig. If Niu Wu's arrow can penetrate the armor and kill the pig, then it will be considered my loss. If it can't kill the pig, Libin, you can obediently go and make me an armor." His idea was to use the pig's skin and thick layer of fat on the pig's body to add a little more trouble to the arrow. Li Wangyu believed that even if Niu Wu's arrows could penetrate through iron armor, silk, and cowhide, it would be impossible for them to have a greater penetrative power, passing through the obstruction of pig skin and fat. Yen Libin heard this and opened his mouth. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say anything to refute. The purpose of the armor was naturally to protect the person wearing it. If the arrow couldn't kill the pig at a distance of 20 to 30 steps, it would indeed prove the armor's strong defense. But the bet he made with his teacher didn't seem to be like this. "Teacher, the bet you made with me seemed to be whether or not the arrow could penetrate the armor," Yen Libin said gloomily. Li Wangyu didn't care so much. He argued, "If the arrow can't kill the pig, then how can it be considered as penetrating the armor? Libin, the armor is to protect the person wearing it. This is a very strict matter and can't be faked." Yen Libin's face turned red from his words. He knew that something was wrong, but he didn't know how to reply. He could only bow to Li Wangyu to show that he had learned something. Niu Wu, who was watching from the side, was also dumbfounded. His Lang Jun was really a little shameless. Wasn't this clearly bullying Yen Libin for being honest? How thick was the pig's skin? How could it be compared to a human? He and his brother Niu Yong often went into the Qinling Mountains to hunt. Usually, when they encountered wild boars in the mountains, they were unwilling to provoke them. Things with thick skin, not only would a few arrows not kill them, they would often arouse the wild boar's ferocious nature. Although domesticated pigs weren't as difficult to provoke as wild boars, they weren't easily killed by a few arrows. Niu Wu naturally wouldn't expose his Longjuan's thoughts. He only looked at Yen Libin with a sympathetic gaze. He was afraid that this fellow was going to lose the bet with his Lang Jun. Naturally, there were no pigs in the valley where Jade Star Palace was located. Li Wangyu had the troops in the palace ride back to Dingzhou village and bring back a 200-gene fat pig. The poor pig that was used as a target had no idea what was going on. It was led to the target and tied up. The specially made armor was also tightly tied to the pig's side by the craftsman. Li Wangyu said with a smile. All right, Niu Wu, shoot it. You have to aim properly. Don't shoot outside the armor. Even if you kill the pig, it won't count. Niu Wu silently rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Li Wangyu's teasing. He could accurately shoot the armor from 100 steps away, let alone 20 to 30 steps away. He could shoot it with his eyes closed. Niu Wu straightforwardly knocked an arrow and shot it out. Chapter 762. The armor-piercing arrow pierced through the armor the moment it left the bowstring. In the next moment, the pig, which had been used as a test subject, let out a blood-curdling scream. It pierced through. In fact, the arrow pierced through. Yan Libin looked at the pig, which was screaming and struggling with all its might. It was obviously injured by the arrow. If it wasn't for the fact that the pig was tied up tightly, it would have already run away. Li Wangyu was also stunned. He thought to himself, could it be that this composite armor really couldn't block Niu Wu's armor-piercing arrow? However, when he looked carefully, although the pig was screaming, there wasn't any blood flowing out from under the armor. Moreover, looking at the pig's appearance, it didn't seem to be injured at all. It was very spirited. Although the armor-piercing arrow had indeed pierced through the armor, Li Wangyu estimated the length of the arrow shaft and estimated that the arrow shouldn't have penetrated deep into the armor. Li Wangyu's hanging heart relaxed. He brushed off the non-existent dust on his body and smiled at Yan Libin. Libin, just now we agreed that this pig would only count if it was shot to death. Look at this pig, it's still alive and kicking. Yan Libin looked at Li Wangyu with hidden bitterness. He finally reacted. It seemed that he had been fooled by this unscrupulous teacher. Clearly, the bet was that Niu Wu's arrow would be able to pierce through the armor, and Li Wangyu would lose. Now, it had become that the pig would only count if it was shot to death. Wasn't this bullying? How could a 200-pound pig be shot to death so easily? Moreover, Yan Libin could also see that the armor-piercing arrow didn't penetrate much. At most, the pig would only suffer some superficial wounds. Niu Wu saw that the arrow didn't cause much damage to the pig, and felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Without saying anything, he continuously pulled the bowstring and shot out one armor-piercing arrow after another, causing the poor pig to cry out unceasingly. Another 7 or 8 arrows were shot out in succession. Even someone as strong as Niu Wu felt that he couldn't take it anymore, and let go of the bow in his hand. The iron armor that was tightly tied to the pig's body had already been shot into the shape of a hedgehog, full of arrows. Yan Libin sighed helplessly and gestured to the craftsmen, who were already dumbfounded, to remove the armor from the pig. He wanted to see what kind of damage these armor-piercing arrows had caused. Yin Li originally thought that even if the armor-piercing arrow didn't cause any fatal damage to the pig, the arrowhead would still be deeply embedded in the pig's body and difficult to pull out. After all, even if the armor-piercing arrow was specially made to penetrate armor, the arrowhead also had barbs. Once it was embedded in the body, it was very difficult to pull it out. However, he did not expect that after the armor was removed, the 7 or 8 armor-piercing arrows were removed along with the armor. They did not pierce into the pig's body at all. He took a few steps forward, and after taking a closer look, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. On the back of the armor, one could clearly see that the sharp and slender armor-piercing arrow had only pierced through the arrowhead. What he could not understand was that after piercing through the armor, the arrowhead was wrapped in silk. After piercing through the inner lining of the cowhide, only the tip of the arrowhead could be seen, shining coldly under the sunlight. Looking at the fat pig again, even though it was making loud noises, there were only 7 or 8 small wounds on its body. There was almost no blood flowing out of them. Niu Wu could not help but cry out, "What a strong armor! Even a 2-pickle strong bow could not penetrate it. My mother, if I wore this armor and went into battle, wouldn't I be like Zhao Zilong in Longjuan's book? Wouldn't I be able to kill my way through the enemy's army without suffering any damage?" Li Wangyu was also very satisfied with the armor's defensive power. He could not help but pat Niu Wu's shoulder and laugh loudly. He then winked at Yan Liben. Liben, how is it? Are you convinced? Wahahaha. I will leave my 13 sets of armor to you. Yan Liben was very helpless, but he could only nod and cup his hands. Yes, your disciple will not be careless. Spending a few £100 of well-tempered steel to make the armor made Yan Liben's heart bleed. But he could only lower his head and admit defeat. With the help of the hydraulic forging machine and the skilled craftsmen working day and night, the 13 sets of Saint Seiya's holy armor were finally completed the day before Li Wangyu and the foppish lords agreed to hunt. All the armor was made of well-tempered steel and lined with silk and cowhide. Its defensive power was astonishing. In addition, the outer layer of the armor was plated with shining gold. It was simply like a piece of art that made people gasp in amazement. Li Wangyu looked at the Saint Seiya armor and felt very proud. This was what it meant to be cosplay. Compared to the genuine Saint Seiya armor, the cosplay Saint Seiya armor in the future was simply a knockoff that couldn't be more knockoff. Li Wangyu dared to say that if these 13 sets of Saint Seiya armor were to be auctioned in the future, it would definitely make those anime nerds go crazy. Although he was not an anime nerd, when faced with such exquisite Saint Seiya armor, he was also very fond of it. After all, these were beautiful memories of his youth. Li Wangyu could not wait any longer, and had Niu Wu help him put on the Saint Seiya armor. The Saint Seiya armor was made of fine steel, and each set weighed around 40 pounds. This weight was nothing to a general, but to Li Wangyu's small body it was too heavy. After putting on the Saint Seiya armor, Li Wangyu felt that he could barely move his feet. He forced himself to strike a few poses in front of the bronze mirror, narcissistically admiring his appearance in the Saint Seiya armor. Li Wangyu hurriedly had Niu Wu help him take off the Saint Seiya armor. Damn it, I have to start working out. Li Wangyu secretly swore in his heart. Otherwise it would be difficult to act cool, not to mention that there were still beauties at home who needed his comfort. It was impossible to not have a good body. Li Wangyu was extremely satisfied with these 13 sets of armor. He ordered Niu Wu to put them all into wooden boxes and prepare to take them away. Yan Liben, who was at the side, wanted to say something but stopped. His face was full of conflict and reluctance. He originally thought that these armors looked strange, but when they were really made and placed together, Yan Liben could not bear to give them to Li Wangyu. He caressed these shining golden Saint Seiya armor. That reluctant expression made Li Wangyu start to suspect that Yan Liben had a fetish. Why did it feel like he was going to take away these Saint Seiya armor, as if he was going to steal his concubines from his residence? Teacher, are you really going to use these armors as costumes? This is too wasteful. Yan Liben hesitated for a moment but still said. Li Wangyu looked at these Saint Seiya armor and also hesitated. Damn it, should he still give these exquisite Saint Seiya armor to Changchumo and the others? Wasn't it a bit wasteful? He had originally wanted to torture the wastrels, but now why did it seem like he was giving them a reward? Li Wangyu also wanted to collect these golden Saint Seiya armor himself. He was even a bit reluctant to give it to the wastrels. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, he heard Niu Wu ask, Lang Jun, why are these armors placed in boxes? What is the meaning of the scorpion and bull engravings on these boxes? Chapter 763. Li Wangyu knew that Niu Wu was asking about the constellation diagrams of the 12 ecliptic palaces on the wooden box. Li Wangyu had strictly followed the Saint Seiya in the comics. The patterns on the wooden boxes were naturally carved according to the 12 constellations, such as Aries, Taurus, Cancer, and so on. However, there was no such thing as the 12 constellations in China, and Li Wangyu didn't know how to explain it to Niu Wu. Since ancient times, China had divided the sky near the ecliptic into 12 parts from west to east. They were called the 12 stars, and their meaning was the same as the 12 constellations in the west. Star Epoch Xianku Bian Zhonglu Deliang Shirshan Quailhead, Quailfire, Quailtail Longevity God, Dehua, and Jiemu were the 12 stars of China. The 12 stars corresponded to the 12 constellations of the zodiac: Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, and Sagittarius. However, the 12 constellations of the zodiac were created by the ancient Greeks, And the Tang dynasty didn't know about Greece. Li Wangyu didn't know how to explain it to Niu Wu, so he could only vaguely say, "It's the 12 stars, also known as the 12 constellations of the zodiac." Yen Liben, who was standing to the side, suddenly clapped his hands. "No wonder I felt that these armors were strange. So it turns out that Master had forged them according to the 12 constellations." He pointed at the Taurus Saint cloth and said, "This set of armor has a pair of horns on the helmet, so it should correspond to the Taurus. Master, am I right?" Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Yen Liben actually knew about constellations? Why did this matter sound so fantastical? The Tang people also knew about constellations? This didn't make sense. Yen Liben still wanted to continue. He found the Capricorn Saint cloth and said self-mockingly, "This should be the armor corresponding to the Capricorn Saint cloth. Speaking of which, I was born with the Scorpion Saint cloth as my palace. Master, the people in the Capricorn Saint cloth palace don't have any riches. They have a lot of slander in their life and their fate is bad." When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Damn, did Yen Liben take the wrong script? He turned his head stiffly and looked around, trying to confirm whether he was in the Tang dynasty or in modern times. When he was sure that he was still in the Valley of the Jade Star Palace and that there were no space-time distortions or wormholes, he began to feel suspicious again. Could it be that Yen Liben was also a transmigrator? Or was Yen Liben's soul replaced by the soul of a modern person? Otherwise, how would he know about the 12 ecliptic palaces, and even talk to him about how Capricorn constellation's fate was bad? Li Wangyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and carefully asked, "Li Ben, what's your QQ number?" "What QQ?" Yen Liben was confused. He didn't understand what Li Wangyu was talking about. Li Wangyu saw his blank face and asked curiously, "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger?" Yen Liben became more and more confused. He didn't understand why his teacher would say something he didn't understand. Li Wangyu saw that his confused expression wasn't fake, and that he didn't reply with "pagoda suppresses river demons" or "chicken stewed with mushrooms." Only then did he put down a big rock in his heart. That scared him to death. He thought he saw a ghost. "Li Ben, you also know about the 12 ecliptic palaces?" He didn't explain his words just now and asked Yen Liben. Yen Liben looked at Li Wangyu curiously and nodded, explaining, "Yes, this 12 ecliptic palaces was passed down from India to the Central Plains. This disciple also heard about it from a Buddhist monk. It is also recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. This disciple feels that the 12 ecliptic palaces' numerology is somewhat reasonable, so I studied it." Li Wangyu finally relaxed. He thought that the 12 ecliptic palaces in the Tang dynasty had already spread to China. But it was clearly the constellations of ancient Greece, so how did it become India's? He naturally didn't know that the 12 ecliptic palaces were first invented by the ancient Babylonians. At the beginning, their main purpose was to be used in astronomy and calendars. Later on, it spread to Greece, and through Greece it spread to India. In India, the 12 ecliptic palaces were combined with the Buddhist scriptures, and along with the Buddhist scriptures it spread to China. Han Yu of the Tang dynasty once said, "On the day of my birth, the moon sleeps in the Southern Dipper. A unique spirit in the Southern Dipper. No good name to hear, no evil name to be feared. Reputation multiplies and divides, gain little and lose more. It means that my palace is in Capricorn, and none of the stars that preside over fate are good. The Southern Dipper doesn't bring good wine, the Southern Dipper doesn't bring good carriages." And in the Song dynasty, Su Dongpa also once said, "Those who know how to retreat grind scorpions for their palace, and servants grind scorpions for their lives. Their lives are full of slander, and they suffer from the same disease." This sentence, in summary, can be summed up in 6 words. Capricorn, bad fate. This is probably the time in history when Capricorn was badly offended, and was comparable to the Virgo constellation of the future generations. Li Wangyu didn't know about this, so when he suddenly heard Yen Liben's words, he was scared half to death. After understanding the whole story, Li Wangyu smiled and said to Yen Liben, "Liben, why do you believe in ecliptic palaces? Moreover, Capricorn is the most patient constellation among the 12 ecliptic palaces. Don't belittle yourself." Hearing this, Yen Liben's eyes lit up. Teacher actually knows about ecliptic palaces? Can you tell this disciple in detail? Li Wangyu was speechless. He didn't know anything about ecliptic palaces. He only occasionally heard about them from rumors. But his beautiful boss really did research on ecliptic palaces. Women mostly like to talk about ecliptic palaces. In the future, when they were resting in the office, his beautiful boss would often talk about ecliptic palaces with the female colleagues in the office. Although Li Wangyu didn't understand, he felt that their words were very professional. Even though he didn't understand. It was only after he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty that his beautiful boss didn't talk about ecliptic palaces. After all, no one around them knew about ecliptic palaces, so it was like playing the lute to a cow. Hearing Yin Libin's question, Li Wangyu thought that the ancient people mostly believed in ecliptic palaces. His beautiful boss's knowledge of ecliptic palaces might really be able to find a soulmate in the Tang dynasty. How would I know anything about ecliptic palaces? I only know a little. Liben, if you are interested, you can ask Lady Su for advice. She is very good in this aspect. Oh? Lady Su also knows about ecliptic palaces? If there is a chance, this disciple would like to ask for advice. Yin Liben smiled. He didn't really believe Li Wangyu's words. He was just being polite. After all, in the eyes of the Tang people, a woman who could read was already considered talented. Although Su Chongqing was capable and was his teacher's woman, Yin Liben didn't think much of her. He didn't believe that she really knew anything about ecliptic palaces. Li Wangyu also didn't take Yin Liben's insincere and perfunctory words to heart. He just habitually started to daydream, his mind randomly thinking about how much benefit his beautiful boss could bring to them if she was proficient in ecliptic palaces. Chapter 764. When Yin Liben suddenly talked about the 12 constellations, Li Wangyu felt that he had grasped some inspiration. There were two things that he was most annoyed about. One was that Pai Lupi was going to force him to become an official next year, and the other was how he was going to successfully marry his beautiful superior. The matter of becoming an official was easy to deal with. He could think of many ways. At worst, he could just pretend to be sick. Pai Lupi would not be so inhumane as to force a sick person to become an official. But the matter of marrying a wife was very troublesome. Even if he said it himself, it did not count. Ever since he was conferred the title of nobility by Pai Lupi, although it was a good thing, many things became out of his control. Empress Zhongsun had already wanted to give him a marriage several times, but he used the excuse of mourning to cut off his decline. As for directly telling Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun that he wanted to marry Su Chongqing as his wife, he did not even need to think about it. He would be rejected by the two in-laws, and might even be reprimanded. Even if Su Chongqing and Empress Zhongsun were familiar with each other and had a harmonious relationship, from Empress Zhongsun's point of view, Li Wangyu could take Su Chongqing as a concubine, but definitely not as a wife. No matter if it was Pai Lupi or Empress Zhongsun, they both naturally believed that this talented nephew of theirs had to marry a woman of equal status with a prominent background as his wife. Li Wangyu deeply hated this, but he was also helpless. Every time he thought of this, he felt his head swell. But the conversation with Yin Liben just now made Li Wangyu suddenly realize that he and his beautiful superior could borrow the fate of the constellations and work together. But this matter was not urgent. He had to go back and plan it with his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu was thinking about something and did not pay attention to what Yin Liben was saying. Teacher. Li Wangyu heard this and came back to his senses, looking at Yin Liben. Teacher, this disciple is asking, what do you plan to do with these armors? Yin Liben brought up this topic again. He really couldn't stand Li Wangyu preparing to use these armors as costumes. Wouldn't that be a waste of God's gifts? Give it to someone, Li Wangyu answered matter-of-factly. Yin Liben was stunned. He didn't expect that Li Wangyu would spend so much money to make these armors for someone else. Teacher, are you going to offer these armors to the saints or Lu Guogong? Yin Liben asked again. Li Wangyu shook his head. No, I am preparing to give it to Cheng Chumo, Feng Yai and the others. Tomorrow, I have an appointment with them to hunt in the Forbidden Garden, so I can give them these armors. These saint garments were meant to be given to the rich. Li Wangyu wasn't a stingy person. Now that he had something good, he naturally wanted to share it with the other rich kids. Yin Liben was speechless. He opened his mouth wanting to persuade his teacher, but he didn't know what to say. The armors were paid for by his teacher. Naturally, he could do whatever he wanted with them. But in Yen Libin's view, these armors with astonishing defensive power were not given to Li Er, or given to Changyaojin Yuchi Jingda, these military generals, but instead given to Chang Chumo, that group of silk pants. It was indeed casting pearls before swine. As a junior supervisor, Yen Libin also had some craftsmanship. Originally, he was unwilling to use the well-tempered steel to make armors. But when these 13 sets of armors were made, his thoughts naturally changed. As the saying goes, a sword is given to a hero, and powder is given to a beauty. Wouldn't it be a pity for such good armors to fall into the hands of those rich kids? Li Wangyu didn't know what Yen Libin was thinking. He ordered Niu Wu to arrange for the servants to pack the 13 sets of saint garments into boxes. After bidding farewell to Yen Libin, he left. Yen Libin looked at the backs of Li Wangyu and the others as they left. Thinking of the armors, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He ordered his servants to take the iron armor that had been shot full of holes by Niu Wu's bow and arrows and return to Chang'an. Back in the Yen mansion, Yen Libin was in a bad mood. He ordered the servant girls to bring him wine and drank alone. Lang Jun, the first master, is here. The servant girl came in to report. The first master was his elder brother, Yen Lide. Yen Lide entered the central room and saw his younger brother drinking alone. He couldn't help but be surprised. Libin, what are you so worried about? Didn't you say a few days ago that you were helping County Count Hu to make new bows and armor? Did it not go well? Yen Lide asked curiously. After Yen Libin greeted his brother, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother, it's not that it didn't go well. How could the teacher's ideas be wrong? Everything has already been made. Oh? Then why do you look so down? Brother, look at this armor and you'll know. Yen Libin pointed at the armor on the side. Yen Lide picked up the armor that was full of holes. He could tell at a glance that the holes on the armor were all made by armor-piercing arrows. What's wrong with this armor? Yen Lide didn't understand. Yen Libin smiled bitterly and said, Brother, do you know what this armor is made of? Yen Lide habitually knocked on the armor with his knuckles and looked at the patterns on the armor. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, Libin, is this armor made of well-tempered steel? These patterns are clearly unique to well-tempered steel. Brother is right. It is made of well-tempered steel. Do you know how far away these holes were made by armor-piercing arrows? Yen Lide shook his head. I can't guess. This is the first time I've seen armor made of well-tempered steel. Isn't it too extravagant? Yen Libin smiled bitterly and raised 2 fingers. A 2-pickle strong bow and an armor-piercing arrow could only pierce through this armor from a distance of 20 to 30 steps. Yen Lide sucked in a breath of cold air. Really? What a strong armor. I've never seen an armor with such a strong defense. Not only that. Brother, look at the back of the armor. Yen Libin continued. This is the idea that the teacher came up with. The back of the armor is lined with many layers of silk and cowhide. That day when we tested the arrows, this armor was tied tightly to a pig. But 7 or 8 armor-piercing arrows only scratched the pig's skin. There wasn't even much blood. I reckon that armor made with this method can be said to be invulnerable. It's very impressive. As a supervisor of craftsmen, Yen Lide naturally knew how impressive this armor was. He was amazed and praised it repeatedly. He admired Li Wangyu's bold and imaginative ideas. Unremarkable silk and cowhide could actually increase the armor's ability to defend against arrows. This kind of fantastic idea, even he, a master craftsman, could only admire Shan Do for a long time. Libin, isn't that a good thing? Why are you frowning? Yen Lide didn't understand. Yen Libin bitterly smiled and shook his head. He told Yen Lide about how his teacher wanted to gift this batch of armor to Chang Chumo and the other rich kids. Hearing this, Yen Lide also shook his head, understanding why his younger brother was so depressed. Yen Lide looked at the armor in his hand and smiled. Libin, this is very simple. Oh? Brother, what brilliant plan do you have? Can you persuade your teacher to change his mind? Yen Libin didn't understand. Yen Lide leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Hearing this, Yen Libin's expression changed greatly. How can I do this? Brother, aren't you asking me to be ungrateful? I can't. Yen Libin waved his hand. How can this be considered ungrateful? Aren't you asking for credit for your teacher? How can county count who blame you? Yen Lai twirled his beard and smiled. Yen Libin hesitated. Can this really work? Won't the teacher blame me? Of course. Why would I lie to you? Let me think about it. Chapter 765. The next day, Yen Libin sat among the officials in a daze. He touched the hard object in his bosom, not knowing if he should listen to his brother or not. Yen Lai was not far away from him. Seeing Yen Libin remain silent, he could not help but turn around to look at him. Naturally, he was urging Yen Libin not to waste any more time. Yen Libin's gaze was unfocused. He still could not make up his mind. His gaze unconsciously landed on the two sides of Taiji Palace, on the armored palace guards. The armor that these guards wore looked majestic, like the majesty of the royal family. However, Yen Libin knew that this armor was just for show. Not to mention armor-piercing arrows, even ordinary arrows would be able to pierce through it from a distance of 1 to 200 steps. Compared to the armor in his bosom, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment in Taiji Palace, the matter of sending troops to the Eastern Turks was being discussed. In the winter of the second year of Zhengguan, internal strife broke out in the Eastern Turks. Shuiyan Tuahueha, Bei and the other tribes betrayed them. The plains were also hit by a snowstorm, causing many sheep and horses to die. As a result, there was a famine, and the Eastern Turks all left. The second Khan of the Eastern Turks, Tuli Khagan, had been suppressed by Sheli Khagan for a long time. He had also secretly contacted the Tang dynasty, expressing his willingness to submit. Faced with such an opportunity, how could Pai Lupi let it go? He had already made up his mind to attack the Eastern Turks. The officials in Taiji Palace had already discussed for a long time about the preparation of the various troops and provisions, as well as how to send troops. Yen Libin listened to Li Er, Li Jing, Chang Yaojin, and the others discussing military matters. He once again reached out to touch the armor in his bosom. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind to listen to his elder brother's suggestion and betray his teacher. He had already made up his mind. After the court ended, he would go to his teacher's residence to ask for forgiveness. He was willing to accept any blame from his teacher. Yen Libin suddenly stood up and interrupted the court meeting. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Pai Lupi was listening to Dai Ren's report on the provisions of the various provinces. Suddenly interrupted by Yen Libin, he could not help but frown. Official Yen, what's the matter? Pai Lupi knew that Yen Li had always been a steady person. If there wasn't anything important, he wouldn't be so rash. Therefore, even though he was displeased, he still asked. Yen Libin took out the piece of armor from his bosom and raised it above his head. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, my teacher Li Zio, the county count of Huxian, has recently created a new type of armor. It is indestructible and is truly a divine weapon. This subject requests Your Majesty to request for a reward for my teacher. This was his elder brother Yen Lai's idea. Under the pretext of claiming credit for Li Wangyu, he would let Pai Lupi know about this matter. Pai Lupi was an emperor on horseback who had been on the battlefield for a long time. How could he tolerate such a precious armor falling into the hands of others? He would definitely order Li Wangyu to hand over the armor. In this way, even if Li Wangyu knew, he wouldn't be able to blame Yen Libin. Of course, this was just an excuse. Yen Libin knew that by doing this, he would be betraying his teacher. However, he really couldn't bear to see such a precious armor fall into the hands of a few wastrels. Therefore, he decided to listen to his elder brother and speak to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi, who had been somewhat displeased a moment ago, immediately raised his eyebrows when he heard Yen Libin's words. In the great hall, the eyes of Chang Yao, Yuqi Jingde, Qin Xiong, and the other generals and dukes all lit up. Official Yen, what kind of armor is this? Quickly present it to me. Pai Lupi stood up from his throne and said impatiently. Yen Libin raised his hands high and handed the armor to me too. He continued, Your Majesty, please look at this armor. The holes on it were all created by a two-pickle bow using standard armor-piercing arrows from the military. They were only able to penetrate it at a distance of 20 paces. In addition, the arrowheads of the arrowheads were all stuck in the armor and couldn't completely penetrate it. His words immediately caused an uproar in the Great Hall. Changyaojin Yuqijingda, Qin Qiong, and the other dukes couldn't care less about their lack of manners in front of the hall. They all rushed to Mi Tuo's side and snatched the armor, looking it over left and right. Pai Lupi didn't mind the rudeness of Changyaojin and the others at all. He quickly walked down the royal stairs and also looked at the armor. Your Majesty, this really was made by an armor-piercing arrow. Tisk tsk, if I'm not wrong, this armor is made from well-tempered steel. Bastard, using well-tempered steel to make armor. No wonder it's so sturdy. But a two-pickle bow can't penetrate it at 20 paces? Why don't I believe it? Changyaojin shouted. The group of dukes discussed animatedly as they looked at the armor full of holes. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Yin Xiaojian, what's the lining behind this armor? Pai Lupi carefully looked at it and waved at Yin Liben, indicating that he should explain it to him. Yin Liben said, Your Majesty, the lining behind the armor is silk and cowhide. The teacher said that this can block the arrowheads. Originally I didn't believe it, but after trying it, I realized that the teacher wasn't lying. After all the arrowheads penetrated the armor, they were all entangled by the silk and then blocked by the cowhide. In the end, they just pierced through the cowhide and were unable to go any further. Before Pai Lupi could say anything, Changyaojin shouted, Your Majesty, why don't you let me try it? Sure. Pai Lupi nodded in agreement. Changyaojin immediately ordered the palace guards to take the armor out of the hall and find a target to fix it on. He also ordered someone to bring a strong bow and arrows, preparing to personally shoot a few arrows. Pai Lupi didn't care about the court anymore. He led the group of officials out of Taiji Palace to watch Changyaojin test the arrows. Changyaojin didn't believe Yin Liben at all. He knew the power of the arrowheads in the army. In his opinion, even if this armor was made of well-tempered steel, it would definitely be pierced through at most 50 steps. After the palace guards brought the bow and arrows, Changyaojin immediately knocked an arrow and shot it from 50 steps away. With a metallic clang, the arrow pierced into the armor. It swayed a few times before a gust of wind blew the arrow down. This scene fell into the eyes of Pai Lupi and the officials, causing an uproar. Changyaojin couldn't help but blush. He cursed in his heart that the armor was so hard that it couldn't be pierced at 50 steps. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. He was afraid that the next arrow wouldn't be able to pierce through the armor. Changyaojin simply walked 20 steps away with the bow and pulled the string again. This time, the arrow pierced deeply into the armor, creating another hole in the armor that was already full of holes. Your Majesty, this armor is really F*King strong. It really can't be pierced at 20 steps. Changyaojin put down the bow and indicated for the palace guards to take down the armor. After carefully examining the back of the armor, everyone was shocked to find that the arrowhead of the arrowhead only revealed a little bit of the arrow. Obviously, if this was on the battlefield, this kind of arrow was no different from being bitten by a mosquito. Couldn't hurt them at all. Pai Lupi and the group of dukes' eyes immediately became burning hot. They all turned their heads and stared at Yin Liben like hungry wolves. Yin Liben, did you use this method to make armor? Yin Liben hesitated and nodded. As a teacher, I used well-tempered steel to make 13 sets of armor. They were all carefully drawn by my teacher. 12 of them were made by my teacher according to the 12 constellations. Each constellation corresponds to a set of armor. Once they heard that Li Wangyu had 13 sets of armor made of well-tempered steel, the eyes of all the generals and dukes, including Pai Lupi, began to shine. There's such a thing? Your Majesty, is today's court adjourned? How about we make a trip to Dingzhou village? Changyaojin wanted to immediately fly to Li Wangyu's residence and take the armor. Pai Lupi nodded without hesitation. Yes, today's court will end here. Mi Tuo, order someone to prepare a horse. I want to make a trip to the Hu County Count's residence. Yin Liben swallowed and said with difficulty, Your Majesty, my teacher is not in Dingzhou village today. It is said that he made an appointment with Chang Chumo and the others to go hunting in the Forbidden Park. With Yin Liben's tip-off, Pai Lupi led Changyaojin and the other generals to the Forbidden Park on horseback. Chapter 766. Li Wangyu would never have thought that he would be betrayed by his disciple Yin Liben. He was still pondering why Pai Lupi would lead a group of old hooligans to ask him for the saint cloth. Could it be that they also wanted to cosplay? Li Wangyu, who had never experienced war, could never imagine how tempting these armors were to military generals. Uncle Chang, I was going to give those armors to Brother Chumo and the others. Li Wangyu muttered as he looked at Chang Yaojin's expression that looked like he wanted to eat someone. Chang Yaojin's eyes widened like copper bells. Bullshit, those bastards, why would they need such good armors? You little brat, stop talking nonsense and quickly hand over the armors. Oh right, my natal body is Aries, give me that Aries constellation armor. Li Wangyu's mouth was wide open. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. Not only did this old gangster want to snatch his saint garment, he even King mentioned that he wanted the Aries saint garment. Did he have any shame? Without waiting for Li Wangyu to speak, Pai Lupi also laughed loudly. Haha, I am Aquarius natal body. Ziyu, go and bring the Aquarius armor to me. Li Wangyu's mouth twitched, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It felt like they had teamed up to rob him? But since Pai Lupi and Chang Yaojin, these old hooligans, had spoken, what else could he say? He could only wave his hands towards Niu Wu and the others, indicating for them to bring the wooden boxes over. Uncle, these are the boxes for the armors. Every box has a set of armor corresponding to the constellation. Li Wangyu helplessly explained as he pointed at the Saint cloth boxes. Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the others ignored Li Wangyu and the other hooligans. They each looked for the constellation that their natal body belonged to in the wooden boxes. After Yen Libin revealed and personally witnessed the incomparably fierce defense of the armor, even a big shot like Li Jing could not resist the greed in his heart and followed Pai Lupi to the Imperial Garden, preparing to ask Li Wangyu for the armor. Since Yen Libin said that he had helped Li Wangyu make 13 sets of armor, then those who had the qualifications to follow Pai Lupi to the Imperial Garden and ask for a set of armor would have an explanation. Obviously, those who did not have enough status and were not close enough could only stand to the side. Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Qin Qiong, Li Jing, Duan Jishuan, Lu Hongji, Chai Xiao, Su Shiji, and Li Daozong were all Grand Dukes, and no one dared to compete with them. As for Ho Junji, although he was also a Grand Duke, he knew that his relationship with Li Wangyu was terrible. Even though he coveted the armor, he did not follow Pai Lupi to the Imperial Garden to join in the fun. Although there were 13 sets of armor, they did not push things too far. They were prepared to leave one set for their master, Li Wangyu. They were planning to divide the 12 sets among themselves, which could be considered quite benevolent. But with Pai Lupi included, there were only 10 spots. There were still 2 spots left, and that was enough for the prefectural dukes to fight over. After a battle of words, Niu Jinda relied on his son, Niu Zhengping, and his good relationship with Li Wangyu to snatch one of the spots. Zhang Gongjin, as the prefectural duke of Dingyuan and one of the 24 meritorious officials of Lingxiao Pavilion, was able to snatch the last spot. 11 of the most illustrious generals in the army, who had accumulated many achievements, followed Pai Lupi to the Imperial Garden as if they were going into battle to snatch the armor. Li Wangyu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. As he looked at these old hoodlums happily rummaging through the chest of armor, Li Wangyu wanted to call the police. Hello, is this Yao Yaoling? Someone is robbing here. Is there still any law? As for the wastrels, they still had no idea what had happened. Feng Yai moved to Li Wangyu's side and whispered, Zio, His Majesty, Duke Lu, and the others, what armor did they ask you for? The wastrels were also confused. They did not understand why Pai Lupi and the others had excitedly rushed over to ask Li Wangyu for armor. Could it be that His Majesty, Duke Lu, and the others were lacking armor? Li Wangyu squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Brother Yai, I had someone make a batch of armor. I was originally going to give them to my brothers. I don't know how the news got out, but Uncle and the others actually found out. Chang Chumo heard this and casually patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He smiled. Zio, you are too considerate. We brothers appreciate your kindness. There are plenty of armors in the mansion. Zio, why don't you give your brothers some nurses from the hospital? That's the right thing to do. Brother Chumo's words are reasonable. Armors and whatnot are not important. Why don't you give us a few young ladies? Haha. Li Wang, you wanted to kick these lustful bastards to death. Damn it, thinking about the nurses in his hospital every day. He should grab them and flick them to death. He was too lazy to pay attention to these heartless bastards. In his mind, he began to imagine what Chang Yaojin, who looked no different from a bandit, would look like if he wore the Aries Saint cloth. The calm, wise, and handsome Aries Saint Seiya Mr. Mu would look like that old bastard Chang Yaojin. Li Wangyu suddenly felt a little nauseous. He quickly stopped his wild imagination. He was afraid that if he continued to imagine, he would vomit. The group of dukes quickly distributed the saint cloth boxes for their respective constellations. Chang Yaojin was the most impatient. He could not wait to open the wooden box. The wooden chest opened up, revealing the Aries constellation gold saint robe. Coincidentally, the sun shone down and shone on the golden saint robe, blinding everyone's eyes. Including Pai Lupi, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What an exquisite armor! The silk pants were stupefied by the scene in front of them. They pointed at the saint cloth and muttered, Ziyu, could it be that this armor is made from gold? It is gilded. The armor is made from tempered steel. Li Wangyu replied. The silk pants naturally knew how difficult it was to make tempered steel. Hearing this, they were speechless. Chang Yaojin suddenly regretted. If he knew that the armor was made from tempered steel, he would have snatched a set. But since Pai Lupi was here, along with his family's master and a group of elders, it was obvious that the armor was not fated with them. What made the silk pants even more regretful was that they were shocked to find that the armor Chang Yaojin chose was not the standard armor of the Tang army. It was made from many pieces of plate armor. The design was very exaggerated. The appearance of the armor was really beautiful. The Aries Saint cloth extended from the shoulder blades to the top of the clavicle. It was especially eye-catching. When Chata Masami was drawing the Aries Saint cloth, she patiently sculpted every part of it. The result was naturally very good. Of course, when Li Wangyu ordered people to make the holy garment, this pair of huge goat horns was just an ornament made of hollow iron. If it was made of solid metal, no matter how brave old hooligan Chang Yaojin was, he would not have the strength to carry such a big piece of metal into battle. This type of armor that was made entirely from plate armor was something that no one had ever seen before. Chang Yaojin immediately ordered people to put on the armor for him. He could not wait to try it out. Pai Lupi and the rest were not in a hurry to check their own armor. They all gathered around to see the effect of the new armor on Chang Yaojin. Chapter 767. As the saying goes, a beautiful person looks good in anything, but an ugly person looks ugly in anything. This saying was very suitable for Chang Yaojin. Looking at Chang Yaojin in the golden saint garment, Li Wangyu silently cried in his heart. This was simply a scene of a large-scale car accident. His childhood memories had turned into a horror film, of course. This was only Li Wangyu's inner disdain. Including Pai Lupi, the group of big shots and rich kids looked at Chang Yaojin in the Aries Saint garment with admiration in their eyes. It had to be admitted that the armor made of large pieces of plate armor was indeed more powerful than the Tang army's armor made of small pieces of metal. Even the Mingguang armor was not as good in terms of aesthetics. After Chang Yaojin put on the Aries Saint garment, he was very proud. He looked left and right and almost asked someone to bring him a bronze mirror to look at himself. Zio, I heard from Yin Liqiang that the style of this armor was all drawn by you? It is indeed beautiful and exquisite. However, this armor is not the traditional style of our Central Plains. May I know where Zio got the inspiration? Pai Lupi looked at Chang Yaojin in the golden saint garment and asked curiously. Yin Liben? Li Wangyu immediately understood. Yin Liben had sold him out? No wonder Pai Lupi and a group of old hooligans chased him to the Forbidden Garden today. This bastard disciple was simply deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Damn it, he had to teach him a good lesson when he returned. Naturally, he was not really angry at Yin Liben. He was just a little depressed that the props he wanted to cosplay with were snatched away by Pai Lupi and the others. In response to Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu only smiled and said, Uncle, you know that I have a Huji in my residence. Her hometown is in the distant Great Qin. The 12 constellations are the astronomical calendar of the Great Qin. Therefore, I drew this set of armor according to the legends of the 12 constellations, and used the style of the Great Qin armor. Of course, what he said was nonsense, but he couldn't explain to Pai Lupi who was Takeda Masami and what was a Saint Seiya manga, right? As for Greece, the Tang people had never heard of it before, so they could only call it Great Qin. Great Qin was what China called the Roman Empire, and the Near East since ancient times. Pai Lupi naturally knew about it. He didn't think too much about Li Wangyu's explanation. He nodded and continued to admire Chang Yaojin's armor. It could be seen that the Saint Seiya cloak, which was a combination of Greek and Roman styles, was unanimously appreciated and recognized by Pai Lupi and the big shots. After commenting on the Aries Saint garment, Pai Lupi and the others also began to call for people to help them put on the armor. Not long after, 12 tin cans that emitted a dazzling golden light under the sun appeared in front of Li Wangyu. Dazzling, it was simply too dazzling. Li Wangyu suspected that if Pai Lupi or Chang Yaojin really wore the golden saint garment on the battlefield, wouldn't it be too eye-catching? This was simply an excellent tool for luring monsters in online games. It was completely telling the opponent that the commander was here, come quickly. However, he thought about it again. It seemed that in ancient battles the commanders were all like this. They even had to raise a banner and parade it around the city. In any case, there were no snipers in ancient times. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with wearing such eye-catching clothes. On the contrary, because of the presence of the commander, it could boost the morale of the soldiers. Since Pai Lupi and the others liked it, Li Wangyu naturally didn't have anything to say. As for the group of wastrels, it was too late for regrets. They also coveted these armors. Chang Chumo didn't say anything about how there were plenty of armors in his residence. He only looked at Li Wangyu with resentment. Naturally, he also wanted it. Li Wangyu turned his head and pretended that he didn't see Chang Chumo, and Chang Chubi's eyes filled with desire. Damn, did these bastards think that it was easy to get these armors? Didn't it cost money to make them? These 12 golden saint garments cost a lot of money. Basically, the cost of each golden saint garment was almost 100 taels of gold. Although the Lai Hot family had a large business now, the landlord didn't have any extra food, right? It was very obvious that Pai Lupi and the group of old hooligans had snatched his golden saint garments. They definitely weren't prepared to pay him. Of course, the most important reason was that almost half of Yen Libin's stockpile of well-tempered steel had been ruined by him. If he let Yen Libin use well-tempered steel to make another set of armor for him, that stingy granddad would probably directly kill himself in front of him. He couldn't bully honest people again and again, right? Li Wangyu ignoring the wastrels made Chang Chumo grit his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He simply opened his mouth and shouted, "Ziyu, don't forget our bet today. It's getting late, let's start hunting." When Pai Lupi heard this, his interest was piqued and he asked, "Chang Chumo, what bet did Ziyu make with you?" He replying, "To your majesty, Ziyu made a bet with us. He didn't need the help of the prefectural troops and could use his own bow to kill his prey. Naturally, we didn't believe him, so we made a bet with him." Chang Chumo rubbed his head and replied with a smile. Chang Yaojin laughed on the side. "Wahaha. Even I don't believe this. This kid is good at everything, but his archery skills are worse than that old man Xiao Yu's." Li Wangyu was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. This shameless old hooligan was still wearing his golden saint garment, but he still dared to speak so impolitely. Could it be that this old hooligan didn't know what it meant to take a gift and blind the eyes? Pai Lupi also couldn't help but laugh. He thought back to how Li Wangyu had deliberately recited the old oil cellar in front of Ho Junji to avoid being shot at by an arrow. The literary talent of that old oil cellar was naturally excellent, but it also showed that Li Wangyu didn't know how to shoot an arrow. Not even Pai Lupi believed that he would be able to hit his prey. But if he could see this kid make a fool of himself, that would also be excellent. With this thought, Pai Lupi turned to the other elders and said, "Sirs, since we've already come to the Imperial Garden and obtained this precious armor, why don't we also relax and hunt with these brats?" "Excellent. Your Majesty's words are exactly what this subject wishes for. Haha, why don't we also have a competition today to see who can hunt the most prey?" Those who had come with Pai Lupi to rob Li Wangyu of his armor were all elders of the army with illustrious military achievements. Hunting was naturally their favorite pastime, so when they heard Pai Lupi's words, they immediately rubbed their palms together. Even someone as experienced and prudent as Li Jing had an excited look on his face. Pai Lupi smiled and looked at Li Wangyu. "Zio, if you can personally hunt the prey today, we will bestow upon you the Salliot Purple." Li Wangyu was taken aback for a moment before he became overjoyed. Uncle, are you serious? A ruler doesn't joke about his words. You can't lie to me. Haha, of course. How can we go back on our words? But the prerequisite is that you don't need the help of your troops and can personally hunt the prey. Li Wangyu nodded his head like a little chick pecking at rice. He was overjoyed. He felt that he hadn't given away these saint garments for nothing. To be able to obtain the Saliot purple from Pai Lupi was a huge profit. Chapter 768. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin, was good at both civil and martial arts. At the age of 18, he went to war for his father, creating immortal martial arts. He rode a total of 6 horses, and thus walked on the altar of horse life. White-hoofed Shadow, Qingfu, Telugu, Saliuzi, Shafachi, and Jianmaorua were the names of these 6 horses. Jianmaorua was shot 9 times during the battle between Pai Lupi and Lu Haida, and died in front of the 2 armies. Saliuzi was also shot in the chest during the battle between Pai Lupi and Wang Shichong. This purple swallow steed was also Li Er's favorite mount. He even gave it a special compliment. Purple swallow leaps, bone-soaring divine steed. Spirit swells 3 rivers, might dominates 8 formations. Pai Lupi loved these 6 horses to the bone. Later, he ordered Yen Libin and Yen Lai to carve these 6 horses into stone carvings and place them in front of his mausoleum. These were the famous 6 horses of Zhaoling. Saliuzi and Jianmaorua were stolen by unscrupulous merchants and sold to the United States. They were later collected in the University of Pennsylvania Museum. The other 4 horses were collected in the Steel Forest Museum in Xi'an, Shaanxi. Li Wangyu obviously knew about the 6 horses of Zhaoling. When he traveled to Xi'an in the future, he also saw the carvings of the remaining 4 horses in the Steel Forest Museum. When he traveled to the Tang dynasty and saw the horses with his own eyes, Li Wangyu was pleasantly surprised and felt that it was very surreal. The purple Saliuzi was a tall Dewan horse. It was unusually divine, and Li Wangyu had the deepest impression of it. First, it was because the carvings of Saliuzi were lost overseas, which made Li Wangyu feel deeply regretful. Second, it was because Saliuzi's carvings were the most special of the 6 horses of Zhaoling. It depicted Pai Lupi's general, Qiu Xinggong, pulling out an arrow and healing the horse Saliuzi. On the stone inscription, after being shot by the arrow, Sasha Luzi lowered her head and snuggled up to someone. Her eyes were gloomy, and her buttocks were slightly backward. Her limbs were slightly weak, and the severe pain made her whole body tremble, which made people respect her. When Pai Lupi said that he would give the Saliuzi to him, Li Wangyu was naturally pleasantly surprised. He did not understand why Pai Lupi was suddenly so generous. One had to know that these few horses were Li Er's favorite. Even Pai Lupi himself wasn't willing to ride these fine horses, let alone give them to others. After Pai Lupi said that he would give the Saliot purple to Li Wangyu, the surrounding people's eyes suddenly became scorching hot. The Tang people loved horses. Their love for these divine horses was no less than the men of the later generation's pursuit and desire for top-notch sports cars. Because of Pai Lupi's words, the group of playboys was so jealous that their eyes were about to turn red. They thought that His Majesty really doted on this guy and was even willing to give his beloved Saliot purple to him. The dukes and bigwigs were also very surprised. However, they respected their status and did not open their mouths to say anything. Their eyes were also full of envy. Only Changyan shamelessly shouted, "Your Majesty, Saliot purple is your most beloved mount. How can you give it to this kid? Isn't that a waste of God's gift? If your Majesty wants to give Saliot purple to someone else, why not give it to me?" When Li Wangyu saw that Chang Yaojin was so shameless, he was so angry that he almost went up to him and took off his armor. Pai Lupi laughed heartily. "My Saliot purple may not be given away." Everyone suddenly understood. That's right. His Majesty just said that Li Zio did not need the help of others and personally hunted prey with a bow before giving Saliot purple to him. This kind of thing was very simple for others. However, for Li Wangyu, who did not even have the strength to truss a chicken, it was harder than ascending to the heavens. The playboys winked at each other. Naturally, they were laughing at His Majesty for not being kind enough to use this kind of method to catch Li Zio's appetite. Wasn't this feeling of being able to see but not be able to obtain something even more unbearable? Pai Lupi indeed had such thoughts. Today, he had received a set of armor from his nephew. As the emperor and Li Wangyu's elder, how could he be so stingy and not do anything? However, how to reward Li Wangyu was a problem. His nephew did not lack money and did not seem to be interested in women. What could he reward Li Wangyu with? This made Pai Lupi somewhat hesitant. After hearing Chang Chumo mention the bet with Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi came up with the idea of giving his beloved horse, Saliot Purple, to Li Wangyu. If Li Wangyu did not live up to expectations and was unable to shoot prey, then naturally he could not say that he was stingy as an uncle, could he? Pai Lupi was very satisfied with his quick-wittedness and turned his head to look at Chang Yaojin and the others. Everyone is also Zio's elder. How could you have the nerve to take Zio's armor for free? We have even taken out the Sasha Du Purple. You uncles can't be stingy. Chang Yaojin Yuchijingda, and the others also figured out Pai Lupi's thoughts. Hearing this, they all laughed. Your Majesty's words are reasonable. Zio, this old man has 1,000-year-old ginseng in his residence. Today, if you can personally hunt prey, this old man will give you this ginseng as a gift in return for this set of armor. Haha, Zio, don't dislike it. Wahaha, boy. This old man's residence has a set of 7 colored glazed cups. They have been passed down from the pre-Qin dynasty. They are very rare. Count who this old man's residence has. The group of dukes and elders all rushed to promise Li Wangyu that they would give him all kinds of rare treasures as a gift in return. However, the condition was that he had to personally kill the prey. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded and speechless. Damn it, did they really think that he did not know what they were planning? This group of old ruffians, including Pai Lupi, really were not good people. However, Li Wangyu was secretly laughing in his heart. Later, when he used his new composite crossbow to kill the prey, he did not know if Pai Lupi and the others would still be able to laugh. He was also afraid that if he used the crossbow to kill the prey, Pai Lupi and the others would not admit to it. He hurriedly asked, Uncle everyone, this nephew plans to use the crossbow to hunt. Is that possible? Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin and the others all laughed and nodded. What the silk pants understood, this group of elders naturally understood even more clearly. Li Wangyu could not even draw a 1-pickle bow. How could he hope to string a 2-pickle crossbow? Zio Zhan said that as long as you can hunt prey without the assistance of others, it is fine. Naturally, using a crossbow is not impossible, Pai Lupi said with a smile. Yuchi Jingda and the others all nodded in agreement. Cheng Yaojin was very astute. He was afraid that Li Wangyu would be a blind cat that caught a dead mouse, so he added, Brat, the prey that you shoot should at least be rabbits. Don't use some small things like field mice to make up the numbers. That is natural. Uncle Chang, let's not talk about small things like rabbits. Today this nephew will at least hunt some deer, wild boar, and the like. Who knows, I might even kill a few wolves and leopards to satisfy my craving. Wahahaha, brat, you really know how to brag. Chang Yaojin only thought that Li Wangyu was bragging and laughed until he was rocking back and forth. Pai Lupi and the others also could not help but laugh. No one believed Li Wangyu's words. Li Wangyu did not argue and directly took the composite crossbow from his back. He waved at Niu Wu and said, Niu Wu, bring me the crossbow arm and the crossbow string. Today I am going to start a massacre. Chapter 769. Niu Wu smiled happily at his Longjuan's order. He hurriedly took out the holy garment box on his back, took out the crossbow arm and bowstring, and began to assemble it. Niu Wu and the Lai Hot troops naturally saw what happened just now. In Niu Wu's eyes, it was like a saint fighting with a group of dukes to give something to his Lang Jun. He almost laughed out loud. Other people didn't know that Li Wangyu had ordered people to make the crossbow, but Niu Wu and the troops were well aware. Not to mention hunting a few prey, it could be said to be a piece of cake. Even when facing heavy cavalry, the crossbow was a super-killing weapon. In order to make the composite crossbow, Li Wangyu had put in a lot of effort. From the spring steel needed for the crossbow arm to the eccentric wheel and the lever-winding mechanism, they were all difficult problems that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty couldn't solve. Fortunately, with Yen Libin's help and a large amount of gold as a reward, the craftsmen were so excited that their eyes turned red. After desperately trying day and night, they finally made the composite crossbow that Li Wangyu needed. If the cost was calculated, Li Wangyu had spent at least 200 to 300 taels of gold on this composite crossbow, which was equivalent to 6 to 7 million yuan in the future. Couldn't be said to be cheap. However, as mentioned before, with money and willfulness, Li Wangyu didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache for spending a few hundred taels of gold to make a toy. In the future, he was a white-collar loser with a mortgage of over 1,000,000 yuan. When he ordered takeout, he had to calculate the full discount. Spending money as one pleased like this only existed in one's dreams. However, if the gold and copper coins in his residence were converted into yuan, he could barely be considered a nouveau riche. After all, the gold that he had cheated from the aristocratic families with Pai Lupi was worth at least 300 million yuan. In this kind of situation, Li Wangyu naturally spent money as he pleased. It all depended on whether he was in a good mood or not. After Yan Liben weighed the composite crossbow that used spring steel as the crossbow arm, he was shocked to find that the flux strength of the crossbow had reached an astonishing 4 pickles. This was equivalent to the Tang army's siege crossbow. Yan Liben could not imagine how fierce the arrows shot from this crossbow would be. At the very least, he was certain that at a distance of 50 paces, this crossbow could easily penetrate the well-tempered steel armor that couldn't be penetrated by a 2-stone bow. The 4-pickle crossbow, even with the use of eccentric wheels, did not reach the level where Li Wangyu could easily pull the bowstring. On the other hand, Yan Liben was full of praise for the eccentric wheel on the crossbow. After using the eccentric wheel, a 4-pickle crossbow could be drawn with less than 2 pickles of strength. But even so, Li Wangyu still couldn't use the composite crossbow. In that case, the only way was to install a lever winding device on the crossbow. After a few experiments, Yan Liben, together with the craftsman who would be the supervisor, finally solved these problems one by one and completed the creation of this epoch-making crossbow. After receiving this composite crossbow, Li Wangyu had already practiced in his residence for 2 days. He was very satisfied with the power and accuracy of this crossbow. Originally, in Niu Wu's eyes, the crossbow that Li Wangyu had made was just a big toy. For a godly archer like him, crossbows were very disdainful. After all, compared to a strong bow, a crossbow's firing speed was too slow and its range was too short. But when Li Wangyu received this crossbow and tested it a few times, the power and accuracy of the crossbow arrow shocked Niu Wu and the Lai hot troops. The special crossbow arrow was made of fine steel and was only 1/3 the length of a normal arrow. After being shot by the composite crossbow, the arrow easily penetrated the Tang army's standard armor from 200 paces away. As for accuracy, with the help of the scope, Li Wangyu could easily hit the center of the target from 200 steps away with the crossbow. It was a very easy task. At this distance, even Niu Wu couldn't guarantee that he could hit the target. With such a godly weapon in hand, hunting a few prey was no different than playing with a toy. Niu Wu and the Lai hot troops naturally snickered. They even sympathized with the saints and the dukes, as well as Chang Chumo and the other rich playboys. This time, they were miserably deceived by their Lang Jun. The assembled composite crossbow surprised Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin and the others. The crossbow arm and the crossbow string seemed to be made of metal. "Niu Wu, bring this crossbow to me," Pai Lupi said. Niu Wu naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He respectfully presented the composite crossbow with both hands. Pai Lupi reached out and took it. After carefully examining it, he confirmed that he didn't see wrong. The crossbow in his hand looked strange, but the crossbow arm was really made of metal. Even the crossbow string was made of steel. Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the others also saw this composite crossbow clearly. They were all shocked. "Hiss! Your Majesty, the crossbow arm of Zio's crossbow is made of fine steel? This fine steel can also be used to make a crossbow? This is the first time I've seen it." Li Jing, the Minister of War, also sucked in a breath of cold air. Pai Lupi's eyes flashed. He looked at Li Wang and asked, "Zio, this crossbow of yours, are the crossbow arms made of fine steel? How much time did it take to make it? How much flux energy does this crossbow have?" Li Wangyu nodded. "Uncle's words are correct. This crossbow arm is made of spring steel, and it was very troublesome. It took me 7 to 8 days to ask the craftsman to help me make it. As for the flux energy, I have measured it. It should be around 4 stones. His words immediately made Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, and the others' eyes almost pop out. They looked at him dumbstruck, not knowing what to say. 7 to 8 days? For stones of flux energy? This guy wasn't talking nonsense, right? Crossbows were projectile weapons, So they needed elastic crossbow arms to provide powerful kinetic energy. Generally speaking, regardless of whether it was a bow or a crossbow, it needed to be made of hard and elastic wood. Then it needed to be supplemented by horns, tendons, and other composite materials to increase its elasticity. Making a bow was not a simple matter. Not only did it have strict requirements for the materials, but the process was also quite complicated. The Kaogongji had detailed records. In winter, the bow would be dissected, in spring the horns would be fixed, in summer the tendons would be fixed, in autumn the materials would be fixed, in winter the crossbow arms would be fixed, and in severe winter the exterior would be fixed. Next spring, the bowstring would be fitted and hidden for a year before it could be used. The above complicated process required 2 to 3 years to make a good bow. The process of making a crossbow and a bow was basically the same, but the process was even more complicated. Because of this, Li Wangyo's words caused Pai Lupi and the others to be dumbstruck. They felt that he was simply joking. "Bastard, you brat, don't talk nonsense. Answer me properly, what is the deal with this crossbow?" Cheng Yaojin roared. Li Wangyu innocently shrugged his shoulders. Why didn't anyone believe him when he spoke the truth? Pai Lupi tried to pull the string of the crossbow and found that the string was really strong. He used all his strength and barely managed to hook the string onto the crossbow. The flux energy of this crossbow was similar to that of the original crossbow, requiring at least 2 stones of flux energy. It wasn't as exaggerated as what Li Wangyu had said. Pai Lupi naturally thought that Li Wangyu was boasting, but even so, if the crossbow could be made from steel, it was still an extraordinary matter. Chapter 770. Li Wangyu didn't respond to Cheng Yaojin's words. He only smiled and asked, "Uncle gentleman, do you still keep your word?" Pai Lupi and the others looked at each other. They couldn't figure out what Li Wangyu was planning. Pai Lupi already had a hard time pulling this crossbow, let alone Li Wangyu. Could it be that he had some trick up his sleeve? Pai Lupi lowered his head and looked at the crossbow in his hand. Although there were many mechanisms on the crossbow that he didn't understand, he still stubbornly believed that this crossbow was definitely not something that Li Wangyu could pull. "Do you think that I will go back on my words? Today, I want to see how you will use this crossbow to hunt prey." Pai Lupi straightforwardly pressed the trigger of the composite crossbow. The crossbow string quickly rebounded and made a buzzing sound. Pai Lupi was slightly surprised. What a strong firing sound. It seemed to be much stronger than the crossbows in the army. Could it be that this crossbow really had the strength of 4 pickles? Immediately, Pai Lupi shook his head and denied his guess. If it was a 4 pickles crossbow, even he wouldn't be able to pull it. In the Tang army, 4 pickles crossbows all required the use of a capstan. Many people had to work together to pull the bowstring. Cheng Yaojin, Yuchijingda, and the others were also very curious about Li Wangyo's steel crossbow. They all gathered around and tried to pull the bowstring. They felt the strong pulling force from the steel crossbow. "Your Majesty, this crossbow is indeed 2 pickles. It's comparable to the crossbows in the army. Zio calling it a 4 pickles crossbow is an exaggeration." The people present were all veterans in the army. They knew the pulling force of the crossbow as soon as they started. After everyone passed the crossbow around, Pai Lupi threw the composite crossbow back to Li Wangyu and said with a smile, "Ziyu, don't let Niu Wu and the others help you draw the crossbow. If that's the case, don't even think about taking away Zhen Sasha Luzi." "Of course. Uncle, I'll be blunt and say that I want Saluzi. Thank you for your reward." After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he called Niu Wu over to help him put on the armor. As the royal hunting ground of the Tang dynasty, the Imperial Forbidden Garden had more than just pheasants, rabbits, and deer, which were gentle herbivores. For the thrill of the game, Pai Lupi and the others even raised a lot of wolves, leopards, tigers, wild boars, and bears in the Forbidden Garden. Li Wang, you wouldn't have dared to go hunting if he wasn't fully armed. If he was accidentally bitten or scratched by a ferocious beast, wouldn't he be wronged? When Li Wangyu put on the silver-plated sacred robe, it was obvious that he looked better than the golden sacred robe worn by Pai Lupi and the others. This was also normal. When Li Wangyu transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, the appearance he occupied was indeed quite good. When a handsome person wore armor, he looked even more valiant. The playboys became more and more depressed. They looked resentfully at Pai Lupi and the others who snatched the armor that was supposed to belong to them. Pai Lupi and the group of old ruffians didn't care about the playboy's resentful eyes. Pai Lupi waved his hand and everyone spurred their horses to gallop into the depths of the forbidden garden. After putting on the armor, Li Wangyu moved his feet with difficulty. With the help of Niu Wu and the Fuzhong Chu, he climbed onto the back of a horse and chased after Pai Lupi and the others. More than a dozen hunting dogs followed the group. When they reached the forest in the forbidden garden, Chang Chumo whistled. The hunting dogs immediately rushed into the forest and began to help drive the prey out for the group to hunt. These hunting dogs were all well trained. Not long after, there was a commotion in the forest. Many pheasants and rabbits were chased by the hunting dogs and rushed out of the forest in a panic. Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin and the others didn't hesitate. They each drew their bows and shot arrows at the prey. Those unlucky pheasants and rabbits were all shot by the arrows and brought back by the hunting dogs. Pai Lupi and the others laughed as they took the prey they shot and tied them behind their horses. Feng Yai also shot a rabbit with his bow and was very proud. He looked at Li Wangyu, who was sitting on the back of a horse, and couldn't help but tease. "Zio, why don't I see you? Are you looking down on these prey?" Haha. Zio is probably still accumulating strength and preparing to give us a surprise. Chang Chumo also teased Li Wangyu. The wastrels laughed and teased Li Wangyu. Even Pai Lupi and the others had a mischievous expression. It was obvious that no one thought that Li Wangyu would be able to catch any prey today. Haha, brother Yaya, you are right. This little brother said just now that today I am not going to hunt these small things. If I want to hunt, I will hunt a big guy. His words made everyone laugh again. They only thought that he was finding an excuse for himself. While everyone was talking and laughing, a black wild boar came out from the forest in the distance. It didn't care about the hunting dogs barking around it and slowly looked for food in the grass. When Feng Yai saw the wild boar, he immediately clapped his hands and laughed. Haha, it really is what you say. Zio, do you like that wild boar? Feng Yai's words made everyone laugh again. Wild boars were completely different from domestic pigs. Experienced hunters knew that there were 1 boar, 2 bears and 3 tigers. Wild boars were much more difficult to deal with than bears and tigers. Wild boars had thick skin and were used to scratching themselves on pine trees. When they were covered in grease and rolled around in the mud, it was almost like wearing a thick layer of armor. It was very difficult to kill a wild boar with a few arrows. When Pai Lupi and the others were hunting, they also didn't want to provoke wild boars. They felt that it was very troublesome. Li Wangyu had just said that he wanted to hunt a big guy. Who would have thought that a wild boar would come out? Now everyone was waiting to see Li Wangyu make a fool of himself. They wanted to see what excuse he would find this time. No one expected that Li Wangyu would actually nod his head in satisfaction. Not bad, this is the prey that this little brother wants to hunt today. Everyone, just watch this little brother's methods. As Li Wangyu spoke, he took down the composite crossbow that was hanging on the horse's back. His actions made everyone stunned. They didn't understand what Li Wangyu was trying to do. Did this guy really think that he could pull the string of this crossbow? Li Wangyu smiled at Pai Lupi and the others, revealing 8 white teeth. This guy was also very mischievous. He deliberately turned his body to the side, away from everyone's gaze, and used the auxiliary winding device on the composite crossbow to hook the string onto the crossbow. The auxiliary winding device on the composite crossbow wasn't complicated. It only used the principle of a lever to drive the hook on the slide rail, hooking the string and moving it backward. Archimedes said, "Give me a fulcrum and I can pry up the entire earth." Compared to prying up the earth, prying up the string of a crossbow was much easier. Therefore, even if Li Wangyu didn't have the strength to truss a chicken, he could still use the auxiliary winding device to pull the 4-stone crossbow. When everyone saw that after Li Wangyu turned around, the composite crossbow in his hand was already pulled and ready to fire. They couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chang Chumo looked as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Li Wangyu and stuttered, Ziyu, what happened to your crossbow? How could you have the strength to pull the string?" Pai Lupi and the other dukes were also dumbfounded. Especially Pai Lupi, who had personally pulled the crossbow in Li Wangyu's hand. Even he had to use all his strength to pull the string of the crossbow, so how could Li Wangyu sit on it? Fortunately, everyone hadn't read the Marvel comics of the later generations, and they hadn't seen the Hulk movies. Otherwise, they would have suspected that Li Wangyu had been bitten by an insect, causing his body to mutate. Chapter 771. The debauches were all dumbfounded. They looked at the crossbow in Li Wangyu's hand that was ready to shoot. Brother Chumo, I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. Why do I see that the crossbow in Ziyu's hand is already loaded? Feng Yai muttered. Cheng Chumo rubbed his eyes. He also had a look of disbelief on his face. Brother Yai, I think I saw it too. Chai Lingwu suddenly slapped his thigh. It's a smokescreen. It must be a smokescreen. This kid must have hidden a loaded crossbow on his horse. Just now, when we weren't paying attention, he switched the crossbow. Yes, Brother Lingwu is right. It must be like this. Let's go and search his horse. The debauches all shouted and rushed to Li Wangyu's horse. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the debauches' wild imagination. He could only let them search his horse. Chang Chumo even let him get off the horse. He even lifted the saddle to check it. Li Wangyu was so angry that he wanted to kick him. Damn it, he really doesn't have a brain. The crossbow in his hand was about 1 meter long and the crossbow arm was about 1 meter wide. Would he be able to hide such a large composite crossbow under the saddle? Did this guy think he was a robot cat? Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin and the others also came over. They watched the debauches toss and turn, but naturally they didn't find anything. Apart from the crossbow in Li Wangyu's hand, there was no other crossbow. Just now, everyone saw very clearly that Niu Wu and Lai Hat's troops were all obediently waiting a few steps behind Li Wangyu. No matter what, they couldn't do anything in front of everyone to help Li Wangyu load the crossbow in his hand. Pai Lupi and the others felt that this was too magical. Could it be that Li Wangyu really had some kind of magic? Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin, Li Jing, and the others looked at each other and saw a trace of unease in each other's eyes. If Li Wangyu, this brat, really had a way to draw the crossbow, perhaps they would all suffer a loss today. Pai Lupi suddenly felt a little heartache. How could he be so foolish and say that he would give the Sasha Du Purple to this kid? Chang Yaojin and the rest looked at each other in dismay. F***ck, they seem to have promised a lot of good things just now. Could it be that they were really going to give them to Li Wangyu, the stinking brat? But if they wanted to pull their faces down and renege on the debt, it was likely that other than the shameless Chang Yaojin, no one else would do such a thing. Li Wangyu also saw the gloomy expressions on Pai Lupi and the others' faces, and he couldn't help but feel pleased. It was a rare opportunity to make Pai Lupi and the other big shots suffer. Chang Yaojin looked at the swaying wild boar 200 steps away and rolled his eyes. He shamelessly said, "Brat, since you said that you want to shoot that wild boar, then you have to keep your word. If you don't kill that wild boar today, don't blame me for not giving you anything." His words were very hooligan. The conditions that the others had proposed before were that Li Wangyu only needed to hunt the prey. Chang Yaojin's words directly increased the difficulty by several times. These shameless words made Pai Lupi feel his face burning. But thinking about his Sasha Du Purple, he simply turned his head and pretended that he didn't hear Chang Yaojin's words, allowing him to negotiate with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu also didn't expect this old man to be so shameless, but he also simply nodded his head. Since Uncle Chang has said so, this nephew will naturally obey. When Chang Yaojin saw that Li Wangyu had agreed so easily, he actually took an inch and wanted a mile. He shouted, "Since you said that you have a 4-stone crossbow, then it must be very powerful. Since that's the case, then don't go near that wild boar. Just shoot that wild boar from this distance. If you can do it, then I will accept my loss and present you with the gift that I promised you with both hands." When Pai Lupi heard his words, his face couldn't help but twitch a few times. He had the urge to slap this shameless old man to death. Shameful, this was too shameful. But when he thought of his beloved Sasha Du Purple, Pai Lupi decided to endure it again. Everyone thought that Chang Yaojin was purposely making things difficult for Li Wangyu, but who would have thought that Li Wangyu would simply nod his head again? Uncle Cheng's words are very true, so I will do as Uncle Chang says. If this nephew doesn't kill that wild boar today, then I would be too embarrassed to ask for Uncle's Sasha Du Purple. Pai Lupi and the others were once again speechless. They all raised their eyes to look at the wild boar in the distance. The distance of 200 steps was equivalent to 300 meters in the modern world. At such a distance, even Chang Yaojin and the others couldn't guarantee that they would be able to hit that wild boar. Looking at it from this distance, the black wild boar was only the size of a fingernail. It was still faintly discernible in the grass. Even if one was a godly archer, who would dare to say that they would be able to hit it accurately? Moreover, even if the arrow could hit the target at such a distance, the arrow would be like the end of a crossbow. How could it kill that wild boar? If one wanted to kill a wild boar, they had to accurately hit its vital points. Otherwise, even if the arrow pierced through, it would only incite the wild boar's ferocity, or it would be injured and run away with the arrow. Wanting to kill that wild boar from such a distance was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Pai Lupi shook his head. Since Li Wangyu was so arrogant, he naturally wouldn't say anything. Being able to protect his beloved Sashadu Purple was the most important thing. Li Wangyu looked at the wild boar in the distance and waved at Niu Wu again. "Niu Wu, bring me the scope." Niu Wu had a silly smile on his face. He took out the scope and handed it to his Lang Jun. Li Wangyu pressed the scope on the crossbow and moved his eyes closer to it to aim at the target. It had to be said that the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty were quite skilled. The scope was completely made of hand-polished crystal lenses and could magnify up to 8 times. Telescopes and scopes didn't have the concept of how far you could see or how clear you could see. The so-called 8-times scope referred to magnifying the image of the target by 8 times. It made the target appear as if it was only 1/8 of the actual distance. For example, at this moment Li Wangyu was looking at the wild boar 300 meters away through the scope. It was the same as looking at the wild boar 30 to 40 meters away with the naked eye. Although the handmade scope couldn't be as accurate as the precision optical scopes of the future, Li Wangyu confirmed that the error wasn't too big after testing it. At a distance of 100 meters, the error was only a few centimeters. At a distance of 300 meters, the error wouldn't be more than 10 centimeters. This error was enough to hunt a target as big as the wild boar. Li Wangyu aimed at the wild boar in the distance. He took out a steel arrow from the quiver at his waist and gently placed it into the slide of the crossbow. Lang Jun, aim at the side of the wild boar's chest. That's where its heart is. You can kill it in one shot. Niu Wu reminded him in a low voice. Li Wangyu nodded and began to adjust his breathing according to Professor Niu Wu's method. He slowly pressed the crosshair of the scope on the wild boar's body. Even Pai Lupi, Chang Yaojin and the others closed their mouths. They were afraid to disturb Li Wangyu. Everyone's expression was complicated. They were afraid that Li Wangyu could really kill the wild boar. But they were also secretly looking forward to it. Li Wangyu held his breath and focused. His finger suddenly pressed the trigger of the composite crossbow. Chapter 772. After Li Wangyu pressed the trigger of the composite crossbow, the crossbow string lost its restraints. Under the huge recoil of the spring steel crossbow arm, the fine steel arrow was instantly propelled forward along the rail. In the next moment, Li Wangyu could clearly see through the scope that blood blossomed from the side of the distant wild boar's body. However, after the wild boar was shot, it didn't immediately fall down. Instead, it was as if it had been hit by a paralyzing talisman. Its body immediately stiffened. Pai Lupi and the others didn't have binoculars, so they couldn't clearly see the wild boar's situation from 300 meters away. However, after everyone saw Li Wangyu shoot the crossbow arrow, the wild boar didn't move at all. It didn't go crazy from being injured, nor did the wild boar escape. It was as if it didn't feel anything. Cheng Yan let out a long breath and laughed. "Wah Hazio, you brat. You bragged for so long, but in the end you didn't even know where the arrow flew after you shot it." Pai Lupi also laughed. "Zio isn't good at shooting, so it's not strange." Fortunately, the wild boar wasn't startled. "Zio, you can still shoot a few more arrows and try again." At this time, Li Wangyu directly put away the composite crossbow in his hand. He had already seen very clearly through the scope just now. The crossbow bolt he had just shot out had very accurately pierced into the side of the wild boar's chest. According to Niu Wu, that was where the wild boar's vital point was. After the wild boar was hit by his arrow, not only did it not run, but it also stiffened in place. It was clear that the arrow had directly pierced through its heart. It was a fatal blow, so there was no need to shoot another arrow. Li Wangyu also didn't expect that the first real battle of his composite crossbow would be so perfect. A 200 to 300-pound wild boar was killed by his arrow from 300 meters away. This kind of exciting feeling made Li Wangyu unconsciously secrete adrenaline, and his heart beat very quickly. It was said that men's love for guns and crossbows was deeply ingrained in their genes. Li Wangyu hadn't touched a real gun many times in his previous life. Other than shooting a few bullets during military training in school, he really didn't have the chance to touch a gun, let alone use a gun or crossbow to hunt. Li Wangyu loved the composite crossbow in his hands to death. Being able to personally hunt a wild boar with a crossbow made Li Wangyu feel good to the bone. In response to Chang Yaojin and Pai Lupi's words, Li Wangyu pretentiously blew at the composite crossbow. It was as if the crossbow was emitting smoke like a gun. Finishing arrows? A real man doesn't need to shoot another arrow. Killing with a single arrow is the true essence of life. Chang Yaojin curled his lips in disdain. You sure know how to say beautiful words, but that wild boar is still standing there. Before he could finish his words, he was stunned to see the motionless wild boar in the distance tilt its body and fall to the ground. The hounds that were barking around the wild boar understood and rushed forward. They bit the wild boar's hind leg and tried to drag the wild boar back to claim the credit. But how could these hounds be able to drag a 200 to 300-pound wild boar? No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't make the wild boar move an inch. Li Wangyu saw this scene and his face turned black. Damn, he was going to drag this wild boar back and eat it. This kind of rare wild meat should be worth looking forward to. He had never eaten real wild boar in his previous life. Not to mention how many wild boars there were in China. Even if there were, they would be sold at a sky-high price. It was not something a white-collar worker like him could afford. In fact, Li Wangyu didn't know that the taste of wild boar was not delicious at all. Wild boar had a low fat content, a strong smell and no fragrance. It also had a strong fishy smell. The meat was hard and dry, and the taste was like chewing wax. There was nothing delicious about it. This was normal. Although domestic pigs were domesticated from wild boars, after generations of domestication, the fragrance of domestic pigs was much better than wild boar meat. But anything in his previous life, as long as it had the word wild meat, it would become very high-end. It represented a green ecology and had a high price. As for the taste, no one really cared about it. Li Wangyu was one of the people who was deceived by the word wild meat. His mind was full of the taste of wild meat. After the wild boar was bitten by these hounds, could it still be eaten? This group of hounds didn't have rabies, right? There was no rabies vaccine in this era. If they were infected with rabies, they would die. Even the gods wouldn't be able to save them. Of course, Li Wangyu also knew that this was nonsense. It was impossible for rabies to remain in food that had been cooked at high temperatures. Moreover, rabies was mainly transmitted through blood. There were many people who ate dog meat, but he had never heard of anyone getting rabies from eating dog meat. Li Wangyu began to habitually ponder about these nonsensical things, but a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across his mind. Rabies. He had been thinking about how to deal with Geisaman at Abyss of Death, but he had no idea where to start. But if he could think of a way to infect young Geisaman with rabies, this hero of Goguryeo would be dead for sure. The fatality rate of rabies was 100%. Even in his previous life, when medical technology was so advanced, this was still the case. Since ancient China, the medical school had actually had some understanding of rabies, and there were many ways to treat it. For example, in the Eastern Jin dynasty's emergency prescription for elbow injuries, it was recorded that people bitten by dogs could not endure the slightest stimulation and would be afraid of sound and water. This was a classic symptom of rabies. Gu Hong had even thought of killing a rabid dog, taking out the dog's brain, and applying it to the patient's wound. He could be considered a pioneer of immunology in ancient times. When French biologists first developed a rabies vaccine, they infected rabbits with rabies, and then took out the rabbit's brain to make an injection. The principle was similar to Gu Hong's method, but it was 1,000 years later. But Li Wangyu also knew that applying the brain of a rabid dog to a patient's wound was purely a matter of fate. But there was a certain chance. Because the rabies virus in a dog's brain was relatively infective, there was a certain chance that the patient would gain immunity and not get sick. But this method was too simple and crude, and success depended entirely on luck. Li Wangyu didn't believe that there was much chance of curing the patient. As long as Yun Geisaman was bitten by a rabid dog, In Li Wangyou's view, he was basically a dead man. At that time, no matter how unwilling Goguryeo was, no matter how much Yun Gaesaman's father controlled the Goguryeo court, it would be impossible for Goguryeo to clash with the Tang dynasty. After all, if Yun Gaesaman died of his own illness, how could the Tang dynasty be blamed? The more Li Wangyou thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. He even turned a deaf ear to Pai Lupi's words. Only when Nyowu couldn't help but nudge him did he react. Uncle, this little nephew was thinking about something else. Does Uncle have any instructions? Pai Lupi glared at him and pointed at the corpse of the wild boar that had been dragged back. Zio, could it be that your crossbow really has the strength of 4 pickles of flux energy? At such a long distance, your crossbow bolt was actually able to kill it in one shot. This is truly beyond our expectations. When Li Wangyou heard this, he smiled very brightly and replied without answering the question. Hehe, uncle, I wonder when you can gift me the purple? Chapter 773. Li Wangyou's words angered Pai Lupi so much that he rolled his eyes, his heart filled with regret. He felt that he had lost his mind. How could he have come up with such a rotten idea, saying that he would gift his beloved horse Sasha Luzi to him? Now that Li Wangyou had really killed the wild boar, Pai Lupi and the other dukes were in a predicament. Pai Lupi wanted to go back on his words, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He could only vaguely say, "Why are you panicking? Could it be that I don't keep my word?" Li Wangyou curled his lips and whispered, "Who can say for sure? Just now I wanted to go back on my word. We agreed that I would only need to hunt prey, but now I have to hunt a wild boar. Isn't this bullying an honest person?" Although his words were whispered, Pai Lupi heard them clearly. He couldn't help but blush. He coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. "Ahem, Ziyu, stop messing around. Hurry up and show me how you string this crossbow." Li Wangyou was helpless. He couldn't force Pai Lupi to ask for a horse. He could only reluctantly pick up the composite crossbow in his hand, open the folding mechanism below the crossbow, and hook the crossbow string. Then Li Wangyou pressed down on the folding mechanism. Under the force of the lever, the crossbow string was pulled back until the crossbow mechanism was hooked up, completing the string drawing process. This action stunned Li Er, Chang Yaojin and the rest, as well as the group of silk pants. What is the meaning of this? How can you string the crossbow so easily? Cheng Chumo asked in confusion. Feng Ai even shouted exaggeratedly. This small iron rod can string the crossbow with just a press? How is this possible? Ziyu, did you cast an immortal spell on the crossbow? Li Wangyou rolled his eyes speechlessly. To explain the principle of leverage to this group of illiterates, wouldn't it be like a chicken trying to talk to a duck? On the other hand, Pai Lupi's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment and asked, Ziyu, the mechanism on your crossbow looks like a hanger. All of them can magnify a person's strength, am I right? The boom was a lifting machine made using the principle of leverage in ancient China. Li Wangyou didn't think that Pai Lupi would be able to associate the composite crossbow with a hanger just by looking at it. Although Pai Lupi couldn't explain the principle of leverage, Li Wangyou still admired him. Uncle is indeed wise. That's right, I used the principle of the hanging rod to think of creating this mechanism to help draw the bowstring. Little nephew calls it an auxiliary winding tool. Pai Lupi nodded and once again took the crossbow from Li Wangyou's hands. After carefully examining it, he shook his head and sighed. This mechanism is very exquisite. It's a pity that it's too delicate. Moreover, it's made of well-tempered steel. It will be very difficult to promote this item in the military. Li Wangyou had to admit that Pai Lupi's insight was indeed unique. Yin Libin had already lamented about this problem. Although the auxiliary winding tool was useful, it wasn't easy to make and the cost was extremely high. Even if the Tang dynasty was flourishing, they still couldn't afford to use it on a large scale in the military. Li Wangyou didn't have any solution to this problem. After all, the auxiliary winding tool had to pull the bowstring of a few hundred caddies of tension. Naturally, it had to be very strong. Only by forging it with well-tempered steel could the bowstring be pulled without being twisted out of shape. Your Majesty, the bravery of the Tang dynasty's soldiers is unparalleled in the world. Even if we don't use this strong crossbow, what does it matter? Cheng Yaojin shouted, unconvinced. Yuqi Jingda and the others also nodded. The strength of the Tang army lay in the powerful cavalry and the bows in their hands. These military leaders of the Tang dynasty didn't like crossbows. In comparison, the convenient bow was more useful for offense, while the crossbow was better for defense. Tang generals like Chu Chu were only thinking about how to go to war, expand the country's territory, and kill the enemy chieftain. Naturally, they had no interest in crossbows. Pai Lupi also knew the moral character of these generals under his command, so he just sighed and didn't say anything more. At least, he continued to fiddle with Li Wangyou's composite crossbow. Pai Lupi took a look at the crossbow's scope and recognized it as a special telescope. He was a little surprised that the telescope and crossbow could be combined like this. No wonder Li Wangyou could accurately kill the wild boar from 300 steps away. He immediately thought that if he ordered people to make a batch of these crossbows and train them, it would be very useful to kill the enemy's commander-in-chief when two armies were facing each other. Pai Lupi silently remembered this matter and planned to order Yan Liban to make a batch of crossbows to try. If Li Wangyou knew what Pai Lupi was thinking, he would probably be shocked. Weren't these the snipers of the future? If Pai Lupi really trained these snipers, the Tang army's vanguard would probably be even more invincible. However, this was all for later, so let's not talk about it for now. Everyone played with Li Wangyou's composite crossbow for a while before continuing to hunt in the Forbidden Garden. Li Wangyou's first hunting trip was quite fruitful. A wild boar weighing more than 200 jin, a few pheasants, a few rabbits, and a deer were dragged back by Niu Wu and his troops. After leaving the Forbidden Garden, Li Wangyou did not return to his mansion in Chang'an City. Instead, he went straight through the city and returned to Dingzhou village. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to use the rabies to kill Yan Geiseman. In fact, there were many ways to quietly kill Yan Geiseman. But Li Wangyou wasn't a killer in the future. He was just an ordinary white-collar worker. It was already very difficult for him to come up with the idea of using rabies to kill someone. Moreover, even if he had thought of using rabies, how to carry it out was still a problem. Sick dogs were easy to find, but how to make those sick dogs bite Yan Geiseman was not easy. Just from how this fellow had been able to use his saber to block that arrow from Chang'an City, one could tell that Yan Geiseman was extremely skilled in martial arts. Moreover, as the deputy envoy of Goguryeo, he always had guards accompanying him. How could those rabid dogs bite him so easily? Moreover, even if Yan Geiseman was bitten by a dog, he might not necessarily be infected with rabies. If this problem was not solved, how could he kill this fellow? Li Wangyou had no good solution to this problem, but he did not plan to discuss it with his beautiful boss. Even if Li Wangyou felt that he had not done anything wrong, he did not wish for his beautiful boss to know about this matter of attempting to kill someone else. After returning to the Dingzhou County Count's estate, Li Wangyou was just about to soak in the hot spring to relieve his fatigue when the old steward, Li Heng, walked in and reported, "Lang Jun, the Dingyuan Prefectural Duke's estate has sent over 2 Kunlun slaves, saying that they are a gift to thank Lang Jun for the armor." Kunlun slaves? Li Wangyou was stunned, and then he recalled that when Pai Lupi and the other dukes were fighting to give him gifts in the Forbidden Park, the Dingyuan Prefectural Duke, Zhang Gongjin, seemed to have said that he wanted to give him 2 Kunlun slaves. Back then, there had been too many people who wanted to give gifts, so he had not paid much attention to it. He had only been thinking about Pai Lupi's Sasha Luzi. Now that Zhang Gongjin had really sent over these Kunlun slaves, Li Wangyou could not help but feel a little sick of it. Chapter 774. In later generations, men flaunted their wealth in luxury cars and watches. Of course, there were also pickled vegetables, tea eggs, and wuyangya. In the Tang dynasty, the most awesome 3 treasures were the Kunlun slaves, the Bodhisattva barbarians, and the Xinlua maids. The Bodhisattva barbarians came from the small countries around the Tang dynasty. Their names were no longer known. Li Wangyou only knew that these barbarian women dressed strangely. Their hair was combed up high, and they wore small golden hats and jade bracelets. They looked a bit like the Bodhisattva in the temple murals. Therefore, these beautiful barbarian women were called the Bodhisattva barbarians. For the nobles and princes in Chang, marrying such a concubine and bringing her out was a very glorious thing. The Xinlua maids were women from the Xinlua kingdom on the Korean peninsula. They were docile, well-behaved, and very obedient. Therefore, all the officials and nobles in the Tang dynasty were willing to buy a few Xinlua maids to serve them. In Li Wangyou's mansion, There were Xinlua maids among the maids bought by the old butler Li Heng. Because these maids came from the distant Xinlua and were well behaved, the price of the Xinlua maids was much more expensive than other maids. As for the Kunlun slaves, it did not only refer to black people. It was a general term used by the Tangs for people with black skin, including South Asians and Africans. These Kunlun slaves who were sold to Chang, and were strong and could fight. They were the slaves that many playboys in Chang, and liked to take with them when they went out. From Li Wangyu's point of view, the so-called three treasures of Chang, and basically meant that Tyson would be his bodyguard, Fatty D would be his concubine, and Jean Taishi would be his maid. While thinking about it this way, it was indeed very ostentatious. In Chang'an City, Li Wangyu had seen many Kunlun slaves. Back then, the old housekeeper Li Heng had also wanted to buy a few Kunlun slaves for the mansion, but he did not manage to do so, which made him very regretful. In fact, for Li Wangyu it was best if he could not buy them. He did not want to take a few black and hard people around Chang'an. Although Li Wangyu was not racist, he did not like black people. Especially after the incident in a university in Huaxia, he was really tired of those black people. Naturally, he did not want to keep any Kunlun slaves in his mansion. Therefore, Zhang Gongjin sent 2 Kunlun slaves as a return gift, which made Li Wangyu a little. In fact, Zhang Gongjin had good intentions. Although Kunlun slaves were not rare in Chang'an City, slaves from Africa or faraway India were also rare. After all, even Xuanzang had to go to India to get the true scripture. It would be even more difficult to transport these slaves. Therefore, the price was price, and price. Due to the scarcity, most of the Kunlun slaves that were sold to Chang'an City were reserved by the nobles and nobles. It was difficult for ordinary people to buy them even if they had money. At least, the old housekeeper Li Heng was not able to buy a Kunlun slave. Although Li Wangyu did not like this gift, since it was given by Zhang Gongjin with good intentions, it would be inappropriate if he did not accept it. He could only wave his hand helplessly, indicating to Li Heng to accept them first and think of a way to deal with them later. At most, he could give them to Chang Chumo and the other rich people. It was not a big deal. Li Wangyu did not care too much about this matter. He casually gave an order and went to soak in the hot spring. This guy was thinking about how to carry out this perfect murder. Why would he care about these trivial matters? He did not like the Kunlun slaves, so he would let Li Heng send them far away. It was not worth his effort. Soaking in the warm pool water, Li Wangyu closed his eyes and let the maidservants beside him massage his back. He was very comfortable. This person really did go from frugal to extravagant. Back then, he had looked down on Pai Lupi and Chang Yaojin for not wanting Phyrus. These men were naked and let their beautiful maidservants attend to them. But now he had slowly gotten used to this and did not feel ashamed or embarrassed. As he enjoyed the soft massages from behind him, Li Wangyu pondered how to deal with Geisaman in the abyss of death. It was truly not easy to have a mad dog bite young Geisaman. But Li Wangyu had thought that rabies was transmitted through the saliva of dogs and cats. Since this was the case, if he had someone find a mad dog, take its saliva, put it into a needle, and then find a chance to give young Geisaman a shot, he would undoubtedly die. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But who would get close to young Geisaman and give him a shot was a problem. He naturally could not do it himself. Everyone in Chang'an knew that Chang Chumo and the others had a good relationship with him. Yun Geisaman had accidentally injured Chang Chumo and almost killed the son of Duke Lu. At this time he was worried about Duke Lu's revenge and was in a state of panic. If he rashly went to the Chamberlain of Dependencies to make friends with Yun Geisaman, he would probably be suspected. Moreover, Li Wangyu was not an extremely shrewd person. If he had to pretend to be brothers on the surface while secretly thinking about how to give someone a shot and take someone's life, he really could not do such a thing. 2 names immediately popped up in Li Wangyu's mind: Su Jingzong and Li Yifu. These 2 were famous men of the great Yin of the Tang dynasty, and would be suitable to help him do something harmful. But Li Yifu had not yet been recommended and was still in the salt pavilion of Sichuan, so he could not count on him. Su Jingzong was currently helping him with the matters of the Royal Academy, and he could be considered Su Jingzong's boss. He should find him to discuss this matter. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu suddenly felt that the 2 Kunlun slaves that Zhang Gongjin had given him had a place to go. If he gave them to Su Jingzong, would he not be afraid that this fellow would not work for him? He did not want these Kunlun slaves, but others did. Using 2 Kunlun slaves to buy Yun Geiseman's life was an extremely profitable transaction. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu immediately ordered someone to find Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong, this old bureaucrat, was quite diligent in his work. Ever since he had no choice but to accept the job of the Royal Academy, he had been waiting outside Dingzhou village at the Academy's construction site by the Gan River, supervising the officials of the Ministry of Works to build the Academy. Hearing that Li Wangyu was looking for him, Su Jingzong did not dare to delay and hurriedly rode his horse to the manor of the Count of Hu County. Su Jingzong got off his horse in front of the castle of the Count of Hu County and threw the reins to the servants of the Lai Hot. Just as he was about to step into the castle, he was shocked to notice that there were 2 strong Kunlun slaves with skin as dark as charcoal standing beside the castle gate. Su Jingzong could not help but feel envious. He thought to himself that the Count of Hu County was indeed in the limelight. He could even get such rare goods like the Kunlun slaves. There were so many nobles in Chang'an, but there were not many who had Kunlun slaves in their manors. Su Jingzong looked at the black and hard, before following the servant girl of the Lai Hot into the castle. Chapter 775. In the guest hall of the castle, Li Wangyu, who had just finished soaking in the hot spring, was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Several beautiful Xinlua maidservants were massaging his hands and feet, making him look like an evil landlord. Seeing Su Jingzong being led into the guest hall by the maidservants, Li Wangyu smiled and nodded at him as a greeting. He also indicated that Su Jingzong did not need to be polite and should sit down and talk. Su Jingzong respectfully gave Li Wangyu a full bow before carefully sitting down on the sofa. He tried his best to straighten his back, but in his heart, he didn't forget to curse the county count's mansion for being too unruly. For example, the sofa he was sitting on was comfortable, but it didn't have any image to speak of. It was impossible for him to sit upright and still. Moreover, in Su Jingzong's opinion, there were no rules between the maidservants and the master of the county count's estate. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand to touch the beautiful servant girl's soft breasts, but the servant girl gently slapped his hand away. What kind of scandal was this? The maidservant dared to slap the master's hand in such an unruly manner. According to the laws of the Tang Empire, she could be beaten to death. However, not only was the county count not angry, he even turned his head to tease the maidservant with a smile. Su Jingzong inwardly cursed. This county count is really tolerant of his servants. He's not afraid of losing respect. The maidservants in his residence, not to mention touching their hands, even if he was in the mood, he could directly press them onto the bed. Which of those maidservants would dare to say no? Su Jingzong didn't need to worry about the matters of the county count's estate. He could only dryly cough and ask, "Dare I ask the count, why have you called me here today?" Su Jingzong didn't feel ashamed. The vice principal of the Royal Academy called Li Wangyu, a 4th-rank county count who had founded the Tang Empire, count, and even called himself a lowly official. This could be considered as groveling. However, Su Jingzong didn't think this way. He knew that although the saint was the principal of the Royal Academy in name, in reality, all matters of the Royal Academy were decided by the young man in front of him. As for his official rank, was that important? In Su Jingzong's eyes, the young man in front of him was a very thick thigh. Since he had already boarded Li Wangyu's ship, he naturally had to hold on tight. Li Wangyu was already used to Su Jingzong's humility. He nodded carelessly. Just as he was about to instruct the maidservants in the reception room to leave, he saw his beautiful superior walk in. Su Jingzong didn't dare to be arrogant and quickly stood up to greet Su Chongqing. Su Jingzong was a rank 3 official in the imperial court. It was embarrassing for him to bow to the woman of the county count who founded the country, but Su Jingzong didn't care about that. After all, after becoming familiar with Li Wangyu, he could tell that the person with the most authority in Noda County Count whose residence was not the county count who himself, but this beautiful woman. Although he was somewhat contemptuous of the county count whose henpecked attitude, it did not affect his respectful attitude toward Su Chongqing. Su Chongqing returned Su Jingzong's greeting and then asked with a smile as beautiful as a flower, "Principal Su, when is your birthday? Do you know what constellation you have? How about I calculate your horoscope for you?" Li Wangyu speechlessly placed a hand to his forehead and inwardly groaned. Ever since he learned from Yen Liban that the Tang also knew about the 12 constellations and informed his beautiful superior of this matter, this woman seemed to have been possessed. Whenever she saw someone, she would ask about their birthday and horoscope, and then she would analyze their temperament and calculate their recent fortune. Within the county count whose residence in Noda, the more than 100 maidservants and soldiers had almost all been calculated by their beautiful superior. In the Tang dynasty, only a very small number of high-level intellectuals knew about the 12 constellations. Ordinary people knew nothing about them. These maidservants and soldiers did not know anything about the 12 constellations, but they did not know anything about them. They treated their beautiful superior's words as if they were gods. In the future, even horoscope calculation websites were very popular, let alone the Tang people. They believed in these mysterious things without a doubt. His beautiful superior also did not seem to get tired of it, making Li Wangyu speechless. In reality, although Su Chongqing liked to study the constellations in the future, it was only for entertainment after tea. He would not be so obsessed. Life in the Tang dynasty was simply too boring for modern people, which was why she was so excited when she learned that the 12 constellations had been introduced into the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu originally did not understand why most women liked constellations. He had even searched for this on Baidu and learned about a term called the Barnum effect. This theory said that people would easily believe that a general and popular personality was suitable for them, even if this personality was empty. The description of the constellations was a very typical Barnum effect, and women were naturally prone to the Barnum effect. Li Wangyu did not know if this was true or not, so he could only believe it for now. Facing Su Chongqing's question, Su Jingzong was also stunned. He did not understand what she meant. After a while he replied, "I was born in the 11th month of the lunar calendar. I know the 12 constellations. If I'm not wrong, I have the Scorpio life body." Su Chongqing immediately said, "The Scorpio life body's guardian star is Pluto, so Scorpio constellation has a mysterious characteristic. It is energetic, jealous, possessive and holds grudges. Its actions are not bad, but its opinions are lacking. But this year, Scorpio career is developing like a fish in water." His beautiful superior talked endlessly about Scorpio constellation's fate and analysis, making Su Jingzong stunned. He nodded his head, feeling that Su Chongqing's words were completely in line with his personality. He had never seen someone use such straightforward words to describe his fate and fate. Su Jingzong was naturally not one of the servant girls in the Hu County Count's household. He knew of the 12 constellations from Indian Buddhism, and had even discussed the fate of the 12 constellations with the eminent monks. But in Su Jingzong's view, the eminent monk who had discussed the 12 constellations with him was far less knowledgeable about the constellations than Su Chongqing, the wife of the Hu County Count. Su Jingzong's thoughts were not wrong, but in terms of knowledge about the constellations, the eminent monks were not as good as Su Chongqing. Of course, this was very normal. In the future, the study of astrology in the West had even become a professional course in universities. Although his beautiful superior was not that professional, compared to the ancient people from 1,000 years ago, there was probably no one in the world who understood the fate of the constellations better than her. Of course, Li Wangyu did not believe in the constellations at all, but if he could use this to fool the Tang people, it would be a wonderful thing. At the very least, he could not think of a way to make the stubborn Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun agree to let him marry his beautiful superior as his wife. He might as well try and see if the fate of the constellations could create some other opportunities for them. In any case, Li Wangyu would not accept marrying another woman as his wife. He could take in a few more concubines, but his wife had to be Su Chongqing. Since Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun emphasized so much about matching in terms of social status, if he could package Su Chongqing as the master of horoscope divination of the Tang dynasty, he might be able to make these two meddlesome in-laws agree. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu naturally smiled as he watched Su Chongqing trick Su Jingzong, treating it all as an experiment. Li Wangyu could see that Su Jingzong's experimental subject was surprisingly effective. As his beautiful superior spoke, the expression on Li Wangyu's face became increasingly solemn and respectful. Chapter 776. His beautiful superior's analysis of Scorpio's character and numerology had fooled Su Jingzong. Although Su Jingzong did not understand a lot of Su Chongqing's words, it did not affect him from understanding the general meaning. For example, what kind of planet was Pluto? Of course, Su Jingzong had never heard of it. This dwarf planet, which was invisible to the naked eye and was expelled from the solar system, was only officially discovered in 1930. If Su Jingzong knew about it, then he would be damned. But this did not prevent him from imagining the meaning in his own mind. Pluto, as the name suggests, must be the king of the netherworld. Pluto should be an unknown constellation that he did not know about. These things that Su Jingzong did not understand made him listen more carefully. It had to be said that there was a reason why the study of constellations in the future could attract a large number of fans. Not to mention that the Tang people originally believed in those mysterious things without a doubt. The constellation numerology that Su Chongqing talked about was the accumulated knowledge of the later generations over thousands of years. Naturally, Su Jingzong was stunned. Different from the servant girls in Lai Hot, Su Jingzong was not only a listener when Su Chongqing talked about the constellation numerology, but he also gave his own opinions from time to time. This made Su Chongqing more talkative. Li Wangyu naturally had no interest in these. He was about to yawn as he listened. He also did not understand why a top student from the University of Pennsylvania, the city's white-bone fairy, and the beautiful superior of a professional woman, would be so obsessed with constellations. But since his beautiful superior was interested, he naturally would not disturb her. He simply let the servant girl continue to massage him. He closed his eyes and leaned against the sofa to take a nap. When he woke up, he asked the servant girl next to him and found out that he had slept for almost 2 hours. And the constellation exchange meeting between his beautiful superior and Su Jingzong finally came to an end. Su Jingzong stood up again and respectfully bowed to Su Chongqing. "Thank you, Master Su, for clearing my doubts. It turns out that the constellation numerology is so profound. In the future, this Su will have to consult Grandmaster Su. I hope that Grandmaster Su will not be stingy with his guidance." Originally, Su Jingzong's attitude towards Su Chongqing was extremely respectful, but he only called her Lady Su because of Li Wangyu's face. At this moment, Su Jingzong changed his way of addressing Su Chongqing as Master Su, which surprised Li Wangyu. In the Tang dynasty, the term Great Master was not only used by the close eunuchs of the emperor to address the emperor, but it was also used by daughters-in-law to address their mother-in-law respectfully. In addition, there was another way to address women who were knowledgeable and learned. Of course, the pronunciations of these 3 great masters were different. The first 2 pronunciations were the same as in the future, and the Great Master Su, that Su Jingzong called Su Chongqing, had the same pronunciation as Great Aunt Su. Li Wangyu was wondering if Su Jingzong was flattering him. His beautiful superior casually talked about constellations. How could he have the nerve to call her Great Master? In history, women who could be called Great Masters were all people who left their names in the history books. Su Jingzong just listened to his beautiful superior talk about constellations for half a day and called her Great Master. Wasn't this a bit too shameless? Although with his beautiful superior's talent, there was probably no woman in the world who could compare to her. Chapter 777. Li Wangyu and Chang Chumo's group of wastrels were so close that they were practically wearing the same pants. This was something that everyone in Chang'an knew. Moreover, Chang Chumo had been accidentally injured this time, causing him to lose blood and go into shock. Even Zhang Baozong and Lu Shenwei were helpless. It was only after Li Wangyu gave him his blood that Chang Chumo was pulled back from the gates of hell. This matter had spread like wildfire in Chang'an, and everyone knew about it. Su Jingzong didn't understand what Li Wangyu meant by asking this. The Count and the young Duke are as close as brothers. This lowly official heard that the young Duke lost too much blood this time. It was the Count who gave his blood to him to save the young Duke. Li Wangyu nodded, a pained expression on his face. General Su is right. Brother Chumo and I are as close as blood and flesh. He was injured by the Goguryeo deputy envoy for no reason. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid that we would have been separated by life and death. Every time I think of Brother Chumo's bloody appearance that day, I feel a heart-wrenching pain. Su Jingzong didn't know what to say and could only console him. Fortunately, Count's methods are heaven-defying and the young Duke is also very lucky. Only then did he manage to turn the situation around. Since the young duke has survived, he will definitely have good fortune in the future. Li Wangyu shook his head. Although that's the case, I still feel that my heart is filled with unease. He stopped mid-sentence and stared at Su Jingzong as if waiting for him to say something. Su Jingzong's mind was filled with questions. He couldn't understand what Li Wangyu wanted to do. After pondering for a while, Su Jingzong asked with uncertainty, "Does Count want to help the young duke vent his anger?" Li Wangyu slapped his thigh. "As expected, General Su understands my intentions. I am very relieved that General Su can think this way. Then I will leave this matter to General Su." Su Jingzong was dumbfounded as if he had been struck by lightning. What did he say? How did it become his matter? Even Duke of Lu couldn't do anything about the Goguryeo ambassadors, so what could he do? This pool of water was obviously very deep. Su Jingzong had always been wise to protect himself, so how could he be willing to get involved? Li Wangyu naturally saw through Su Jingzong's thoughts. He deliberately showed a displeased look on his face. "What? Is General Su unwilling to help me?" Su Jingzong's face stiffened as he said embarrassedly, "It's not that I don't want to, but the saint said that this was an accident. Even Duke of Lu was helpless against the Goguryeo envoy. So how could a lowly official like me share Count's burdens? Wouldn't it be a sin if we delay your important matters?" Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "This matter is actually very simple. It's just that it's not convenient for me to make an appearance. That's why I asked for your help. It's not that I want to make things difficult for you. Even if Su Jingzong used his knees to think, he knew that what Li Wangyu wanted him to do was definitely not something simple. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. Su Jingzong didn't want to be a busybody, but he was worried that he would leave a bad impression in Li Wangyu's heart. For a moment he was in a dilemma. Li Wangyu naturally understood Su Jingzong's concerns. He straightforwardly threw out his bait. "General Su, have you seen the Kunlun slaves in my residence?" "Of course I have. Count, you were even able to obtain such rare goods. This humble official admires you. General Su also likes Kunlun slaves? Why don't you buy a few?" Su Jingzong smiled bitterly and said, "To tell you the truth, which of the hundreds of officials and nobles in Chang and doesn't want to keep a few Kunlun slaves? It's just that Kunlun slaves are too rare. Every year, there are only about 100 Kunlun slaves sold to Chang and through the trade route. They are basically divided among the 5 families, 7 families, and the princes and dukes. Even if I like them, I can't buy them." His answer was naturally within Li Wangyu's expectations. Therefore, this fellow was even happier. "General Su, if you can help me vent the anger in my heart, how about I give you a Kunlun slave?" Su Jingzong's eyes instantly widened. He didn't dare to believe Li Wangyu's words. This temptation was not small. It must be known that even Zhang Gongjin, the founding duke, felt his heart bleed when he gave away 2 Kunlun slaves. Even though Su Jingzong was the vice principal of the Royal Academy, a lower rank 3 official, it was still extremely difficult for him to obtain a Kunlun slave. He was just about to nod in agreement when he suddenly realized that Count Hu was willing to put in so much effort. This matter was probably not going to be easy. Logically speaking, whether it was Duke Lu or Count Hu, if they wanted to make trouble for the Goguryeo diplomatic mission in Chang, and even with the Saint's ban, it would be difficult to stop them. Even if they found someone to sneak into the Chamberlain of Dependencies and beat the Goguryeo diplomatic mission half to death, it wouldn't be a big deal. No matter how Su Jingzong thought about it, he couldn't figure out why Li Wangyu would use him, even going so far as to use Kunlun slaves as a reward to tempt him. He was greedy, but he wasn't stupid. Humans would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. This was something he understood. Su Jingzong swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He asked, "Count, how do you want to vent your anger on the young duke? What can this lowly official do for Count?" Seeing his nervous appearance, Li Wangyu's smile became even more relaxed. It's actually very simple. You just need General Su to befriend that Goguryeo Deputy Ambassador Yan Gaisaman, and invite him to the Peace Square or the Hu Taverns to drink and make friends." Su Jingzong thought that he was hearing things. It was that simple? Was this Count Hu's revenge? "Count, what do you mean by this? There's no need for you to ask about other matters. Relax, I won't harm you. I'll have to trouble General Su with the matters of the Royal Academy in the future. So how could I put General Su in danger? Li Wangyu naturally didn't tell Su Jingzong the complete truth. While his beautiful superior was chatting with Su Jingzong about the horoscopes, he had closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, but he was thinking about Indethibus and Geisaman. He naturally couldn't let Su Jingzong know the truth. Otherwise, given this fellow's cowardly personality, if he knew that he was going to take the life of the Goguryeo deputy ambassador, he probably wouldn't agree even if he was beaten to death. Even if he used his influence to forcefully suppress him, there would still be many variables. Thus, Li Wangyu dispelled the idea of discussing with Su Jingzong and made a plan for himself. Li Wangyu's words allowed Su Jingzong to relax a little. He naturally understood that while this count who was extremely intelligent and had unfathomable knowledge, he had a lazy personality and didn't have the patience to deal with such trivial matters. Su Jingzong also knew that Li Wangyu was definitely not telling him the truth. However, he had no grudges with Count Hu, and he was following Count Hu's lead. There was truly no need for him to harm him. When he thought of this and thought of those two towering Kunlun slaves in front of Count Hu's estate, Su Jingzong couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. In Chang'an with his status, he could easily obtain Guanyin Man, Xinluo maidservants and Guanyin Man. He also didn't lack for beauties. However, such beautiful Kunlun slaves were truly hard to come by. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. In the end, Su Jingzong gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Since Count trusts this lowly official dares to refuse. However, this lowly official has nothing to do with that Goguryeo deputy ambassador. It won't be easy for this lowly official to rashly request an audience. Chapter 778. In response to Su Jingzong's question, Li Wangyu casually shrugged. Duke Su, this matter is simple. I've heard that Kunlun slaves are rare goods even in Goguryeo. I presume that Yun Geisaman also likes them? Duke Su has the Kunlun slaves as a stepping stone. Are you afraid that you won't be able to get close to Yun Geisaman? Su Jingzong was taken aback. Could the Kunlun slaves that Count Hu had given him be used as a stepping stone to get close to the Goguryeo deputy envoy called Yun Geisaman? Wouldn't he have done all this for nothing? Li Wangyu saw that Su Jingzong was in a daze and knew that he had misunderstood. He smiled and said, Duke Su, be at ease. My residence has 2 Kunlun slaves. I'll give one to Duke Su and the other to Yun Geisaman. Only now did Su Jingzong realize that he had misunderstood Li Wangyu's intentions. He couldn't help but feel his face heat up as he hurriedly changed the topic. Count, this lowly official is only worried that Yun Geisaman will not easily leave the Chamberlain of Dependencies after Duke Lu's announcement. Li Wangyu was not worried about this. In a few days it will be the Lunar Summit, and the Goguryeo diplomatic mission will be going to the Taiji Palace to meet the sage. Presumably, as the deputy envoy of the Goguryeo diplomatic mission, Yun Geisaman will also be going to meet the sage. As long as he shows himself with Duke Su's abilities, you won't be able to get close to Yun Geisaman. Su Jingzong nodded. As an old bureaucrat, he naturally didn't need Li Wangyu to instruct him on such matters. In truth, Su Jingzong felt that the matter Li Wangyu had instructed him to do was very simple. He had plenty of ways to achieve his goal. Su Jingzong was even thinking that he didn't need to give the precious Kunlun slaves to the Goguryeo deputy envoy to become friends with him. But this was just a thought. While Su Jingzong was greedy, he was also clear about what he could and could not do. If Count Hu found out that he had secretly taken a Kunlun slave, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Su Jingzong was only slightly worried. Li Wangyu had invested so much, so it was likely that he was after something big. It was probably not as simple as just venting his anger as he had said before. However, since he had already agreed to this matter, it would not be good for him to go back on his word. In any case, even if Li Wangyu wanted Yun Geisaman's life, Su Jingzong didn't care about the lives of these Goguryans. He just had to be careful and not let Li Wangyu use him as a scapegoat. Li Wangyu then instructed the old steward Li Heng to bring several hundred taels of gold to Su Jingzong, claiming that it was for his expenses. It was to be used for the banquet at Peace House and the Hu Tavern. Su Jingzong pretended to refuse for a while, and finally accepted the gold with a smile. After having a delicious meal at Lai Hot, he led the 2 black and hard men back to Chang. After sending Su Jingzong away, Li Wangyu temporarily put the matter of Yan Geiseman's murder to the back of his mind. He did not intend to kill Yan Geiseman in a short time. After all, the death of the deputy envoy of the Goguryeo diplomatic mission in Chang'an was a troublesome matter. Moreover, there were many renowned doctors in Chang'an. If Yan Geiseman fell ill and Pai Lupi sent Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong to treat him, it would be bad if someone discovered the illness. The matter of Yan Geiseman's death had too many implications. Li Wangyu was prepared to keep it to himself and not tell anyone, so he naturally had to clear himself of suspicion. It was precisely for this reason that Li Wangyu believed that the best time to strike was when the Goguryeo diplomatic mission was preparing to leave Chang'an, and then find a chance to give Yan Geiseman a shot. By the time Yan Geiseman's rabies broke out, the Goguryeo diplomatic mission would have left Chang'an, and would have nothing to do with the Tang dynasty or him. He had Su Jingzong get close to Yan Geiseman precisely so that he could strike quietly and without attracting attention. But this was just Li Wangyu's own plan. He had no idea if it could be realized, so he could only take it one step at a time. In any case, there were still several months before the Goguryeo diplomatic mission left Chang'an, but there was no rush. During this period of time, Li Wangyu had become idle again. He had left the matters of the academy to Su Jingzong to manage. Back then, when he was recruiting new students from the Imperial College, he had used a set of psychological tests to filter out more than 100 pure and patient students. After a few months of training, these students would be able to join the academy and serve as teaching assistants to teach the children. But Li Wangyu, this lazy bum, didn't even want to do such a thing. He shamelessly threw this matter to his beautiful superior. In his words, his beautiful superior had often trained new employees in the company and was very experienced. In this regard, the beautiful boss just rolled her eyes at him and then happily ran off to teach the group of rookies in the workplace. Li Wangyu couldn't help but secretly laugh at this. He naturally knew that his beautiful superior wouldn't refuse him. First of all, the beautiful boss was also bored. Although she was in charge of the Shunfeng carriage company, the underwear store, and other industries, the army of women she led had now grown up and managed those industries in an orderly manner. There was almost no need for her to personally go out and work every day. Recently, she had been spending more and more time at the county magistrate's estate in Dingzhou, and she had become more and more proficient at mahjong. Even Li Wangyu was no match for her. Moreover, to be able to train a bunch of rookies was an interesting matter for his beautiful superior. The Tang dynasty was a society where men reigned supreme. As a professional woman of the future, she was naturally very unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. Li Wangyu naturally understood the disappointment in his beautiful boss's heart, so he deliberately let her train that group of scholars. To be able to give instructions to more than 100 Tang dynasty scholars was naturally a form of mental pressure for his beautiful superior. Li Wangyu didn't care whether those Tang dynasty scholars would be unhappy to be taught by a woman or not. Ever since Pai Lupi was prepared to personally become the president of the Royal Academy, and even the vice president was a lower third-rank official in the imperial court, the Royal Academy was no longer a grassroots organization. Those students who had left in anger because they thought that Li Wangyu had deliberately humiliated them were now regretting it so much that their intestines turned green. There were also countless scholars who wanted to enter the Royal Academy to teach. If Li Wangyu was willing, he could easily recruit 10 times the number of scholars, let alone 100. It was hard to find a three-legged bastard, but there was no lack of two-legged scholars. Moreover, the Tang dynasty's academy treated them well. Under such circumstances, if anyone dared to cause trouble because his beautiful superior was going to train them, Li Wangyu wouldn't mind making an example out of them and kicking them out. As a wife-protecting maniac, Li Wangyu dared to make his beautiful superior unhappy for the rest of his life. After throwing these troublesome matters out of the way, Li Wangyu was free again. Looking at the blonde beauty who was swaying in front of him every day, Li Wangyu couldn't help but ponder over the words his beautiful superior had said that day. Taking Aphrodite, who wasn't even 16 years old, into his room, was he too much of a beast? But compared to being worse than a beast, wasn't it acceptable to be a little more beastly? At this thought, Li Wangyu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He gritted his teeth, called Niu Wu, and rode straight to Chang'an City. Chapter 779. Li Wangyu had only gone to Chang'an for one thing, and that was to buy a piece of land. The purpose of buying land was, of course, to build the theater that he and his beautiful superior were planning. The theater was naturally for the performance, and the performance needed someone to manage it. That person was, of course, his beautiful blonde Aphrodite. Then, a certain someone could openly take the blonde into his room. It had to be said that a man needed motivation to do something. It was not easy to buy a suitable piece of land in Chang'an City, but this was not a problem for someone of Li Wangyou's status. Lu Deheng and Shuizhuo went straight to Chang'an and Wanyan counties. Lu Deheng and Shuizhuo immediately ordered the officials of the county government to take out the files and maps, and found a few vacant plots of land for Li Wangyou to choose. Most of these were confiscated land by the county government. Li Wangyou could not help but laugh when he saw a house in Guangde Lane. He had an impression of this house. It seemed to be the house of the wealthy Luo Hui, who had been ordered by Ho Junji to arm wrestle with him and the other fops. After Luo Hui failed, he fled Chang'an City and his whereabouts were unknown. His house had been confiscated by Chang'an City and was ready to be sold. The location of this house was rather good. It was close to the bustling Shi city and was not small. Li Wangyou took a liking to this house at first glance. The backyard wall of Luo Hui's house was the wall adjacent to the Shi city. Li Wangyou pondered for a while and felt that he could open a door on this wall, as the entrance to the theater in the future. Although the doors of houses could not be opened on the streets unless one was a third-rank official or above, Li Wangyou felt that it was not a big deal for him to go through the back door with Pai Lupi. Moreover, he wanted to build a theater and not a house, so it should not be a big problem. As an elegant art theater performance, the tickets were naturally not cheap. The target audience was of course the officials and aristocratic families of Chang'an City. The officials and aristocrats could not possibly go around Guangde Lane to watch the show, right? Guangde Lane did not have enough space for everyone to park their horses and carriages. Chui Ming House. How much is this house in Guangde Lane? I'm quite interested in this house. Shuizhuo smiled fawningly and said, County Count Hu, this house belongs to Luo Hui, who has no criminal record in the county. It's not worth much. If County Count Hu is interested, you can just give him a few tens of thousands. Li Wangyou naturally knew that Shuizhuo was trying to curry favor with him, but with his current net worth, he disdained to take advantage of such a situation. Luo Hui's house in Guangde Lane was in an excellent location. According to the current market price in Chang, and it would not be less than 1,000,000 yuan or even more. If he really only gave a few tens of thousands of dollars, it would not be worth it if someone caught him and impeached him in the future. I appreciate Chui Ming House's good intentions, but this house will be sold at the market price, Li Wangyou said calmly. Shuizhuo could only smile awkwardly. He stretched out his hand to summon an official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and asked, How much is this house in Guangde Lane? According to the current market price in Ming House, it should be 2,000,000 yuan. 2,000,000 yuan was about 8,000,000 yuan in the future. It was actually quite cheap to buy a house that occupied a few acres of land. Li Wangyou could not help but curse the black-hearted developers in the future when he thought of the 100-square-meter house he bought with a loan of more than 2,000,000 yuan. Okay, I'll buy this house at this price. I'll have someone send the gold later. Li Wangyou did not hesitate at all and immediately made the decision. Shuizhuo nodded repeatedly. He did not care whether he received the money or not, and immediately ordered the official from the Ministry of Civil Affairs to process the title deed for Li Wangyou. Li Wangyou did not refuse. After all, he did not lack the money from Chang'an, so he did not hold back. After drinking 2 cups of tea with Shuizhuo, the official from the county government completed a series of procedures. The house that occupied a few acres of land in Guangde Lane was now Li Wangyou's property. After receiving the title deed, which was still wet with ink, Li Wangyou smiled at Shuizhuo and said, Chui Ming House, I don't need to trouble you for one thing. I'll have to trouble you to find some craftsmen to demolish the house for me. Demolish? Li Wangyou's words stunned Shuizhuo. He had also seen Luo Hui's house. It was beautifully renovated, and the carved beams and painted rafters had been put in a lot of money. In his opinion, although the house was only a civilian house, it did not match Li Wangyou's status as the county earl who founded the country. However, he could just find some craftsmen to renovate and expand it. Why did he have to demolish it? That would be too extravagant. Li Wangyu smiled and said, I don't intend to use this land for living. Naturally, I have to demolish it and rebuild it. Chuizhua asked cautiously, May I ask, what do you plan to build? Is there anything I can do to help? Haha, nothing much. I just plan to build a theater for watching plays. Watching plays? Theater? Chuizhua did not understand what Li Wangyu was saying, but he did not dare to continue asking. He could only pretend to understand and nodded. He planned to find someone to ask what a theater was. After leaving the Chang'an County Yamen, Li Wangyu saw that it was still early, so he went directly to the Ministry of Works in the Imperial City and asked to see the Minister of Works, Duan Luan. To build a theater, cement and craftsmen from the Ministry of Works were indispensable. Now that the cement was in the hands of the Ministry of Works, the civilian craftsmen could not do this. When Duan Luan heard his subordinates report, he felt his head swell. Ever since he became the Minister of Works in the second year of Zhengguan, he had been tormented by Li Wangyu. Whether it was building the Huxian County Earl's mansion or building the baseball field, they all gave the Ministry of Works endless headaches. Li Wangyu's prodigal road was even more lifeless. He took away a lot of mirage mud from the Ministry of Works, which gave Duan Luan a headache. Now, Huxian County Earl Li Wangyu could be said to be on the Ministry of Works blacklist. Everyone, from the Minister of Works, Duan Luan, to the ordinary officials of the Ministry of Works, could not help but shiver when they heard that Li Wangyu had come to visit. Everyone's first reaction was, F***ck. Is this guy here to cause trouble again? Naturally, Duan Luan could not avoid him. He could only rub his temples and order people to invite Li Wangyu into his office. Zio, how come you have time to come to the Ministry of Works today? Li Wangyu smiled and bowed to Duan Luan. Minister Duan, I have come to ask for your help again today. Duan Luan's hand, which was stroking his beard, could not help but tremble. He almost pulled out a few strands of his beard. Haha, Zio must be joking. The Ministry of Works is only in charge of some construction matters. How can they help you? In addition, the amount of mirage mud produced by the Ministry of Works is limited. Last time you took so much mirage mud from the Ministry of Works in order to repair the road. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. If Zio wants to ask for mirage mud again today, you can save your breath. Duan Luan glared at him. He did not give Li Wangyu a chance to speak and directly refused. Li Wangyu's smile froze. He cursed Duan Luan in his heart. Asking for some cement was the same as asking for his life. Did he have to go so far? It was not like he did not pay. Not only did he pay, but he also paid a high price. F***ck 5 strings of copper coins for a ton of cement. He did not even complain that it was expensive. This old man Duan Luan actually complained that he used a little cement from the Ministry of Works. He was really stingy to the extreme. Li Wangyu and Duan Luan were very familiar with each other. He knew that the old man was joking with him, so he decided to act shamelessly. Minister Duan, I really did come today for the mirage mud. Haha, if you don't give me the mirage mud today, I will not leave. You won't leave? That's fine. Since Zio is willing to stay in the Ministry of Works, I will let the night watchman on duty go home. Haha, I can't ask for more than for Zio to lead your troops to help me on duty. Duan Luan's words almost made Li Wangyu's nose crooked from anger. Why did this old man not play by the rules? Chapter 780. If Duan Luan refused to sell him the cement, Li Wangyu would never be able to build the theater. Li Wangyu pulled a long face and replied to Duan Luan's teasing with a mischievous smile. Minister Duan, isn't it just some mirage mud? Do you really think it's a treasure? Besides, you can't burn the bridge after crossing the river. This mirage mud was given to the saint by me. The Ministry of Works got the recipe for mirage mud for free. Shouldn't they give me some? Besides, I spent a lot of money to buy it from the Ministry of Works. It's not like I took it for free. Duan Luan heard this and glared at him. Zio, you still have the nerve to say that? This mirage mud is so precious, but you used it to pave roads. Do you know how many fortresses and cities at the border are waiting for the mirage mud to be repaired and strengthened? How can you waste it for no reason? Li Wangyu naturally knew that Duan Luan was telling the truth. Ever since Pai Lupi and the others learned about cement, they immediately thought of using it to strengthen the city walls and fortresses. Li Wangyu could understand using cement for military purposes, but it was also proper business for him to build roads and theaters. In the end, the production of cement was too low. Li Wangyu touched his nose and smiled. If the production of mirage mud is not enough, then we can increase it. Why does Minister Duan make things difficult for me? I have great use for the mirage mud. It's easy for you to say. Mirage mud needs lime to be burned. Now that the production of lime is not enough, how can it be easy to increase the production? When Li Wangyu heard Duan Luan's words, he couldn't help but think of the undiscovered lime mines in Hu County. Originally, he wanted to monopolize the lime mines, but there were too many things to do, so he completely forgot about it. After thinking about the many troubles of opening the mines himself, Li Wangyu, a lazy person, simply gave up on this idea. It seemed that he had to take the old path, which was to cooperate with others and let them manage the lime mines while he waited for the profits. However, he did not want to be a partner in this business with Pai Lupi. Should he ask Pai Lupi to sell the lime to the Ministry of Works? Wasn't this taking money out of his own pocket? Li Wangyu thought about it. Why not take care of Cheng Yaojin and those old hooligans? Qin Xiong, Yuqijingda, Chai Xiao, these dukes could also be pulled in for a share. After all, there were plenty of lime mines in the Guanzhong path, and he could easily form a partnership with a public house. At the thought that all the Grand Dukes of the Tang dynasty were his partners, Li Wangyu could not help laughing. Let's see who else would dare to provoke me in the future. Ho Junji, Zhang Liang, and those people with 5 surnames and 7 nobles? Would they dare to fall out with a group of dukes? When Li Wangyu thought of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. This made Duan Luan extremely surprised. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with this kid. After Li Wangyu came to his senses, he said seriously, "Minister Duan, if I can get you a large amount of lime, would you be willing to buy it? At that time, can you provide me with mirage mud?" Hearing this, Duan Luan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Zio, is this true? If you really have a large amount of lime, I can buy it at 50 coins per stone. I'll buy as much as you have. As for the mirage mud you want, as long as there is enough lime supply, you can have as much as you want. The price will be the same as before." Li Wangyu curled his lips. This old man was really calculating. This kind of volcanic ash cement was just calcining lime and clay together. There was no cost to remove the lime. Duan Luan, this old man, actually wanted to buy his lime for 50 coins. After calcining it, he would sell it to him for 250 coins. He really thought of him as a fool. "Minister Duan, do you think I don't know how to calcinate the mirage mud? I'll sell the lime to you. After calcining it, you'll sell it to me at 5 times the price. Do I have the word stupid written on my forehead?" Li Wangyu's words made Duan Luan's face turn red. He felt that he seemed to be a little unkind. "Haha. Zio, what are you talking about? I was wrong just now. As long as you have enough lime supply, the Ministry of Works won't make any money from you. We'll supply you at 60 coins per stone." Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. "Minister Duan, it's a deal. Zio, when can you start to supply the Ministry of Works with lime? I won't hide it from you. The sage has been urging us to increase the production of mirage mud. Now that the imperial court has seen the usefulness of mirage mud, it's an urgent need everywhere. Zio, the mirage mud you made is really a treasure that benefits the country and the people. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for being the Minister of Works." Duan Luan smiled amiably and was very amiable. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. He thought that Duan Luan, this old man, said nice words. In the end, when he wanted to get some cement from the Ministry of Works, this old man blew his beard and glared at him, refusing in every way possible. It was as if he had gone to his house to rob him. When Li Wangyu heard that he could supply lime, he immediately changed his face. This made Li Wangyu wonder if this old man had learned the Sichuan opera's face-changing skills. In the Tang dynasty, from Pai Lupi to these high officials in the imperial court, none of them were good people. They only knew how to bully an honest person like him. However, whether it was Duan Luan or the bad-tempered Wei Zheng, they were very much to Li Wangyu's liking. This group of lovable and hateful officials of the Tang dynasty. "Minister Duan, there's no rush for lime. The mine hasn't been opened yet. As for the mirage mud, this nephew needs it urgently. How about you give me 1,000 stones first?